India is also expected to keep its focus on Chinese claims and military infrastructure along the Arunachal Pradesh frontier. Sending a firm message ahead of the talks, New Delhi had recently formalized local names for 27 geographical features in Arunachal Pradesh. At the same time, there are signs of a gradual thaw in bilateral ties, with trade, investment prospects, visas and flights showing renewed movement. The timing adds another layer, with the talks coming ahead of the BRICS summit and the expected visit of Chinese President Xi Jinping to India. Dowal's Beijing visit puts the boundary question, LAC stability and the broader India-China relationship back at the center of high-level diplomacy.
US-Canada trade ties have hit a fresh breaking point. President Trump has now escalated the trade war, accusing Canada of ripping off America and warning of 50% tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, auto parts and steel from January 27. Now take a look at this report.
US and Canada are locked in a fierce trade war.
And while we believed earlier this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. More fundamentally, the cumulative effect of U.S. demands revealed the limits of their commitment to a true economic partnership. As I said earlier, as a result, last evening I suspended trade negotiations with the United States and directed our negotiators to return.
In his first public comment, since stock collapse, President Trump has issued a fresh warning to Canada. Trump in social media posts accused Canada of ripping off USA for years, saying the country imposed ridiculously high tariffs on US farmers and American farm products. Trump further warned, not anymore, announcing that starting Jan 1, 2027, tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, automotive parts and steel would be increased to 50%, adding that Canada would no longer be treated like a state. Earlier, US-Canada trade talks collapsed, triggering fresh trade war between the two nations, as Washington slapped 50% tariffs on $20 billion of Canadian goods. And Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney had hit back at US, for which he called as a dollar-for-dollar retaliation from September 8. While US trade representative blamed Canada for the breakdown in talks.
Oh, well, I'll just keep that to myself for now. We're preparing options for the president. Again, I think this is a little bit of a tempest in a teapot. The tariffs went into place over the weekend, which we warned about for a long time. They only cover about 5% of Canadian trade and only 0.06% of U.S. overall consumption. So we'll see. I mean, we're just moving forward with our trade policy as intended. The Canadians came to us about 30 days ago, said they want to negotiate. We said okay. Negotiations ended up not working out, so we're just continuing with our trade policy.
Washington wanted concession on steel, autos and dairy. The fallout threatens $880 billion in bilateral trade, as Carney warns that the old US-Canada relationship may never return.
All right, viewers, now let's shift our focus and get you all the top developments from the globe now in international wraps. The United States has announced sweeping new sanctions targeting Iran's sources of revenue, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warning countries and entities that continue economic ties with Tehran could face retaliation. The move comes as Iran's currency plunges to a record low amid the prolonged conflict and mounting economic pressure. At least 4 people, including 2 children, have been killed in Israeli strikes in Gaza. According to hospital officials, the Israeli military said it targeted Hamas weapons storage facilities inside 2 mosques after issuing advance warnings, prompting residents to flee the affected areas. French President Emmanuel Macron and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman witnessed the signing of several agreements during the Saudi leader's visit to Paris. The deals include around £6 billion in Saudi investments in 3 new amusement parks in the Paris region, expected to create around 22,000 direct jobs. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has announced a mechanism to help facilitate the passage of fertilizers and related raw materials amid disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. Guterres said that the UN would act as a neutral facilitator, while stressing that the mechanism does not authorize passage through the waterway or alter states' rights under international law. Pakistan's jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan's legal team has accused jail authorities of obstructing his access to justice, alleging that officials have refused to complete the power of attorney process needed to file a contempt petition. Now, the latest claim comes as Imran's ex-wife, Jemima Goldsmith, has made a fresh appeal to the UK government, calling his prison treatment a human rights emergency and demanding action.
Fresh questions are being raised over the treatment of Pakistan's jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan, with his legal team and his ex-wife Jemima Goldsmith raising separate concerns over his access to justice, medical care and family. Imran Khan's legal team alleges that Adiala jail authorities are obstructing his right to seek justice by refusing to complete the power of attorney process needed to file a contempt petition. The lawyers say they have made repeated attempts to complete the process, including a personal visit to the jail. But they claim Imran's signatures and thumbprints have still not been obtained. The legal team says if the signed documents are not returned within 24 hours, the matter will be taken up with the relevant authorities. At the same time, Jemima Goldsmith has directly appealed to British Prime Minister Andy Burnham and Foreign Secretary Ed Miliband, urging Britain to speak out. Jemima alleges that Imran has spent 3 years in solitary confinement, has had limited contact with his family, and has been denied access to books, lawyers and doctors. She also says Pakistan's Supreme Court has ordered comprehensive medical treatment, access to Imran's personal doctor, regular family visits, and twice-weekly calls with his sons. 2 separate pressures, one from Imran Khan's legal team, the other from his family, as concerns over the former Pakistani premier's jail conditions continue to mount.
The UK is stepping up support for Ukraine's missile capabilities. London has approved the sharing of its classified technology to help Kyiv develop its own long-range missiles. Now, the move comes as Ukraine pushes to build greater defense capabilities, with France also backing the effort. Now, Russia has condemned the British move, calling it an escalation. Take a look at this report.
The UK has approved sharing of classified technical information with Ukraine to help Kyiv develop its own long-range missiles. The move includes technology linked to Britain's Storm Shadow missile, which has a range of more than 250 kilometers. France is also Ukraine's push to strengthen its air defenses.
The UK was the first to gift long-range weapons to Ukraine back in 2023. Vladimir has now asked that we share our Storm Shadow technology so that Ukraine can build these capabilities themselves. I am pleased to confirm today that I have approved that request and that British and French industry, and we thank President Macron and his colleagues too, that we will now work with Ukraine to take this capability forward. I am also asking British industry to get behind Project Freya to provide a lower-cost alternative to US Patriot systems for intercepting ballistic missiles.
The UK is also calling on British defense companies to support Project Freya, an alternative to US-made Patriot systems for intercepting ballistic missiles.
We need to make sure that the winter package of air defense will be in Ukraine, and we need winter package of Patriot missiles, and we need, and that we hope that we will have this package. We need at least 300 Patriot missiles for the winter and for the cold month. Every missile means lives to be saved, and so please continue this work through Pearl, through bilateral, our dialogue, and different decisions.
However, the plans remain at an early stage, with no clear timeline yet for when production could begin. Russia has condemned the British move, with Kremlin spokesman Peskov accusing London of escalating the conflict.
Well, we're unwavering in our support, and that is why I am here, to send that very clear message to the Ukrainian people on their Independence Day, their 35th Independence Day. And we are just continuing what we've done from the start. We have been there from the start, providing that backup support, and this is technical support going with what we've been doing from the very start. And we'll continue to do that. Nothing will change that. Who started the fire? That's the question, isn't it? Ukraine did not do that. Russia began this illegal invasion, and that is absolutely clear, and they could stop it at any given time. Britain will never be a fair weather friend. People would expect me to be out here showing our unflinching support, and that's what I'm doing.
The latest announcements signal a broader push to help Ukraine build its own missile defense capabilities rather than relying entirely on foreign supplies.
All right, viewers, now let's move on and get you all the top developments from the world of business now in Business Wraps. Luxembourg-based innovation platform Capital has proposed rupees 83,480 crore investment in Karnataka for an integrated Bengaluru Tumakuru green hydrogen and hyperscale data center platform with 2,250 megawatts of data center capacity and 1,000 megawatts of green hydrogen across 3 phases, large and medium industries. Karnataka's Food Safety and Drug Administration Department has suspended the food licenses of Amazon, Swiggy, Instamart and Big Basket till further orders for selling toxic datura fruits and seeds online for human consumption, and directed them to immediately remove all listings and stop distribution. The action followed inspections that found the poisonous items stored and sold via e-commerce platforms using FSSAI registrations. Responses from the firms were deemed unsatisfactory given the public health risk, and suppliers face similar license suspensions under the Food Safety and Standards Act. Now, SEBI has dropped proceedings against Max Financial Services, Max Life Insurance, Axis Bank and related entities over Max Life share deals from 2010 to 2020, finding no fraud, market manipulation or sustained disclosure violations. Now, the case involved Axis entities acquiring stakes via arrangements later bought back, which SEBI gave Axis undue benefits of rupees 3,912 crores, but the final order held the charges unproven under then prevailing rules. Proceedings against 13 directors seeking settlement remain in abeyance. SoftBank sold 4.5 crore shares stake in Lenskart Solutions for about rupees 2,888 crores at rupees 641.75 per share, reducing its holding from 9.86% to around 7.28%. Among the 25 buyers, Societe Generale ODI was the largest, followed by Goldman Sachs, Motilal Oswal Mutual Fund, Vanguard and others including Morgan Stanley, SBI MF, HDFC mutual funds and various global funds. The stock closed slightly lower at rupees 659.75 amid the high volume trades. All right, viewers, let's go across to another big breaking news development that we are getting, and this is from US Vice President J.D. Vance said a Freudian slip caused him to accidentally call Canada a US state while lambasting the country's trade and defense policies in the wake of failed negotiations with the US. Now, Vance, speaking at a political event in Maine, also claimed that those talks were still ongoing despite Prime Minister Mark Carney pulling Canada out of the negotiations last week. So, this is an American response to the crisis that the ongoing crisis between them and Canada. This is US Vice President J.D. Vance, who said Freudian slip caused him to accidentally call Canada a US state.
We have to remember, Canada is a state. Sorry, Freudian slip. That was actually an accident. Canada is a country that has underinvested in its military that quite literally would get invaded by a foreign country were it not for the umbrella of protection provided by the United States.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gowda's daughter slapping temple cop in Srirangapatnam over VIP entry.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now, 3 teenagers were killed and 6 children wounded when drone debris hit a private children's center in Russia's Krasnodar, now with a nearby apartment building also damaged and 4 residents injured. Now, according to local officials, Russia's defense ministry claimed its air defenses destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight across multiple regions, while Ukraine reported Russian missile and drone strikes on Odessa and a drone attack on Chernihiv that injured 15 people, including 2 children. Independent verification of the claims was not possible.
Three teenagers are dead and 6 other children are injured after a drone attack hit Russia's southern city of Krasnodar. Russian authorities say drone debris fell on a private children's center with children among those caught in the attack. 5-story apartment building was also damaged, injuring 4 residents. The Russian Defense Ministry claims its air defenses intercepted and destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight. Meanwhile, Ukraine's southern Odessa region also came under a large-scale Russian missile and drone attack. Ukrainian authorities say food and storage facilities as well as energy infrastructure were among the targets. In northern Ukraine, 15 people were reported injured in a Russian drone strike on Shin. With both sides reporting fresh attacks, the drone war continues to take a deadly toll on civilian lives.
Speaking exclusively to Republic, Disha Salian's father alleges political pressure from the Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla and thank you. As you join us, we are celebrating a voice that has given the Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. Now, from soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries for Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. He's a singer, a composer, a performer whose voice has moved classical brilliance to contemporary magic. In fact, Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to cherish. And now we celebrate this legend, his voice, the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch a special tribute only on Republic TV, but right now it's time for the headlines, so let's quickly delve in. Speaking exclusively to Republic, Disha Salian's father alleges political pressure from the Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gowda's daughter slapping the temple copt in Sri Rangapatna over the VIP entry. Anti-national slogans, graffiti emerge in Jadavpur University. West Bengal CM Suvendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry. In a major crackdown, Maharashtra FDA suspends licenses of 9 food establishments, including 5 linked with Mumbai Cricket Association. NSA Ajit Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and 3,488 kilometers line of actual focus in control on the border talks today. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from the Prime Minister Modi to President Putin. Viewers, bringing you the first breaking of the hour, where JMM leaders have threatened violence to the students who are protesting in Jharkhand. Now, Ramgarh JMM chief has also threatened, and their video has surfaced. Now, these are threats that students will be met with violence. In fact, Ramgarh JM District President Vinod Kisku has threatened the students over burning of an effigy, alleging that he would tear them apart. He's also allegedly assaulting students following the day. So, very big breaking news, because the Jharkhand student protest has not yet fully completed. Yes, the fast is broken, but they are still peacefully protesting, while the Ramgarh JMM District President Vinod Kisku has now threatened the students that he will tear them apart. Viewers, we will shortly be showing you the video where this threat has been charged on the students who were peacefully protesting in Jharkhand. And this has come from the JMM leader. All right, viewers, on your television screen are visuals from the protest, where the police have actually put the tear gas on the students, and the JMM District President Vinod Kisku is now threatening the students' protest over burning of a mere effigy, and the video is purportedly showing him warning the students that they would be beaten up mercilessly. In fact, a separate video has also surfaced, which is showing Kisku assaulting the students the following day. Let's listen into what he has to say.
मंत्री का जो है पुतला दहन करेंगे। अगर रामगढ़ जिला में उसका पुतला दहन करने का जो भी आएगा, उसको पटक पटक के मारेंगे, उखाड़ उखाड़ के पटक पटक के मारेंगे। कि 24 जिला में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री का जो है पुतला दहन करेंगे। अगर रामगढ़ जिला में उसका पुतला दहन करने का जो भी आएगा, उसको पटक पटक के मारेंगे, उखाड़ उखाड़ के पटक पटक के मारेंगे।
Viewers, the Joint Parliamentary Committee examining the One Nation, One Election bill held a series of high-stakes consultation on Monday. In fact, the former Union Minister P. Chidambaram, Padma awardees and leading policy think tanks were involved in the discussions. Here's what unfolded inside the JPC meeting. Take a look.
The debate over One Nation, One Election intensified yesterday as the Joint Parliamentary Committee held a series of consultation with political leaders and experts. The first session featured former Union Minister P. Chidambaram, who called the bill flawed and said it could undermine the basic structure of the Constitution. The Congress leader reportedly described the proposal as unconstitutional, monstrous and mindless. Chidambaram also questioned whether the government possesses the number required to secure passage of the constitutional amendment. The committee noted his objections and invited specific recommendations for improvements to the draft legislation. In sharp contrast, the next round of consultation saw several Padma awardees extending support to the One Nation, One Election proposal.
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण उनके विचार हैं। सारे पद्मा अवार्डी चाहते हैं कि सफिशिएंट सेफ गार्ड रख करके वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन देश के हित में है और देश के हित में कमेटी को काम करना चाहिए और सभी लोग चाहते हैं कि एक देश एक चुनाव।
Speaking as distinguished citizens from different sectors, they argued that synchronized elections would align better with the goal of Viksit Bharat. The consultation comes as the committee examines the Constitution 129th Amendment Bill and the Union Territories Law Amendment Bill, both aimed at enabling simultaneous elections across the country. The proposal stems from recommendations made by the high-level committee headed by former President Ramnath Kovind. The battle over One Nation, One Election is now entering its most crucial phase. All eyes will be on what happens next.
Viewers, in our next report, a 30-year-old woman, a pregnant woman, was accused by 4 persons, including 3 brothers and their uncle, for repeatedly raping her and forcing her to convert their religion in Gujarat's Banka Kantha district. This is based on her complaint. A case was registered and the police is now booking all the 4 accused. Here's everything that we know in this report. Take a look.
A shocking case has emerged from Gujarat's Banaskantha. A 30-year-old pregnant married woman has alleged that she was repeatedly raped and blackmailed with private videos. Claims of religious conversion by 4 relatives were also made by the woman. She alleges that accused possessed her private videos and photos, and under threat of making them viral, she was subjected to gang rape. Forced conversion was also alleged by the victim, as she says that she was given a spiked drink and her name changed to Fizza. Earlier complaint by the victim led to 3 arrests. However, they were soon released and the cycle of violence continued. The Nera police have booked 4 under rape, intimidation and assault charges, as well as Gujarat Freedom of Religion Act. The victim says the accused still has her private videos and continues to threaten her. A case of rape, blackmail and forced conversion is now under investigation in Banaskantha. Justice for the survivor is the demand.
Viewers, moving on to our next segment where we tell you everything that's making waves in the nation with national raps. Let's take a look. Three accused arrested in connection with the recovery of explosive material in Chandigarh have been sent to 5-day police remand. The police are questioning the accused to ascertain the source of the material and probe possible links to a larger network. The Enforcement Directorate has conducted searches at 5 locations in Muzaffarnagar as a part of the money laundering investigation linked to an alleged fake input tax credit case. The searches are aimed at uncovering financial trail and gathering evidence in the alleged fraud. Tribal communities in Tamil Nadu's Nilgiris have staged a protest with over 13-point charter of demands. Key concerns include human-wildlife conflict, protection of tribal rights, and issues affecting the community's livelihood and safety. A car was swept away by strong floodwaters in Jaipur's Dashrathpur area. Fire services personnel and local residents launched a rescue operation and managed to recover the vehicle from the floodwaters. The mortal remains of Malayali sailor killed in the Russian drone strike in Ukraine has been brought back to Kerala. Nearly a month after his death, the body was brought home to Kasargod, where the family will perform the last rites. Viewers, Russian President Vladimir Putin met with External Affairs Minister S. Shankar at the Kremlin on Monday. In fact, during the exchange, the president made clear that Moscow was prepared to increase supplies to meet New Delhi's agricultural requirements. They highlighted the expanding India-Russia partnership and growing cooperation across trade, energy, fertilizers and other sectors. While Jaishankar conveyed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's greetings to Putin and handed over a personal message from the Indian leader during the meeting, take a listen in to what Putin had to say in return.
Ваш визит сегодняшний подчеркивает тот уровень отношений, который давно на протяжении десятилетий сложился между Россией и Индией. Мы работу продолжаем практически по всем направлениям, имеется в виду и правительственный уровень, и межпарламентские связи по линии участников экономической деятельности. Мне приятно отметить, что в этом году у нас подрос товарооборот. Если в прошлом году он немножко снизился, то в этом году подрастает. И это в том числе, а может быть прежде всего, заслуга господина премьер-министра, который уделяет развитию российско-индийских отношений личное пристальное внимание. И в начале нашей беседы хотел бы попросить вас передать господину Моди самые наилучшие пожелания. Надеюсь увидеться с ним в ближайшее время, как мы и планировали, в рамках работы Шанхайской организации сотрудничества в ближайшее время. Ну и у нас график такой, что мы сможем, наверное, и еще раз увидеться в этом году. Мы очень рады вас видеть, уважаемый господин министр. Я знаю, что вы со своим российским коллегой господином Мантуровым, который возглавляет российскую часть межправкомиссии, уже поработали как следует, наверняка обсудили наиболее важные вопросы. Их много. Один из этих вопросов, и это не только энергоносители, один из этих вопросов, конечно, это поставка удобрений. Мы делаем все для того, чтобы закрыть этот вопрос для индийских фермеров, для сельского хозяйства. Наращиваем эти поставки и готовы это делать дальше. Ну и все другие вопросы, связанные с атомной энергетикой, с сотрудничеством в высокотехнологичных сферах, в других областях, они все в повестке дня и все достаточно уверенно продвигаются. Добро пожаловать, господин министр.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me first of all begin by conveying the good wishes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you.
Excellency, he has given me a personal communication, which I would like to hand over to you. We have this morning had a meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission. I think overall we have a good report to give to you. I think our economic cooperation, trade, energy, fertilizers, nuclear, other dimensions as well. I'd be pleased to speak about it in detail, but overall I think our economic cooperation has grown very significantly. Prime Minister Modi looks forward to meeting you at the SCO summit, then welcoming you in India for the BRICS summit, and in due course, as per your mutual convenience, having the annual summit. So we have, Excellency, I think a very strong picture of cooperation to present, and I again thank you very much for the
Viewers, in our exclusive military breakdown of Operation Sindoor, defense expert Major retired General G.D. Bakshi has revealed how India has completely shattered Pakistan's low nuclear threshold and redefined the 21st century air warfare. He's explaining the strategic execution of air power-centric non-contact warfare. General Bakshi is also giving details on how New Delhi is called Islamabad's nuclear bluff through escalation dominance, precision strikes and multi-layered air defense system. Take a listen in.
All this talk of, having our Rafale fleet, etc., is moonshine. That's what it proved out to be. But the tracks of that AVAC, that was the one that was bloody well hit. It fits like hand and glove, right? The S-400 hit that AVAC at 316 kilometers. Besides that, 8th, 9th of May, our S-400s hit five Pakistani jet fighters, F-16, JF-17 class, downed, confirmed kills. 6 confirmed kills by the S-400 alone. And the moment that happened, the Pakistan Air Force, out of sheer fright, self-preservation, refused to fly, did not fly.
It was grounded. Get that straight. This is the first time this slant range effect has been achieved in an air power context. You don't have to use fighters to gain air superiority over a country that lacks strategic depth. You just need the slant range of the SAM, the S-400 surface-to-air missiles. We had 2 batteries then. Now we are, by the end of this year, we'll have total 5 batteries of S-400s. And we will be adding our Khushabs. Plus, of course, we have the Barracks. We have the layered defense S-400 reaching out furthest, Barracks, and then the Akashes. And with this lethal combination, penetration of Indian airspace would become well nigh impossible. Not only that, sir, not only will we be defending Indian airspace, vital areas, vital targets, but our slant range will cover the whole of Pakistan and gain air superiority for us. Get that right. We have redefined how air superiority is achieved. It is achieved by the slant range of the missile, which can force the other air force to stay put. Maximum try a sneak flight here and there, not likely to escape, because the Greystone radar of the S-400s can look up to 600 kilometers. Even if you try and fly from Afghanistan, you will still be shot down. You still be caught and you will be destroyed, detected and destroyed. Anything that moves is detected. Anything that is detected can be destroyed. This is the lesson, major lesson learnt from Operation Sindoor. And I'm quite surprised that this hasn't caught attention in many even highly professional circles. Let's talk of, 5 out of the 9 terror targets, firstly 34 had been selected and they were brought down to 9, in actual fact. 34 targets had been selected by the National Security Advisor. The intelligence agencies had picked up the intelligence, made up big dossiers, target dossiers on those. And out of that, we selected 9. The prime criteria was avoiding collateral damage to the Pakistani civilian population. India has gone to extraordinary lengths to prevent damage to the Pakistani, collateral damage to the Pakistani civilian population, even though it is well known, that Pakistan attacks mostly our civilian population. But we have not retaliated in kind. We have tried to keep the Pakistani civilian casualties, collateral damage to a minimum, gone to great lengths. And I think that is a sign of civility, that is a sign of our civilizational values. Because most of the terror camps are within 5 to 6 kilometers of the Pakistani cantonments. They are just an extension of the Pakistani military. To claim that they are non-state actors, not under the control of the Pakistan army, the Pakistani state, is bullshit. Let's stop that crap now. Because everyone knows that the Pakistani lieutenant generals, major generals, director generals of police attended the funerals of the so-called terrorists. We killed minimum 100 plus terrorists, 6 to 8 high-value targets, HV targets. That is as far as the counter-terror campaign was concerned. We went in for it without doing SIAD. And quite obviously, you take a huge risk. Next time, I don't think we need to do that. The only thing why you have to do that is that if you start the combat, those targets will vanish, they'll dissipate, they'll melt into the countryside. You will destroy the infrastructure, you will not be able to kill the terrorists, especially the high-value targets. We had to delay our air attack for almost 2 weeks, 14 days, to see that these people calm down, their nervous rabbits which had fled the Ren. I mean, they all come back. Most of them came back and they got it in the neck. especially Jaish-e-Mohammed. We did not confine our targets just to the Lashkar, and that so-called Lashkar spin-off that did this dastardly attack. We went for all terror targets, high-value terror targets, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba, because we had lots of scores to settle. For 26/11, for the hijack, for this, that, there is no dearth of Pakistani provocation.
All right, viewers, time for a short commercial break. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. Coming up after a short break, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meets President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from PM Modi to President Putin.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग रंग रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग रंग रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ।
You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla, and right now we're slipping into our next segment where we tell you everything that's interesting in the world of business. So let's take a look. Luxembourg-based innovation platform Capital has proposed rupees 83,480 crore investment in Karnataka as an integrated Bengaluru Tumkakuru green hydrogen hyperscale data center platform with 2,250 megawatt of data center capacity and 1,000 megawatt of green hydrogen across 3 phases, large and medium industries. Karnataka Food Safety and Drug Administration Department has suspended the food licenses of Amazon, Swiggy Instamart and Big Basket till further orders for selling toxic dhatura fruit and seeds online for human consumption. They've also been directed to stop and immediately remove all the listings and stop the distribution. SEBI has dropped proceedings against Mac Financial Services, Max Life Insurance, Axis Bank and related entities over Max Life share deals from 2010 to 2020, finding no fault, market manipulation or sustained disclosure violations. The case involved Axis entities acquiring stakes via arrangement, later brought back, which SEBI gave Axis undue benefit of 3,912 crore rupees, but the final order held the charges unproven under the then prevailing rules. Proceeding against the 13 directors seeking settlement remain in abeyance. SoftBank sold 4.5 crore rupees worth shares in Lenskart Solutions for about 2,888 crores at 641.75 rupees per share, reducing its holding from 9.86 to around 7.28. Among the 25 buyers, Societe Generale ODI was the largest, followed by Goldman Sachs, Motilal Oswal Mutual Fund, and also the Vanguard, including Morgan Stanley. In fact, SBI MF, HDFC MF, and global funds were also a part. The stocks closed slightly lower than 59.75 rupees, which is the higher volume trade. Viewers, heading into another short break, but you don't go anywhere. My name is Nayan Shukla and you're heading into a short commercial break, and coming back, For news on anti-national slogans, graffiti emerging in Jadavpur University, West Bengal CM Suvendu Adhikari is urging university administration to initiate an immediate inquiry. All of this after a short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Speaking exclusively to Republic, Disha Salyan's father alleges political pressure from the Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Goda's daughter slapping temple cop in Sri Rangapatna over VIP entry. Anti-national slogans, graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. West Bengal CM Suvendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry. In a major crackdown, Maharashtra FDA suspends licenses of 9 food establishments, including 5 linked with the Mumbai Cricket Association. NSA Ajit Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and the 3,488-kilometer line of actual control in focus. External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from Prime Minister Modi to President Putin. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Republic. This is Live This Morning with me, Karun Seth. Starting with our first story for the day, Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim, currently lodged in Sonaria Jail in Rohtak and serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in the Dera Sacha Sauda rape cases, has been granted 21 days of furlough, having been released from jail 16 times earlier and previously sent to the Barnawa Ashram in Baghpat, Uttar Pradesh. He will this time return to the Sirsa Dera for his 3rd consecutive visit there. Now, this is the Sirsa Dera Chief Ram Rahim. He's been in the news for all the wrong reasons post his imprisonment sentence. Remember, this is now the 16th time that he's actually been granted furlough. He's out for about 21 days of furlough this particular time. He's currently serving a 10-year, in fact, 2 10-year sentences. This was following sexual assault cases that were in fact proven and he was convicted, specifically rape cases. And he's yet again, been granted 21 days of furlough, which is 16 times during his tenure, during his jail sentence so far. He's already been granted furlough, and this is now the 16th or the 17th time that now he is again getting the opportunity or getting the benefit of furlough, and he will return to Sirsa Dera for the third consecutive visit there. All right, moving on to the United States now. News coming in from the US. The US Department of Homeland Security, DHS, has proposed raising the fee for certain H-1B visa petitions to $103,265. Now, the proposal posted in the Federal Register on Monday would turn the controversial $100,000 H-1B visa payment introduced by the Donald Trump administration last year into a formal regulatory requirement. The proposed rule will now enter a 30-day public comment period, after which DHS could finalize it by the end of the year. The move comes amid growing uncertainty around the H-1B program, particularly for Indian professionals who account for the largest share of H-1B beneficiaries. So remember, we had this news earlier coming in that Republic had broken first to you that the Trump administration proposes to put in force a $100,000 fee for H-1B visa petitions. Now, the fee has now been raised slightly to $103,000, and after the Federal Register it was posted in the Federal Register, and after which the DHS could finalize it by the end of this year. It will affect India the highest, because India accounts for the highest part of the H-1B visa applications. All right, back to US again, where US Vice President J.D. Vance has backed the Trump administration's proposed six-figure H-1B visa fee, saying American companies should hire and train US workers as Washington moves to make the visa program more expensive. Now, the proposed fee announced by the Department of Homeland Security would be paid when an H-1B petition is filed and would come on top of existing fee. It would apply to petitions subject to the annual H-1B cap, including those eligible for the advanced degree exemption. Now, again, J.D. Vance backing the Trump administration's $100,000 H-1B visa fee, saying that US companies should in fact hire and train American workers rather than getting workers from outside. And he has in fact backed the fee. Now, the proposed fee in fact was announced by the Department of Homeland Security. Now, it is to be paid when an H-1B petition is filed and would come on top of the existing fee that's already there. Now, it would apply to petitions subject to the annual H-1B cap, including those eligible for the advanced degree exemption. Now, this comes as huge news for India viewers, because India accounts for the highest number of H-1B applications. Again, big impact for the IT, ITS services and particularly industries. What needs to be looked at is how they are going to cope up and how the American companies, in fact, are going to respond to this particular news, because their cost of hiring would go up substantially. Now, earlier it was a proposal. What is to be noted here is that this proposal could soon, in fact, now come into effect, given that this has been taken up, and post certain days of public comment, this could now come into force. Back to US-Canada news, viewers, where the United States has been in the news for a lot of reasons now. Now, ongoing the recent US-Canada trade ties and talks that had in fact come to a standstill, the talks have hit a fresh breaking point. President Trump has now escalated the trade war, accusing Canada of ripping off America and warning of a 50% tariff on Canadian cars, trucks, auto parts and steel from January 2027. Take a look at the report and what President Trump has exclusively said.
US and Canada are locked in a fierce trade war.
And while we believed earlier this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. More fundamentally, the cumulative effect of U.S. demands revealed the limits of their commitment to a true economic partnership. As I said earlier, as a result, last evening I suspended trade negotiations with the United States and directed our negotiators to return.
In his first public comment, since talk collapsed, President Trump has issued a fresh warning to Canada. Trump in social media posts accused Canada of ripping off USA for years, saying the country imposed ridiculously high tariffs on US farmers and American farm products. Trump further warned, not anymore, announcing that starting Jan 1, 2027, tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, automotive parts and steel would be increased to 50%, adding that Canada would no longer be treated like a state. Earlier, US-Canada trade talks collapsed, triggering fresh trade war between the two nations as Washington slapped 50% tariffs on $20 billion of Canadian goods. And Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney had hit back at US, for which he called as a dollar-for-dollar retaliation from September 8. While US Trade Representative blamed Canada for the breakdown in talks.
Oh, well, I'll just keep that to myself for now. We're preparing options for the president. Again, I think this is a little bit of a tempest in a teapot. The tariffs went into place over the weekend, which we warned about for a long time. They only cover about 5% of Canadian trade and only 0.06% of U.S. overall consumption. So we'll see. I mean, we're just moving forward with our trade policy as intended. The Canadians came to us about 30 days ago, said they want to negotiate. We said okay. Negotiations ended up not working out, so we're just continuing with our trade policy.
Washington wanted concession on steel, autos and dairy. The fallout threatens $880 billion in bilateral trade as Carney warns that the old US-Canada relationship may never return.
Now, viewers, it's been 6 months into the US-Iran war and Hormuz continues to remain an important economic choke point. And Tehran is finally feeling the heat. The Iranian economy has shown steady signs of collapse after it was hit hard and deep by US and Israel. Now, whether it'll improve soon or will the West Asian region continue to suffer economically, Republic's digital team explains. Listen in to this in-depth report by Himanshu Shekhar, who's the editor for Republic Digital, right for you.
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question. Is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level. The numbers tell a brutal story. Since the war began, rice prices have reportedly risen by around 60%. Beef prices are more than 150% higher. And the International Monetary Fund is forecasting that Iran's economy could shrink by more than 5%. Imagine what it means for an ordinary family. Every trip to the market costs more. Every saving loses value, and the national currency continues to slide. In Tehran, people are reportedly lining up to buy US dollars, desperately trying to protect whatever savings they have left. One 73-year-old Iranian summed up the public mood bluntly. There is no hope for a deal and a peace. And now comes the next blow. The Trump administration is preparing another sanctions package, including possible secondary sanctions against countries that continue doing business with Iran. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has argued that the pressure campaign has pushed the Iranian economy into unprecedented distress. And there is another major development. The United Arab Emirates, traditionally one of Iran's biggest trading partners and a major source of imports, has announced the suspension of trade with Iran. Now, that could further squeeze Tehran's access to critical goods and commercial networks. So, is this Trump's endgame? Strangle the economy, increase isolation, and force Iran back to the negotiating table? Perhaps. But Iran has one weapon that cannot be measured simply by looking at the value of the rial. Before this conflict, roughly 1/5 of world's traded oil passed through this narrow but strategically critical waterway, the Strait of Hormuz. Now attacks and threats against ships have brought traffic to a near standstill. And that changes the equation completely, because Iran may be under economic pressure, but if the Strait of Hormuz remains disrupted, the consequences are not limited to Tehran. Oil markets are affected, global trade is affected, and economies around the world feel the shock. Iran is now reportedly refusing to fully reopen the waterway unless it is allowed to charge ships. And reports suggest Iran and Oman are discussing a management of the strait. So while Washington attempts to choke Iran economically, Tehran is signaling that it still has the ability to create economic pain far beyond its own borders. This is no longer just a sanctions war. The rial may be collapsing, inflation may be crushing Iranian households, sanctions may be tightening, but Iran is also signaling that economic warfare cuts both ways. Trump wants to increase pressure on Tehran. Tehran wants to demonstrate that if Iran pays the price, the world economy may pay one too. And that is why the collapse of Iran's currency is about much more than the rial. It is now at the heart of much bigger geopolitical showdown. Can Trump break Iran economically before Iran succeeds in making the cost of this conflict unbearable for the rest of the world? That is the battle now unfolding. And the answer could determine not just Iran's future, but the future of one of the world's most critical oil routes, the Strait of Hormuz.
That was the Republic Digital team for you, decoding the effect of the US-Iran war on the Iranian economy and how long they can actually sustain. All right, moving on to news coming in from Pakistan now. Viewers. Pakistan jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan's legal team has accused jail authorities of obstructing his access to justice, alleging that officials have refused to complete the power of attorney process needed to file a contempt petition. The latest claim comes as Imran's ex-wife Jemima Goldsmith, who's in the UK, has made a fresh appeal to the UK government, calling his prison treatment a human rights emergency and demanding action.
Fresh questions are being raised over the treatment of Pakistan's jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan, with his legal team and his ex-wife Jemima Goldsmith raising separate concerns over his access to justice, medical care and family. Imran Khan's legal team alleges that Adiala jail authorities are obstructing his right to seek justice by refusing to complete the power of attorney process needed to file a contempt petition. The lawyers say they have made repeated attempts to complete the process, including a personal visit to the jail. But they claim Imran's signatures and thumbprints have still not been obtained. The legal team says if the signed documents are not returned within 24 hours, the matter will be taken up with the relevant authorities. At the same time, Jemima Goldsmith has directly appealed to British Prime Minister Andy Burnham and Foreign Secretary Ed Miliband, urging Britain to speak out. Jemima alleges that Imran has spent 3 years in solitary confinement, has had limited contact with his family, and has been denied access to books, lawyers and doctors. She also says Pakistan's Supreme Court has ordered comprehensive medical treatment, access to Imran's personal doctor, regular family visits and twice-weekly calls with his sons. Two separate pressures, one from Imran Khan's legal team, the other from his family, as concerns over the former Pakistani premier's jail conditions continue to mount.
Now, viewers, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has arrived in Beijing for a two-day visit ahead of the 25th round of India-China Special Representatives talks on the boundary question. Doval will meet Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi on 25th of August, with the 3,488-kilometer border dispute and stability along the LSE at the center of discussions. The talks come ahead of the expected visit of Chinese President Xi Jinping to India for the BRICS summit. That's happening next month. Take a look at this report.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has arrived in Beijing for a two-day visit for crucial India-China boundary talks. Chinese Foreign Minister will co-chair the 25th round of Special Representatives talks with India's NSA Ajit Doval in Beijing on August 25th. The talks are the first formal Special Representatives meeting in a year, after the previous round was held in New Delhi in August 2025. So what can be expected from these talks? While the dialogue officially targets the broader 3,488-kilometer India-China boundary dispute, the primary goal will be finding a plan for troop disengagement in outstanding friction zones along with the line of actual control. Discussions are expected on refining existing patrolling rules and managing the newly designated buffer zones.
I think this is a great opportunity for India and China to reset, two neighbors with a deep cultural past who need to understand more about each other. They need to settle these the boundary disputes, and they need to start acting on behalf of their own citizens, not the citizens or political interests that are thousands and thousands of miles away and clearly do not care about the welfare of either nation.
But the border conversation extends beyond Ladakh, with the sensitive Bhutan-Doklam Tri-Junction also a strategic concern for New Delhi. India is also expected to keep its focus on Chinese claims and military infrastructure along the Arunachal Pradesh frontier. Sending a firm message ahead of the talks, New Delhi had recently formalized local names for 27 geographical features in Arunachal Pradesh. At the same time, there are signs of a gradual thaw in bilateral ties, with trade, investment prospects, visas and flights showing renewed movement. The timing adds another layer, with the talks coming ahead of the BRICS summit and the expected visit of Chinese President Xi Jinping to India. Doval's Beijing visit puts the boundary question, LAC stability and the broader India-China relationship back at the center of high-level diplomacy.
All right, now from Washington to Moscow, from Middle East to Asia, here are the top global headlines that you need to know this morning. The United States has announced sweeping new sanctions targeting Iran's source of revenue, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warning that countries and entities that continue economic ties with Iran could face retaliation. The move comes as Iran's currency plunges to a record low amid the prolonged conflict and mounting economic pressure. At least 4 people, including 2 children, have been killed in Israeli airstrikes on Gaza, according to hospital officials. The Israeli military said it targeted Hamas weapons storage facilities inside 2 mosques after issuing advance warnings, prompting residents to flee the affected areas. French President Emmanuel Macron and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman witnessed the signing of several agreements during the Saudi leader's visit to Paris. The deal includes around 6 billion euros in Saudi investment in 3 new amusement parks in the Paris region, expected to create around 22,000 direct jobs. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has announced a mechanism to help facilitate the passage of fertilizers and related raw materials amid disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. Guterres said the United Nations would act as a neutral facilitator, while stressing that the mechanism does not authorize passage through the waterway or alter states' rights under international law. Now, viewers, the United States again has announced the UK is stepping up support for Ukraine's missile capabilities. London has approved sharing of its classified technology to help Kyiv develop its own long-range missiles. The move comes as Ukraine pushes to build greater defense capabilities, with France also backing the effort. Russia has, of course, condemned the British move, calling it an escalation. Take a look at the report.
The UK has approved sharing of classified technical information with Ukraine to help Kyiv develop its own long-range missiles. The move includes technology linked to Britain's Storm Shadow missile, which has a range of more than 250 kilometers. France is also Ukraine's push to strengthen its air defenses.
The UK was the first to gift long-range weapons to Ukraine back in 2023. Vladimir has now asked that we share our Storm Shadow technology so that Ukraine can build these capabilities themselves. I am pleased to confirm today that I have approved that request and that British and French industry, and we thank President Macron and his colleagues too, that we will now work with Ukraine to take this capability forward. I am also asking British industry to get behind Project Freya to provide a lower-cost alternative to US Patriot systems for intercepting ballistic missiles.
The UK is also calling on British defence companies to support Project Freya, an alternative to US-made Patriot systems for intercepting ballistic missiles.
We need to make sure that the winter package of air defense will be in Ukraine, and we need winter package of Patriot missiles, and we need, and that we hope that we will have this package. We need at least 300 Patriot missiles for the winter, and for the cold month. Every missile means lives to be saved, and so please continue this work through Pearl, through bilateral, our dialogue, and different decisions.
However, the plans remain at an early stage, with no clear timeline yet for when production could begin. Russia has condemned the British move, with Kremlin spokesman Peskov accusing London of escalating the conflict.
Well, we're unwavering in our support, and that is why I am here, to send that very clear message to the Ukrainian people on their Independence Day, their 35th Independence Day. And we are just continuing what we've done from the start. We have been there from the start, providing that backup support, and this is technical support going with what we've been doing from the very start, and we'll continue to do that. Nothing will change that. Who started the fire? That's the question, isn't it? Ukraine did not do that. Russia began this illegal invasion, and that is absolutely clear, and they could stop it at any given time. Britain will never be a fair weather friend. People would expect me to be out here showing our unflinching support, and that's what I'm doing.
The latest announcements signal a broader push to help Ukraine build its own missile defense capabilities rather than relying entirely on foreign supplies.
All right, coming up, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from Prime Minister Modi to President Putin.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
Viewers, you're watching live this morning with me, Karun Seth on Republic. Now, migrant boat capsized of southern Tunisia near Zarzis, killing at least 2 people with 12 missing and 1 survivor rescued. According to the National Guard, about 15 were believed aboard, headed for Italy, with 2 bodies recovered and search operations underway by helicopter and boats. Departures from the area have dropped since a 2023 European Union-Tunisia deal providing funding and border support. Yet dangerous crossings persist amid past tragedies and family protests over missing relatives.
A deadly migrant boat tragedy off the coast of southern Tunisia. At least 2 people have died and around 12 others are still missing after a boat carrying migrants capsized at the sea. Tunisia's National Guard says 1 survivor has been rescued while 2 bodies have been recovered from the water so far. Around 15 people were on board the boat when it set off towards Italy. A helicopter and Coast Guard boats were deployed to search the area for more survivors after the tragedy. The migrants were believed to be heading towards Italy using one of the Mediterranean's most dangerous migration routes. The southern Tunisian coast has witnessed repeated tragedies, with families in Zarzas continuing to search for relatives who disappeared at sea.
Coming up, border talks today. National Security Advisor G. Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and the 3,488-kilometer line of actual control in focus.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, after several drawings and graffiti of anti-national things came on the walls of Jadavpur University, CM Suvendu Adhikari has come out asserting zero tolerance against such elements, asserting that if you want to stay in West Bengal, you must respect India. We'll get you all the details on this big crackdown against anti-national elements at Jadavpur University. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Speaking exclusively to Republic, Disha Salyan's father alleges political pressure from Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh's daughter slapping a temple cop in Sri Rangapatna over VIP entry. Anti-national slogans, graffiti emerge in Jadavpur University, West Bengal. CM Suvendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry. In a major crackdown, Maharashtra FDA suspends license of 9 food establishments, including 5 linked with the Mumbai Cricket Association. NSAG Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and line of actual control in focus. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from Prime Minister Modi to President Putin. All right, welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour. West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has now ordered a crackdown on the anti-national activities observed on the campus of Jadavpur University in Kolkata. This comes after tensions simmered at the campus when students of ABVP and left-wing student organization SFI clashed after an initial altercation over anti-national graffiti and drawings on the walls of the university. We'll try and show you the visuals of what has now surfaced from the university as well, and also the kind of message which has come in from CM Suvendu Adhikari, asserting that there will be zero tolerance against such anti-national elements. That's the big message coming in from Suvendu Adhikari, who says there will be no tolerance for such anti-national activities, especially on the campus like this. And these are the visuals which we've now fetched from inside the university, the kind of graffiti, the kind of drawings which have come to light, showing how the Tukre gang of Jadavpur University has now exposed itself. So in oppose to that, you have a nationalism call, a nationalism charge coming in from Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari, who's also said that Vande Mataram is compulsory in Bengal. If you want to stay in Bengal, you must follow the rules in the state. All right, in fact, my colleague Indrashish also joining us from Kolkata on this. Indrashish, it's a big message that's come in from the Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari himself, that there will be no tolerance with regards to anti-national activities, especially when it comes to educational institutions. So help us understand what exactly unfolded at Jadavpur University and the kind of graffiti, the kind of drawings which have now come to light. Right, Indrashish, can you hear us?
Posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. It is, yeah.
Right, please go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. The controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. It is written here, fascists do not deserve democracy. They deserve a bullet in the head. And the photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of the Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of the Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action. The controversial poster and the others photos have surfaced on the various parts of Jadavpur University, and these photos have already sent to the CMO office.
Right, in fact, and in this, we also understand that while you said that an immediate investigation has now been ordered by the CM and physical verification of students will also take place at Jadavpur University. That said, the CM has also sent a very clear message to these students, so-called students, in fact, that there will be no tolerance to anti-national slogans or anti-national graffiti that we saw at the campus walls.
yeah, obviously the controversial posters and photos have surfaced on this wall, and it is written that fascists do not deserve democracy; they deserve a bullet in the head. And it is the controversial written. It is written on the wall of the Jadavpur University's wall, and the various part of the Jadavpur University, it is the controversial poster and photos have already sent to the CMO's office, and the investigation has been started.
All right, thank you Indrashish for joining us from inside Jadavpur University and helping us understand how exactly the situation is now unfolding and what are the red lines drawn by Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari. Thanks so much. And now we are shifting our focus. Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who's also a convict, a rape convict, and currently lodged in Suneria jail in Rohtak and serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in Dera Sacha Sauda rape cases, has now been granted 21 days of furlough again. And this is for the 17th time that he's now been released from jail. Remember, there 16 times earlier that he was released from jail, temporary release of course, because it comes in the form of parole or either furlough. This time he's given 21 days furlough again, and he's set to return to Sirsa Dera for the 3rd consecutive visit there. So it's a big shame and a mockery, if you could call it, of the justice system that we are essentially staring at, that a rape convict like Gurmeet Ram Rahim has now been given the 17th temporary release in the form of 21 days furlough. In fact, my colleague Lalit also joining us with more details on this. Lalit, it's the 17th time that rape convict like Gurmeet Ram Rahim has got temporary relief, and this time it's come in the form of 21 days of furlough.
Well, yes, 21 days of furlough has been granted by the Rohtak jail to the convict Ram Rahim, who is the chief of Dera Sacha Sauda. If we talk about Gurmeet Ram Rahim, he has been released for the 17th time this time. Apart from that, if we talk about, he is serving a 20-year jail prison sentence in connection with the 2 women disciples who has been granted this 21 days of furlough. If you talk about Ram Rahim, he has been lodged in the Haryana Sunaria jail in Rohtak. Apart from that, if you talk about, there has been a lot of criticism when a convict Ram Rahim gets the furlough or the parole, and this time also he has got a 21-day furlough. Earlier in the month of June, he has got the parole. So in just 2 months, this is the 21 days temporary relief to convict Ram Rahim, and he has got the 21 days furlough. Back to the studio.
Right, in fact, clearly questionable that kind of a move there, but thanks so much, Lalit, for joining us and getting us the details on this. All right, so viewers, we're looking at rape convict Ram Rahim now getting his 17th temporary release, and this time it's come in the form of 21 days furlough. And now we are shifting focus. Breaking news coming in from Jharkhand as well. Ramgarh JMM District President Vinod Kisku has now threatened the students with violence. A video showing Ramgarh JMM District President Vinod Kisku has now surfaced, in which he's allegedly depicting him threatening students over the burning of an effigy of Chief Minister and saying that he would tear them apart, while he is also allegedly seen assaulting students the following day. Kisku, in fact, has additionally been accused of allegedly cheating tribal people of 84 lakh rupees by promising to provide them with jobs, raising serious concerns regarding the allegations of intimidation, violence and financial wrongdoing, which have now come to light. Now, viewers, these are the visuals that we have fetched on how students were, in fact, had to deal with the crackdown in Jharkhand over their protest. We have seen how the police resorted to firing tear gas shells as well as resorting to lathi charge on these students. And now JMM President, District President, has also come out threatening these students that if they burn the effigy of Chief Minister, they will in fact deal with violence. Let's also show you the video that has now surfaced of JMM District President threatening these students.
कि 24 जिला में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री का जो है पुतला दहन करेंगे। अगर रामगढ़ जिला में उसका पुतला दहन करने का जो भी आएगा उसको पटक पटक के मारेंगे, उखाड़ उखाड़ के पटक पटक के मारेंगे। कि 24 जिला में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री का जो है पुतला दहन करेंगे। अगर रामगढ़ जिला में उसका पुतला दहन करने का जो भी आएगा उसको पटक पटक के मारेंगे, उखाड़ उखाड़ के पटक पटक के मारेंगे। 24 जिला में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री का जो है पुतला दहन करेंगे। अगर रामगढ़ जिला में उसका पुतला दहन करने का जो भी आएगा उसको पटक पटक के मारेंगे, उखाड़ उखाड़ के पटक पटक के मारेंगे।
All right, viewers, now shifting focus. 3 teenagers were killed and about 6 children were wounded when a drone debris hit a private children's center in Russia. This comes with a nearby apartment building also getting damaged and about 4 residents getting injured in the entire incident. Russia's defense ministry claimed that its air defenses destroyed about 351 Ukrainian drones overnight across multiple regions, while Ukraine reported Russian missile and drone strikes on Odessa and a drone strike on Cherniv as well. This injured about 15 people, including 2 children. This comes in as independent verification of the claims has still not been done yet. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
3 teenagers are dead and 6 other children are injured after a drone attack hit Russia's southern city of Krasnodar. Russian authorities say drone debris fell on a private children's center with children among those caught in the attack. 5-story apartment building was also damaged, injuring 4 residents. The Russian Defense Ministry claims its air defenses intercepted and destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight. Meanwhile, Ukraine's southern Odessa region also came under a large-scale Russian missile and drone attack. Ukrainian authorities say food and storage facilities as well as energy infrastructure were among the targets. In northern Ukraine, 15 people were reported injured in a Russian drone strike on Cherniv. With both sides reporting fresh attacks, the drone war continues to take a deadly toll on civilian lives.
All right, viewers, now shifting focus. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has now announced that any country that helps Iran will now be removed from U.S. dollar system. So any country that supports Iran in any form globally, including China, should now be prepared to face U.S. sanctions, and countries that stick with Iran will now be isolated alongside them. That's a big statement coming in from Trump administration, who is now out to isolate Iran supporters as well. This comes in as Trump is now making phone calls to world leaders to cut economic ties with Iran. Bessent also added that new U.S. economic campaign targeting Iran has now been officially dubbed Operation Economic Outcast, with U.S. enforcing zero leakage approach to Iran sanctions. So that's a big statement coming in from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who has now launched a Iran Outcast campaign and also warned that any country which supports Iran will now be facing U.S. sanctions as well. Let's take a listen to the statement.
Every country has a defined timeline to shut down activities we have identified. If they do not take action, we will do so unilaterally through Treasury authorities. For example, every branch of Bank Melee must be shuttered and dark. And let me be clear, any entity that facilitates money laundering on behalf of Iran will be removed from the U.S. dollar system. The clock just started ticking.
And now, viewers, a fresh twist has now emerged in Disha Salyan case, with the father making some very serious allegations of political pressure before the Bombay High Court. He's now alleged that the police have pushed a suicide theory even before the post-mortem report, while claiming that the family did not receive the post-mortem copy for 5 years. Now, his lawyer has also questioned the investigation and raised doubts over the key evidence that were collected in the case. The Bombay High Court has now sought answers from Mumbai police. Republic spoke, in fact, to the father of Disha Salyan, who said that important details of the case have now emerged and the judges have taken the matter seriously. He also added that they have been waiting for justice for now over 6 years. Take a listen to this exclusive conversation.
सतीश जी, आपका जो बयान है, मैं 2020 का बयान आपको याद दिला रहा हूँ, बिकॉज वी इन्वेस्टिगेटेड द स्टोरी. हम बहुत सालों से इस स्टोरी को ट्रैक कर रहे हैं. आपने 2020 में एक इंटरव्यू की थी एक नेटवर्क के साथ, आज तक या इंडिया टुडे या कुछ नेटवर्क के साथ, और तब आपने बोला था कि बहुत सारे झूठ स्प्रेड की गई है. You said, please don't defame our daughter and take mileage. मेरी बेटी को बदनाम करके अपना फ़ायदा मत उठाइए. Don't play with her. She was our only child. We lost our only daughter. They have tarnished her image badly and now they're after us. They want to kill us by harassing us like this. Were you under pressure, sir? I know you were going through a lot of emotions back then. लेकिन आज जो कोर्ट में हुआ, that is why I'm asking you this question. Were you under any political pressure back then, sir?
नहीं, तभी का वक्त में हम प्रेशर में नहीं थे पॉलिटिक्स का. थोड़ा इमोशनल थे. मीन्स डेथ होकर खाली 20 दिन हुआ था, तो हम ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर सकते उस समय. तो उतना माइंड में नहीं चलता है कि क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ. फिर थोड़े दिन के बाद हम लोग स्टडी करते हैं, ऐसा दिशा का मौत कैसे हो गई. वो स्टडी होने के बाद मुझे सब एक का बाद एक आइडिया मिलते गए. और बाद में ओझा साहब मिले, उन्होंने सब बताया, उनके साथ बात किया मैंने, तो उन्होंने सब खुलासा करके दिया, ऐसा है वैसा है. बाद में हमने दूसरा सब प्रूफ मिले क्या है करके. फर्स्ट प्रूफ है तो आपको दिशा का डेड बॉडी आपने देखा रहेगा फोटो में, कितना क्लीन है, कुछ एक भी दाग नहीं है उसके अंदर लगेगा. तो हम सोच सकते हैं कि इतना 14 वाले से गिरेली लड़की इतना ओके, एक भी दाग नहीं है, जैसे कि ब्यूटी पार्लर से बाहर आई है ऐसा लगता है. ऐसा कैसा होता है? जैसे दिव्या भारती का देखा 14 माले से गिरा, वो कैसा डैमेज्ड है. इसमें एक भी डैमेज नहीं दिख रहा है अपने को. इसके लिए मेरे को जरा सोचने में मजबूर हो गया. और अवजा साहब को मिला, फिर आशुतोष पाठक भी हम मेरे साथ में थे. हम लोग दोनों अवजा साहब को मिलके मैटर को आगे बढ़ाया.
आज आपके लॉयर ने आज कोर्ट में बताया है कि आपके ऊपर प्रेशर था, फैमिली के ऊपर, कि उद्धव ठाकरे ने कांटेक्ट की थी और आदित्य ठाकरे के उनके कैंप से या उनके टीम से कोई कांटेक्ट किया था. क्या ये सच है?
पेडनेकर करके आई थी, किशोरी पेडनेकर.
हाँ जी.
वो सब बता रही थी मुझे तुम्हारे बारे में, तुम्हारी लड़की के बारे में. बाहर लोग ऐसे सब बोलते हैं, रेप हो गया, मर्डर हो गया. ऐसा नहीं हो गया, उसके लिए मेरे कन्विंस कर रही थी वो.
अच्छा,
ऐसा है.
वो आपको कन्विंस कर रहे थे?
हाँ, ऐसा नहीं हो गया. उनके खिलाफ हम लोग एक्शन ले गए, जो कर रहे हैं उन लोग के खिलाफ एक्शन ले गए, सब बोल रहे थे.
और एक चीज बताइए, ये जब आपने एक चीज बोला आपने कि बॉडी 14th फ्लोर से गिरता है, एक बूंद तक ब्लड नहीं था बॉडी के ऊपर. हमने फोटोग्राफ देखी है, वो रिपोर्ट देखा है हमने. एक मार्क तक नहीं है फेस पे. और आप आज कोर्ट में बताया है कि अपार्टमेंट से 25 फीट दूर पे गिरा है. 25 फीट. हाउ इज दैट पॉसिबल? आपको क्या लगता है, हुआ क्या था उस दिन?
वो हो ही नहीं सकता है. इतना दूर कैसा गिरेगा बॉडी? क्या सुपरमैन बनेगा क्या डेड बॉडी? ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है ना. बॉडी तो नीचे आएगा, बिल्डिंग के नीचे पैरेलल आएगा नीचे. ये तो 25 फुट जैसा सुपरमैन जैसा ऊपर उठ के बाजू में गई.
और आप sorry, go ahead. No, I wanted to ask him. So आज तक आप बोल रहे हैं कि पोस्टमार्टम का जो रिपोर्ट था आपके साथ अभी तक शेयर नहीं किया गया है?
नहीं किया गया.
अभी भी नहीं है आपके पास?
नहीं, फिलहाल भी नहीं है मेरे पास.
तो अभी जो कोर्ट में हियरिंग हो रही है उसमें, और क्योंकि ये जो आपने आज हमारे सामने बात कही वो पहले भी आप कहते आए हैं, तब में और अब में क्या फर्क है? क्या कोर्ट अब आपकी बात ज्यादा सुन रहा है? क्या कोर्ट मान रहा है कि मुंबई पुलिस ने लापरवाही करी है और मुंबई पुलिस को इन्वेस्टिगेट करना चाहिए, FIR करना चाहिए?
तो मान रही है, ज्यादा मान रही है. एफडीआर रिपोर्ट है, एडीआर रिपोर्ट। एडीआर रिपोर्ट में सब कुछ झूठा लिखा है। वो उसमें लिखा है एडीआर रिपोर्ट 3 बजे सुबह बना है। मैं सुबह 3 बजे नींद से उठा और 3:15 बजे उनका फ़ोन आया तो उनका फ़ोन अटेंड किया और हम लोग ने तैयारी होके 4:15 बजे तक और 4:30 बजे हॉस्पिटल पहुंचा। तो 3 बजे कैसा रिपोर्ट तैयार किया उन लोगों ने? मुझे कुछ पूछा भी नहीं, मुझे बॉडी दिखाया भी नहीं, कुछ नहीं, ऐसे ही।
आपका स्टेटमेंट नहीं लिया गया तब आपका स्टेटमेंट नहीं लिया था? नहीं
लिया गया था। एक बाजू में गार्डन था हॉस्पिटल के बाजू में, खाली इतना पूछा था किसके ऊपर सबको डाउट है, बस वो बताओ मेरे को। मैं बोला अभी तो फिलहाल तो मैं कुछ नहीं बताएगा, देखिएगा बाद में क्या होएगा वो।
और एंड अभिषेक, जस्ट वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन, ये आप 8th नाइट को हुआ था ना, ये 8th नाइट आप बोल रहे कि
9th मॉर्निंग हुआ था।
9th मॉर्निंग, सो पोस्टमार्टम 11th को होता है, करेक्ट? पोस्टमार्टम 11th को होता है और 10th को पुलिस मीडिया में ये कंफर्म करके बोल देते हैं कि ये सुसाइड है।
सुसाइड है।
आपसे बात की थी तब पुलिस ने?
नहीं, उसके बारे में कुछ बात नहीं की, खाली वो जंप किया था 14 फ्लोर से नीचे, उतना ही बताया था और मुझे बॉडी भी नहीं बताया था।
Do you have hope now that you will get justice? आपको अब आशा है कि आपको न्याय मिलेगा?
जरूर, हम सच्चा है तो हमको न्याय मिलेगी। और एडीआर पूरा गलत है, उनका जो लिखल है वो पूरा गलत है।
मैं आपको एक चीज पूछना चाहता हूँ, ये आज आपके लॉयर ने बोला है कि आदित्य ठाकरे और सूरज पंचोली का जो मोबाइल डेटा टावर
है
साथ में ही थे उस दिन, वो बोला है। क्या ये सच है कि आपने ये बोला है?
सच है, सच।
आपके पास डिटेल्स है इसका?
हाँ, आ जाइए, बताइए।
ओके, क्योंकि हम जब उस स्टोरी को रिपोर्ट किया था सतीश जी, हमारे रिपोर्टर वहां पे था दिशा के घर पे, विजिटर्स डायरी को क्लीन अप किया था तब।
या वो इधर रहेगा ना, मलाड में।
करेक्ट, मलाड में क्लीन अप किया था, कुछ रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं था।
रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं था।
क्या ये सच है कि सीसीटीवी भी वहां से निकाला, पूरा जो एविडेंस था वहां पे निकाला गया था?
मैंने भी सुना था, सीसीटीवी सब निकाला था उधर से।
आपका शक क्या है सतीश जी, आपको क्या लगता है हुआ क्या था?
मर्डर ही हो गया था, ऐसा तो ऐसा डेथ तो नहीं हो बड़े उनको, किसने मारा रहेगा तो मुझे भी हुआ कैसे दिशा का?
Because Abhishek, why I'm surprised is the BJP has been talking about it. जब ये हुआ था 5 दिन के बाद ये सुशांत सिंह राजपूत का केस होता है, and I'm not saying, even though we feel it was linked, right? It was a gut feeling. They were never able to prove it. Now the BJP government comes in, फडणवीस के सरकार आए थे और इन्होंने SIT फॉर्म किया।
सही बात है।
SIT भी उसी कंक्लूजन दे दिया।
Yes, right.
उसमें क्या हुआ था?
उसने खाली SIT बनाया था, स्थापित किया था, मगर उसमें एक्शन नहीं ले रहा था। 2 साल तक कुछ एक्शन नहीं है। उसका कौन मेंबर्स है, कौन ये करे, एविडेंस करेंगे, वो सब कुछ नहीं दिखाई दिया था उसके अंदर। बाद में 3 साल के बाद ऑफिसर साहब ने एक्शन लिया, बाद में एक्शन में आ गया सब लोग।
आपको लगता है कि इस केस में बहुत पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर है अभी भी?
अभी फिलहाल तो नहीं है, थोड़ा रहेगा।
आपको कभी भी कॉल आया था उद्धव ठाकरे, आदित्य ठाकरे से डायरेक्ट?
नहीं, उनके बारे में उनसे डायरेक्ट कॉल नहीं आया मुझे।
डायरेक्ट नहीं आया था? लेकिन प्रेशर था, आपको लगता है कि प्रेशर था?
प्रेशर उनको था,
उन पे था। ओके, क्योंकि पुलिस पे था, क्योंकि परमबीर का नाम लिया था आज कोर्ट पे। परमबीर और सचिन वाजे जो है ये सबसे बड़े क्रिमिनल्स थे यूनिफॉर्म में।
सही बात है।
आपको लगता है कि उन्होंने कुछ इस मामले में कवर अप की है?
यूनिफॉर्म में क्रिमिनल्स रहेगा तो ऐसे होएगा ना, नहीं तो ऐसे सीधा आदमी लोग कैसा छूट सकते हैं, ऐसा है।
आपको लगता है कि कोर्ट इस मामले में एफआईआर दर्ज होगा? आपको लगता है फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एफआईआर दर्ज होगा और इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा?
होना ही चाहिए एफआईआर। कितना 6 साल हो गया और हम लोग लास्ट मार्च में हम लोग कमिश्नर के पास गए थे एफआईआर के लिए। 1.5 साल हो गया, अभी तक एफआईआर नहीं दिया, तो ये बार देना ही चाहिए उनको।
All right, Yair, that's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Shita Mitra. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, VIP mindset on full display. As CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gora's daughter slapping a temple cop in Srirangapatna over VIP entry. We'll get you all the details on that. Stay tuned.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, रंग 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 बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद।
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Republic. This is Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth. Let's move on to the headlines for this particular hour. Now, viewers, join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic, Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Speaking exclusively to Republic, Disha Salyan's father alleges political pressure from the Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gora's daughter slapping temple cop in Srirangapatna over VIP entry. Anti-national slogans, graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. West Bengal CM Shubhendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry. In a major crackdown, Maharashtra FDA suspends licenses of 9 food establishments, including 5 linked with the Mumbai Cricket Association. NSA Ajit Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and the 3,488-kilometer line of actual control in focus. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from Prime Minister Modi to President Putin. Viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed 10 years of the United Payments Interface, which is UPI as we call it, highlighting its unprecedented scale and reach as a major milestone in India's digital transformation. Now, Modi said every Indian can be proud of UPI's remarkable journey and its role in reshaping the country's digital payments ecosystem, while also seeking public experiences and views on how UPI has impacted their daily lives and made financial transactions more convenient and accessible. Now remember, we're completing 10 years now of the UPI infrastructure. UPI as which is the United Payments Interface, is a landmark in India's digital ecosystem. Remember now, UPI accounts for a major part of India, in fact, accounts for more than 40% of the world's overall digital transactions. Prime Minister Modi has hailed UPI as India's digital milestone as we reach the 10-year milestone, after which UPI was introduced for the first time in 2016. Now, viewers, the United States President Donald Trump's administration has proposed hiking the H-1B visa fee for highly skilled foreign workers to over $100,000 and making changes permanent, escalating a controversial immigration measure that could have major implications for international staff, including Indians, ever as US courts continue to hear the matter whether the increased fee is legal or not. Now, the US Department of Homeland Security has proposed raising the fee for certain H-1B visa petitions to $103,265. The proposal, posted on the Federal Register on Monday, would turn the controversial $100,000 H-1B payment introduced by the Donald Trump administration last year into a formal regulatory requirement. The proposed rule will now enter a 30-day public comment period, after which DHS, which is Department of Homeland Security, could finalize it by the end of this year. Now, the move comes amid growing uncertainty around the H-1B program, particularly for Indian professionals who account for the largest share of H-1B beneficiaries. Now, remember, this is $103,000, which is replacing the earlier $100,000 fee, which was imposed by the Trump administration back in 2025. It was later ruled down by a federal court in June 2026. Now it's the US Department of Homeland Security, which has now proposed a slightly higher fee of $103,000 in replacing the earlier $100,000. Remember, it is not still in force. It has not become US law yet. They have just put it on the Federal Register. There'll be a 30-day period for public comment, post which it could come into force if the US Senate, in fact, decides to adopt it. And the likely timeline that we're looking at is by the end of this year. Now, this, of course, impacts Indians the most, because Indians in the US account for the largest share of H-1B applications. Now, remember, this is not the total fee. This comes on top of existing H-1B application fee. So it was earlier $100,000, which was proposed. Now it's been replaced by $103,000. Now, we are joined by Rubinder Sachdeva, who is a foreign affairs expert on this. Mr. Sachdeva, it's just a replacement that we see. I mean, the $100,000 was initially introduced by the Trump administration, ruled out by the federal court. My first question to you is, how does it impact India-US relations, given that Indians account for the largest share of H-1B applicants into the US?
Thank you. A pleasure to be with you. See, in a big picture, immigration is a domestic policy of any country, right? The immigration rules and laws that they have. So it's a matter of, and within the United States, it's not a bilateral matter as such. But so it will not, it should not. But yes, on the other hand, equally, since a large number of Indian professionals go to the US on H-1 visa, it would have some impact on, let's say, sentiments and emotions. And this topic, indirectly in some way, see, India cannot say to America, why are you charging this fee? We cannot. It's their domestic policy. But on some other matters of immigration, India has been taking it up, especially regarding H-1 visa. But overall, I would say that this does not impact and should not impact. But yes, it leaves a certain taste in the mouth. The question or the point is that this new fee will take time. Firstly, the point is that why is this such a strange number? 103,000, I think 265 instead of $100,000, which Trump had proposed, which the courts have struck down. Apparently, the US administration is taking the stance that this is a calculated number. It takes into consideration the expenditures incurred by the Department of Homeland Security and ICE, which comes to around $8.8 billion, and they've divided it by some number, so that they've come up with a calculated number. The issue was with Trump's previous number, straight of $100,000, was that that's the number Trump has pulled out of the hat. There is no basis for it, and the judge threw it out. Now the US administration has gone back, reworked its approach and strategy, and calculated, and it's saying that now, you see, the actual number is 103,000. So this is what we are going to charge.
All right, so I think that's helpful. There you have a complete breakdown of the 103,000, which is a unique number, which obviously all of us were thinking. I mean, what was the basis of arriving at 103,000 and not 100,000? So thank you, sir, for giving us that breakdown. And definitely it is to be seen whether this will actually translate into US law and or whether it will again, we have a 30-day period of public comment or whether it will again be ruled down by another US federal court. All right, viewers, moving to our next story. Video footage has now emerged of the clash between a police sub-inspector and the daughter of an MLA at a temple in Sri Rangapatna days after the incident first came to light. Now, the footage shows Aishwarya, who's daughter of Tumakuru rural MLA B. Suresh Goda, in a heated exchange with police sub-inspector Savita B. Patil at the Aarti Ukada temple. At one point, Aishwarya appears to make a phone call. As the argument continues, she slaps the officer, who then strikes her back. Other people at the scene step in to calm down things. The incident took place on 12th of August at 8:15 p.m. during Bhima Amavasya celebrations at the temple and centered into a dispute about the entry into the temple's sanctum sanctorum. Now remember, the incident actually happened on 12th of August. This between Aishwarya and a police sub-inspector. Now the video footage has actually emerged, where you see on your screens, she slaps the police sub-inspector, after which the police sub-inspector slaps her back. Now this after the police sub-inspector was seen making a call, after which she immediately slaps her and she slaps her back. Now that's from a temple in Tamil Nadu here. Remember, she is the daughter of an MLA. This is Aishwarya that we're talking about. Now, we've got Abhishek live from Bangalore on this. Abhishek, we've been tracking the news since the last couple of days, but the video footage now has surfaced. We see the slap and the counter slap. What's the story? I mean, any idea into what actually triggered Aishwarya to slap her and the police sub-inspector to slap her back? What was the controversy about?
Well, it is considered an auspicious occasion during Bhiman Amavasya, and people who have the faith in God usually visit the various other temples across the state. And this is one such temple in Sri Rangapatna, Aarti Ukada temple, where the MLA's daughter Aishwarya was standing in the queue. Probably she might have requested the sub-inspector on the duty to let her enter the vicinity of the temple premises by not letting her get into the longest queue on that particular day. And at this point of time, a heated argument has broken out between Savita, who's the sub-inspector, and Aishwarya, who's the daughter of Tumkuru rural, it is Suresh Gowda. There was a heated argument after which Aishwarya slapped the sub-inspector on duty, and in contrast, even the sub-inspector has slapped Aishwarya, the MLA's daughter, in the same location and within a fraction of seconds. And the police personnel who were around the vicinity tried to stop the fight between both these women, who is one is the MLA's daughter and also the wife of a police officer. On the other hand, Savita B. Patil, the sub-inspector, had lodged a complaint against Aishwarya for not allowing her to do her duty, and also it was mentioned in the complaint that Aishwarya tried to physically assault the sub-inspector on duty. On the other hand, there is an allegation that when Aishwarya tried to lodge the complaint, that wasn't received. However, an FIR has been registered in one of the police station there at this point of time. On the other hand, we've also seen Suresh Gowda, the MLA, who openly requested and who openly apologized in front of the media, stating that it wasn't necessary for his daughter to slap a sub-inspector on duty, and on behalf of Aishwarya, he would be apologizing the police staff as well. On the other hand, we've also seen the Home Minister of Karnataka, Priyank Kharge, who mentioned the fact that he will not tolerate any person going against his department or going against the by slapping or demanding any of the officials from his department. We will have to see how this unfolds in the next couple of hours, because when the complaint was lodged, it was only an allegation by the sub-inspector and the opponent Aishwarya. But at this point of time, since the CCTV video has very clearly shown what happened that particular day, we will have to see how the government proceeds with respect to taking into custody Aishwarya and taking into consideration the complaint placed by the sub-inspector Savita. We will have to wait and see, because the Home Minister will be reacting in the next couple of hours with respect to this particular issue. Karan.
Abhishek, now we've obviously got the two counter FIRs there. Mr. Gowda has made a public statement. Have you got any public statements from Aishwarya coming in?
No, not until now, because Aishwarya, who is a prime accused in this particular case, hasn't spoken to the media since a long time. As soon as Savita registered a complaint against Aishwarya with respect to not allowing a police officer to dispose of her duties, Aishwarya hasn't made any statements on the media, on the social media, not a message on her any social media handles. But at this point of time, it was only the father of the accused daughter, Aishwarya, who's the MLA, who's made a public statement for both the national and the state media, stating that this shouldn't have happened. He apologizes on behalf of his daughter. He doesn't accept this kind of unruly behavior because he has been elected by the people, by the officials who work for the state government. He also mentions the fact that he will make sure that none of these incidents repeat in the future. But there is no message of sorry from the daughter. No, there is no message of inconvenience, regretted message from the daughter. There is no message. There is no visual proof of Aishwarya requesting the sub-inspector not to go against her in this particular case. There is no message or video message from Aishwarya until now. We will have to see what happens in the next couple of days, because the CCTV video has surfaced probably hours ago. So this might be taken into consideration by the Home Department as well as a suo motu case if there is a pressure mounted on the Home Department. But there are various other political games that have been happening in the last couple of days, because it is the daughter of the MLA who slapped the sub-inspector who was on duty. So despite he being an MLA, there is a political pressure laid on the Home Department as to not to continue this case, because this might harm the charisma of the MLA as well. And this Aishwarya is also the wife of an IPS officer who is also serving in the police department. So there might be various political games involved is what the current scenario shows. But we will have to wait and see what might happen in the next couple of hours. Karan.
All right. Thanks, Abhishek. It'll be important to track what the police inquiry reveals post both these FIRs, and indeed if we see who was wrong and who was right here. All right, we've got a significant breaking news coming, viewers, and a significant ruling. The Allahabad High Court has clarified that no student has a right to alter dress code prescribed by an educational institution, according to personal preferences. The court dismissed the petition filed by a student seeking direction to school authorities to permit the petitioner to wear a headscarf. Now, headscarf, viewers, in common language is a hijab, in addition to the uniform prescribed by the school. The petition here was filed by a minor girl and a student of a private school in Prayagraj. The girl has passed the high school and now seeks admission to class 11th in the same school. A two-judge bench comprising Justices J.J. Munir and Indrajit Shukla observed that we have perused the photographs from various classes relating to the petitioner. Except for her, no other girl student is donning the headscarf, which is the hijab, even those belonging to the same religious community as the petitioner. The court also rejected the argument that wearing headscarf or hijab is an essential Islamic practice. The court stated that wherever this issue has arisen, the high courts have been unanimous in opinion that wearing a headscarf is not an essential part of the Islamic faith for a woman to don, in the absence of which faith would be jeopardized. This is what the court has said. The court rejects the student's plea to wear hijab with school uniform. The High Court says that students cannot alter prescribed dress code. The court has finally said hijab is not essential to Islamic faith for women. Now, this is what the Allahabad High Court has now ruled. This comes from Prayagraj, where a school student who's a minor student who already passed class 10th in a school now was seeking admission to class 11th. She had actually approached the Allahabad High Court in a petition seeking direction to her school to permit her to wear hijab in addition to the uniform prescribed by the school. Now, the petition, the court actually looked into what an essential religious practice comprises, and the court has now rejected the argument that wearing a hijab is an essential religious practice in Islam, which is what the contention of the student here was, noting that the petitioner provided insufficient material or authoritative religious texts to establish this claim under Article 25. Now, Article 25 is Article 25 from the Indian Constitution, which allows every Indian to practice their faith freely. Now, the court ruled that students cannot alter a prescribed dress code as long as it is uniform, bona fide, non-discriminatory, and intended to maintain institutional identity and discipline. Now, the court has responded to the student's argument that she was permitted to wear the headscarf in lower classes, where the court held that earlier non-enforcement or courtesy does not give rise to an enforceable right against the school's policy. Now, the bench also noted that previous high courts have consistently held that a headscarf or hijab is not an essential requirement of the faith, and observed that no other female students at the school were wearing one. We've got Sarthak live on this. Sarthak, this has been an ongoing debate, and we've seen this coming from various parts of India earlier, where certain proponents of some religions, particularly one here, have claimed that wearing a hijab or headscarf in educational institutions, we had colleges earlier, now it's moved to school, is part of their right under Article 25 to practice their religion. Now, the High Court stating something completely opposite. Tell us the legality, the legal angle of this. What was their claim, and on what basis has the High Court made, pronounced this particular judgment?
Well, Karan, as a matter of fact, this is not the first time such a controversy has emerged. We have seen and witnessed in the past that some people from a particular community have claimed that this comes as within the ambit of the religious practice. However, the Allahabad High Court has completely rejected a student's plea that was filed before the Allahabad High Court, where they were actually seeking a permission to wear hijab over a prescribed school uniform. However, the court held that the students are supposed to follow a dress code that is prescribed by the school, by the education institute, by any college or university, and they cannot just at their own will and unilaterally completely alter the dress code that has been prescribed by the school. The court has observed that it has been that wearing a hijab is not an essential, not an integral part of an Islamic faith of a Muslim woman. It's nowhere prescribed in any Islamic text that it's important for a woman to wear a hijab. Therefore, it cannot be the claim, the plea cannot withstand in the court, and the student cannot claim that it's their fundamental religious right to wear a hijab over a school uniform. So at this point, what we see that the court has directed that an educational institute, a dress code that has been prescribed by an educational institute, has to be followed by all students, and no student, regardless of what community they come from, can unilaterally alter the dress code. And therefore, this plea has been completely rejected, as this also does not come within the ambit of all the constitutional rights or the religious rights that have been granted by the Constitution. So at this point, what we know of this plea has been completely rejected, and wearing hijab over a prescribed school uniform has not been permitted by the Allahabad High Court. Karan.
All right, thanks, Sarthak. You have the Allahabad High Court stating that wearing hijab is not part of essential practice. All right, viewers, time to pause for a very short break, but don't go anywhere. More top stories coming for you on the other side. Coming up, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, Indo-China border peace, and 3,488-kilometer line of actual control in focus.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
Viewers, welcome back to Republic with me, Karun Seth. Now, migrant boats capsized off the southern Tunisia coast near Zarzis, killing at least 2 people, with 12 missing and 1 survivor rescued, according to the National Guard. Now, about 15 were believed aboard, headed for Italy, with 2 bodies recovered and search operations underway by helicopter and boats currently. Now, departures from the area have dropped significantly since the 2023 European Union-Tunisia deal, providing funding and border support. Yet, dangerous crossings persist among past tragedies and family protests over missing relatives.
Migrant boat tragedy off the coast of southern Tunisia. At least 2 people have died and around 12 others are still missing after a boat carrying migrants capsized at the sea. Tunisia's National Guard says 1 survivor has been rescued while 2 bodies have been recovered from the water so far. Around 15 people were on board the boat when it set off towards Italy. A helicopter and Coast Guard boats were deployed to search the area for more survivors after the tragedy. The migrants were believed to be heading towards Italy using one of the Mediterranean's most dangerous migration routes. The southern Tunisian coast has witnessed repeated tragedies, with families in Zarzis continuing to search for relatives who disappeared at sea.
It's time to pause for a short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gora's daughter slapping temple cop in Sri Rangapatna over VIP security.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Now, viewers, 3 teenagers were killed and 6 children wounded when drone debris hit a private children's center in Russia's Krasnodar, with a nearby apartment building also damaged and 4 residents injured, according to local officials. Now, Russia's defense ministry claimed its air defenses destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight across multiple regions, while Ukraine reported Russian missile and drone strikes on Odessa and a drone attack on Chernihiv that injured 15 people, including 2 children. Now, independent verification of the claims was not possible.
3 teenagers are dead and 6 other children are injured after a drone attack hit Russia's southern city of Krasnodar. Russian authorities say drone debris fell on a private children's center with children among those caught in the attack. 5-story apartment building was also damaged, injuring 4 residents. The Russian Defense Ministry claims its air defenses intercepted and destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight. Meanwhile, Ukraine's southern Odessa region also came under a large-scale Russian missile and drone attack. Ukrainian authorities say food and storage facilities as well as energy infrastructure were among the targets. In northern Ukraine, 15 people were reported injured in a Russian drone strike on Chernihiv. With both sides reporting fresh attacks, the drone war continues to take a deadly toll on civilian lives.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and the 3,488-kilometer line of actual control in focus.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट। बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now, join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of the Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, a composer, and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic. Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now, we celebrate the legend, the voice, and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch this special tribute only on Republic TV. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Speaking exclusively to Republic, Tisha Salian's father alleges political pressure from the Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gowda's daughter slapping temple cop in Sri Rangapatna over VIP entry. Anti-national slogans, graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. West Bengal CM Shuvendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry. In a major crackdown, Maharashtra FDA suspends licenses of 9 food establishments, including 5 linked with the Mumbai Cricket Association. NSA Ajit Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, Indo-China border peace and 3,488 kilometers line of actual control in focus. EM Jaishankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from PM Modi to President Putin. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we are getting. This is Indian NSA. Ajit Doval calls on Vice President of China, President Han Zheng. NSA Ajit Doval meets Chinese Vice President Han Zheng. And NSA Doval is on a 2-day visit, official visit to Beijing, and is later scheduled to meet the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who's also a special representative like him when it comes to the border talks, when it comes to the border disputes, and regarding the terms and conditions and agreements that we are talking about between India and China. And now this is another big development there. NSA Doval meets Chinese Vice President Han Zheng. Indian NSA Ajit Doval calls on Vice President of China, President Han Zheng. NSA Ajit Doval meets the Chinese Vice President Han Zheng, and NSA Doval is on a 2-day official visit. An important meeting is going to happen today, that is on Tuesday, and later he's scheduled to meet Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi also, where there will be important discussions happening on the border disputes, especially on the border when it comes to the 3,488 kilometers border, when it comes to the LAC, line of actual control. And there will be further discussions over disputes and also on various aspects, on various points of contention between India and China, but these are exclusive. First on Republic, on your television screen, these are visuals, and Republic is tracking minute-to-minute details and updates of the visit of NSA Ajit Doval in China. Very important, very significant, and now these exclusive visuals on your television screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Doval meets the Chinese Vice President, and the pictures, the visuals are on your screen. First on Republic, exclusive on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. These are the first visuals you're watching on Republic, and this is Indian NSA Ajit Doval, who calls on Vice President of China, President Han Zheng. NSA Ajit Doval has met Chinese Vice President Han Zheng, and today is a very important day, a significant day where there will be a meeting with the counterpart, the Chinese counterpart of Ajit Doval, that is, who's also the special representative when it comes to the border talks between India and China. Today, in a short while, that meeting was also going to happen. It's a very significant meeting, a significant tour of NSA Ajit Doval to China, where there will be significant discussions on various issues when it concerns to the border disputes between India and China, and also various other things are on agenda, various things to be discussed. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Video footage has emerged of the clash between a police sub-inspector and the daughter of an MLA at a temple in Srirangapatna days after the incident first came to light. Now, the footage shows Aishwarya, daughter of a Tumakuru rural MLA B. Suresh Gowda, in a heated exchange with PSI Savita B. Patil at the Arati Ukara temple. Now, at one point, Aishwarya appears to make a phone call. As the argument continues, she slaps the officer. Yes, she slaps the officer, who then strikes her back. Now, other people at the scene step in to calm the things down. Now, the incident took place on 12th August at 8:15 p.m. during Bhima Amavasya celebrations at the temple, and centered on a dispute over entry into the temple's sanctum sanctorum. All right, let's go across to Abhishek for all the latest updates into the story. It's another VIP mindset which has been exposed. It's just imagine the kind of mindset where you can go on and slap a police officer, a sub-inspector. This is the video footage, the exclusive video that we have, which has emerged over a quarrel and scuffle or clash between a police sub-inspector and daughter of an MLA at the temple. What kind of reactions, Abhishek, are we getting from both the BJP and the opposition and other political parties in this case, and what action has happened?
To speak about the incident, this incident happened on the 12th of August, which is a Wednesday, and which was also Bhimana Amavasya, and it is celebrated across the state. It has its own history of religion. It was Aishwarya, the daughter of Tumkuru MLA Suresh Gowda, and also the wife of an IPS officer, who went to Arati Ukada temple. She probably demanded that she be let into the temple sanctum without getting into the normal queue, which was waiting for a couple of hours to get into the sanctum of the temple. And after which, it is very clearly seen in the CCTV visual where she tried to call someone. It might be her father or her husband, who is representatives of one represents the politics and other who's in the service as an IPS officer. So at this point of time, she might have tried to call either of these persons to make sure that she passes the queue without standing in the queue. And also a small child is seen in the CCTV footage, after which an altercation breaks out between Aishwarya Gowda and Savita B. Patil, who was on duty to maintain the queue system at that particular temple. And after which, it is very clearly seen that the daughter of the MLA is the first person who slapped the duty official, the officer on duty or the sub-inspector on duty, to which she also replies in the same second by slapping Aishwarya. And after that, a complaint is being registered by the sub-inspector on duty, and she mentions the fact that the daughter of MLA didn't allow, the Aishwarya didn't allow her to dispose of her duties, and also she tried to slap and physically continue with the misconduct in the temple premises. And this CCTV footage has emerged over the last couple of hours. And soon after this incident happened, it was Suresh Gowda, the Tumkuru rural MLA, who openly apologized in front of the media, stating that this incident shouldn't have happened. He also owns the situation by stating it was his daughter who slapped the sub-inspector first, and he also requested the apology of the sub-inspector. Along with, he mentions the fact that no VIP treatments have to be given to any family members or the politicians across the state, and this is only creating a disharmony among the people who are waiting in the queues for a longer time. On the other hand, we've also seen Priyank Kharge, the Home Minister, who previously mentioned the fact that he wouldn't allow any of the political persons or the supporters or the family members of any political parties to go against any of his official, any of his staff who represents the Home Department, and there will be an action initiated against Aishwarya. But this is, we've crossed 23rd, we've already reached 25th, and there is no action on Aishwarya at this point of time. There are political contributions or requests from the BJP leader Suresh Gowda. The MLA Suresh Gowda might have contacted the Home Minister seeking an apology or seeking permission or seeking permission this particular time, and he might also, we will also have to see how Priyanka Khurge responds to this, because the CCTV video has already emerged at this point of time. Will there be an action initiated based on the CCTV, or will there be any other action against the official at this point of time? Over to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Abhishek. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge in the story. All right, viewers, now let's move to another big breaking news development that we are getting. It is about remarks of justice of a judge, and the judge's remark on Kumbh Mela funds spark row, where he says that 0.1% of the funds spent for the Kumbh Mela would have saved over 100 plus Marathi schools from shutting down. Now, this is Justice P.B. Varale speaking on the state of Marathi medium schools. Now, this is the Supreme Court Justice P.B. Varale on Saturday, that is August 22nd. He said that if even 0.1% of funds allocated for Kumbh Mela infrastructure was spent on education, then over 100 Marathi medium schools could have been saved from shutting down. Now, Justice Varale was reportedly speaking at an event during a visit to his school in Nashik, where he said that recently Chief Minister said that government is spending rupees 34,000 crore on a Kumbh infrastructure and rupees 11,000 crore on a corridor project. He says that I have no objection to such spending, but if just 0.1% of the Kumbh allocation, around rupees 32 crore, that is around 32 crore rupees, was spent on education, more than 100 to 150 Marathi schools could have been prevented. So it's a controversial statement. He says could have been, those schools would have been prevented from shutting down. Let's listen in. Let's listen in.
कुंभमेळ्यासाठी 32,000 उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणाले, मुख्यमंत्री म्हणाले 34,000 कोटी देऊ. नंतर कुठेतरी बातमी वाचली की एका कॉरिडॉरसाठी आम्ही 11,000 कोटी रुपये खर्च करू. एवढे 1,000 कोटी रुपये जे शासन वेगवेगळ्या विकासांच्या कामासाठी खर्च करते, त्याच्याविषयी मला कुठलाही आक्षेप नाही. पण जर या हजारो कोटीच्या रकमेची जर साधक तरतूद करत असेल, तर या रकमेपैकी मी असं म्हणालो की 0.1% 32 कोटी रुपये जर सरकारने खर्च केले, तर या राज्यातल्या 100-125 शाळा, मराठी शाळा ज्या बंद पडल्या, त्या बंद पडल्या नसत्या. आणि मी हे तुम्हाला आग्रहाने, आवर्जून आणि स्वानुभवाने सांगतो की मी माझं पूर्ण प्राथमिक, माध्यमिक, इयत्ता 10वी पर्यंत शिक्षण मराठी माध्यमात घेतलेलं आहे. नगरपालिका, जिल्हा परिषदेच्या शाळांना घेतल्या, आणि त्यामुळे माझं काही अडलेलं नाही.
आमची आस्था आहे त्या ठिकाणी, एवढा करोडो लोकांचं श्रद्धास्थान आहे, ते केलं पाहिजे ना. शाळेसाठी आम्ही पैसे देऊ, दुसरे देऊ, हे सरकार काय फक्त तेवढंच नाही की बाबा एवढे पैसे याच्यातून काढा त्यात टाका म्हणून. पण हे आमचं अतिशय आस्थेचा विषय आहे, श्रद्धेचा विषय सगळ्या हिंदू बांधवांचा. आणि मला असं वाटतं की निश्चित त्यांचं म्हणणं बरोबर आहे की शाळेसाठी खर्च केला पाहिजे, डागडुजी केली पाहिजे, नवीन इमारती सुद्धा झाल्या पाहिजे. पण त्यासाठी निश्चित माननीय मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी हा विषय अतिशय गंभीर्याने घेतलेला आहे आणि त्या संदर्भामध्ये ते वेगळं प्रावधान करतात.
All right, let's go across to Revati for all the updates into the development and the controversial remark. However, Justice says that he's not against the organization of Kumbh Mela, so we'll be factual on the story, because he says that I'm not against the Kumbh Mela, but he wants the funding to be allocated to the Marathi medium schools too. But what kind of controversy has this led to? What kind of reactions, Revati, are we getting right now from the BJP, from the Congress party or the AIMM? Because this has sparked a row, and especially when it comes to the Hindu festivals, this should have been avoided. Revati, over to you.
Right. So the sitting Justice of Supreme Court, P.V. Varare, has now made a statement in Dhule while addressing students itself in Dhule in a program. And he says he has no objection. Also, you rightly mentioned he has no objection on the Kumbh Mela. But as we can see that Maharashtra government has allocated more than 40,000 crores plus funds to this Kumbh Mela. And while speaking with the students at the high school event, Justice P.V. Varare said that even 0.1%, which is around 32 to 40 crores rupees, if that fund is used for the development of the schools, that would be around 100 to 150 Marathi schools will be saved. And as we are aware of the fact that Marathi schools condition in Maharashtra is worsening day by day. Also, while at the end of his clip, we can listen the fact that he also said that even I got my primary, secondary, and higher secondary education from Marathi medium. So I crossed no problem in the entire journey of my in the entire education journey. So he was highlighting the fact that even 0.1% of the Kumbh budget is used for saving the Marathi schools. It would save around 100 to 150 schools. So on this, the Guardian Minister of Nashik and also the Kumbh Mantri Girish Mahajan says that it is the topic of our faith and belief. Maharashtra government is also working on the schools. And CM Devendra Fadnavis has taken serious cognizance in this matter. But does that really mean that one budget allocated shall be given to other? We will give money to the schools and as well as the Kumbh Mela. So as of now, there's a mixed reaction. Also, the Congress is taking a jibe at BJP or the state government over the budget which is allocated to the Kumbh Mela. Over to you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you with more details on it. All right, viewers, now let's move to another big development that we are tracking. This is coming yet again from the terror factory that is Pakistan, the state known for harboring terrorists, sponsoring terrorists. And now, this is Saifullah Kasuri, a senior commander of the Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba, who has been identified by Indian intelligence agencies as the alleged mastermind behind the April 2025 Pahalgam terror attack, has reportedly continued to move freely in Pakistan. Now, reports have previously documented Kasuri's public appearances in Pakistan, including at an anti-India rally. Despite the serious allegations against him, now a video has surfaced which shows Kasuri shooting food vlog content. So this is a terrorist acting like he's a food blogger, and he's doing this while he is dining with his associates, so he's enjoying a lavish lifestyle, and is being cited as further evidence of his apparent freedom and public visibility in Pakistan, portraying an accused terror operative living openly and enjoying an ordinary, even lavish lifestyle. The footage has renewed questions over Pakistan's handling of individuals accused of involvement in terror activities, and this is exposed once again. Pakistan exposed. All right, let's go across to Zenith for all the updates into the story. Definitely, Zenith, it's a mockery for the victims of Pahalgam, and especially if you look at the visuals, he's acting like he's a food blogger, but he is a terrorist. He's a trained terrorist, and he's enjoying a lavish lifestyle in Pakistan. He's enjoying food, and he's giving review of the food that he is eating. Very shameless behavior of the Pakistan government that needs to be highlighted, Zenith.
He's a senior commander of LET, Lashkar-e-Taiba. It's a Pak-based terror organization, and he's one of the senior commanders of LET. And the Indian intelligence agencies have already indicated his involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack that witnessed a massacre in Pahalgam in Baisar Valley in 2025 April, and 26 innocent lives were lost. And in against of this Pahalgam attack, Operation Sindoor was launched by the government of India against the terror infrastructure in POGK and Pakistan, that where a lot of damage was done to the Pakistan-based terror outfits and their infrastructure. Now coming to Kasuri, Saifullah Kasuri, we know that he's a trained terrorist. He has been involved into recruitment. He is training boys for the suicide bombing. And today we are seeing he acting as the food vlogger, giving about the details about the food variety and its taste. So all this is happening at a time when the India has taken a very strong stance as far as Pakistan terror in India is concerned, and India is rebutting and has made it clear that no talks with Pakistan or the terror machinery till the terror is eradicated, for which we see the political leaders of Jammu and Kashmir off and on pitching for talks with neighbors. Meanwhile, we also understand that on the one side, the Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan, how the Pak administration is treating, he's not being given a proper medical care, not being allowed to have a proper conversations with the family, as Imran Khan's sister, Dr. Uzma or Alima Khan, has conveyed and has told the media.
So it clearly means, Zeenat, if you're a terrorist in Pakistan, you're no less than a celebrity. You'll be treated very nicely. You can be a food vlogger, a part-time food vlogger. But thanks a lot, Zeenat. That's all the time that we have in this bulletin. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break now. Don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you after a short commercial break. Coming up next, anti-national slogans. Graffiti emerges in Jadavpur University. The West Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry. More details after the break.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. And now it's time for a big business development. Let's go across to Rupali, who has a very big development when it comes to the business story, a business development that has surfaced. Rupali, over to you for the development.
Meesho's tax dispute with Income Tax Department has now crossed to 1,000 crore rupees mark. The e-commerce company is facing a tax demand totaling around 1,072 crore rupees for 2 assessment years. So what exactly is the dispute? The latest and larger demand is for assessment year 2023 and 24. The Income Tax Department has raised a demand of nearly rupees 1,500 crore rupees after making a certain additions to Meesho's taxable income. Meesho is contesting that demand. The company has filed a rectification request and has appealed against the assessment order. There is another demand of around 572 crore relating to the previous assessment year 2022 and 2023. That case is already before the court and Meesho has received an interim stay from the Karnataka High Court. Put the two together and the tax demand comes to roughly 2,000 crore rupees. Now, that's a sizable number for Meesho. However, the company is challenging both demands and says, based on independent tax and legal advice, that it is confident of a favorable outcome. And also, this tax dispute comes at a very interesting point for Meesho, as its business has been growing rapidly. For financial year 2025 and 2026, revenue rose to over 12,600 crore rupees compared with about 9,400 crore rupees a year earlier. At the same time, its loss has narrowed sharply, while its user base has jumped 33%. So this is not a story about Meesho suddenly being asked to pay 2,000 crore rupees. It's a tax assessment that a company is challenging through the legal process. For investors, the important question now is how these proceedings will play out, because if the demands are ultimately upheld, the financial impact could be significant. For now, Meesho says that it expects a positive resolution. Over to you, Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Rupali, for that update. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting right now, and this is coming from Pune. Pune resident claims that maggot was found in food item that he bought from Paul Bakery in Phoenix Market City. Now, the allegation has raised serious concerns over food safety and hygiene. Now, this is the Pune Bakery horror, where maggot was found inside food. Now, Pune Bakery is under scanner after the insect was found in the food. Now, this is the Paul Bakery, the Paul restaurant, which faces fresh food safety allegation. The Pune resident claims that maggot was found in his food. And these are the visuals also, ladies and gentlemen. Disturbing visuals. And just imagine if somebody eats that food and is unaware of that food because it's under a layer of that food. And this is after Gurugram, Pune Paul restaurant under scanner. All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, EM Jaishankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, so he's handed over a personal message from PM Modi to President Putin.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to rupees 300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at complete...
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic. Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch this special tribute only on Republic TV. And with that, let's track the headlines we're looking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Speaking exclusively to Republic, Disha Salyan's father alleges political pressure from Thackeray camp, says a post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gora's daughter slapping temple comp in Sri Rangapatnam over VIP entry. Anti-national slogans and graffiti emerge in Jadavpur University, West Bengal. CM Suvendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry. In a major crackdown, Maharashtra FDA suspends licenses of 9 food establishments, including 5 linked with Mumbai Cricket Association. NSAG Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and line of actual control in focus. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from Prime Minister Modi to President Putin. Hello and welcome viewers, and our top focus at this hour. Now, Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has asked Jadavpur University officials to conduct an immediate inquiry into objectionable and anti-national wall graffiti and drawings inside the hostel premises. In a post on X, the Chief Minister shared a video of the graffiti and asserted that campus premises must not be used as platforms for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. The Chief Minister's office has now received concerning videos and photographic representations through CM's Grievance cell. Suvendu Adhikari also said that educational institutions are sacred spaces of learning, academic excellence and nation building. And under no circumstances would campus premises be permitted to be used for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. This comes as on August 19th and 20th, clashes broke out between the activists of Students' Federation of India, SFI, the student wing of Communist Party of India, Marxist, and ABVP outside Jadavpur University campus in South Kolkata. So as the clashes were reported and now these videos have come to light, and CM Suvendu Adhikari clearly drawing a red line there that such educational institutions cannot be used for propaganda and for anti-India elements. So those are the words of Suvendu Adhikari, who's now drawn a red line. In fact, we'll tell you what exactly is the statement coming in from Chief Minister. He says no anti-national activities will now be allowed in university campuses across West Bengal. He asserts there will be zero tolerance towards such anti-national activities which are taking place in educational institutions. So that's the CM there drawing a red line towards such kind of videos which have come to light. He also says will establish nationalism inside and outside Jadavpur University. So that's a big statement coming in. Let's also take a look at a ground report filed by my colleague from inside the campus.
Controversial posters and photos have surfaced
on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action. Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action.
All right, viewers, now very concerning news coming to light from Kota. Health scare was reported after 27 school children fell ill following a midday meal, with several students complaining of vomiting, dizziness and stomach pain. Of those affected, about 21 children were rushed to hospitals in Kota for medical attention and treatment, while officials are expected to ascertain the cause of the illness and understand whether the midday meal was in fact responsible for about 27 children falling ill. Remember, there were about 110 children who consumed this meal, which was prepared as part of their midday program at the school. But out of those, 27 children started suffering from nausea, from vomiting, from stomachache just about 2 hours after they consumed the meal. So much so that they had to be rushed to the hospital. As of now, their condition is reported to be stable, but questions are being raised over the kind of hygienic checks which were taking place, and was it the food which was served at the midday meal to the students which caused them to fall ill. All right, my colleague Rahul also joining us with more details on this. Rahul, help us understand what exactly unfolded at this school in Kota. 27 children who consumed the midday meal, they fell ill, they complained of vomiting, nausea, they had to be taken to hospital in fact.
बिल्कुल, देखिए पूरा हादसा कल 9 बजे का बताया जा रहा है, जब राजस्थान के कोटा के रानपुरा क्षेत्र के देवरिया पुनिया करके कोई गांव है, वहां पर ये पूरा हादसा हुआ। लगभग 110 ऐसे बच्चे थे जिनको ये खाना खिलाया गया। मिड डे मील का एक खाना था। 9 से 10 बजे के बीच में इनको खाना खिलाया गया। खाना खिलाने के बाद लगभग 27 ऐसे बच्चे थे जो कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें उल्टी दस्त जैसी गंभीर बीमारियां देखने को मिली, जिसके बाद पूरे विद्यालय में हड़कंप सा मच गया।
जैकेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी।
बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की बात की जाए तो राजस्थान की शिक्षा मंत्री मदन दिलावर मौके पर पहुंचे, और मौके पर पहुंचने के बाद उन्होंने तत्काल संज्ञान लिया। जिला शिक्षा अधिकारी भी मौके पर पहुंचे और तमाम लोगों को जमकर फटकार लगाई है। जहां मिड डे मील से ये पूरा जो खाना है वो लगातार जाता था, तो वो बताया जाता है कि 9 ऐसी जगहों पर ये जो पूरा खाना है वो सप्लाई किया जाता था, जिसमें से एक स्कूल में जो है 27 ऐसे बच्चे थे जो कहीं ना कहीं इससे पूरी तरह से अफेक्टेड हुए। अफेक्टेड होने के बाद उन्हें अस्पताल में भर्ती करवाया गया। 14 ऐसे बच्चे थे जिन्हें कोटा के न्यू मेडिकल अस्पताल में भर्ती करवाया गया, तो वहीं 4 से 5 ऐसे बच्चे थे जिन्हें प्राइवेट अस्पताल में भी भर्ती करवाया गया है। फिलहाल मौके पर की बात की जाए तो मौके पर स्थिति स्थिर है, लेकिन लगातार बड़ा सवाल यह आ रहा है कि राजस्थान का जो शिक्षा तंत्र है वो कहीं ना कहीं सवालिया घेरों में खड़ा हुआ नजर आ रहा है। स्कूली शिक्षा की बात की जाए तो वहां पर जीरो लेवल पर लगातार राजस्थान की जो शिक्षा मंत्री है वो जीरो तौर पर फेलियर नजर आ रहे हैं। बात अगर यहाँ मिड डे मील की जाए तो मिड डे मील में भी किस तरह की गुणवत्ता का जो खाना है वो इन्हें मिल रहा है, उसके बाद लगातार सवालिया निशान खड़े होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। अब देखना होगा कि क्या कुछ निकल कर आता है। जब हमने बच्चों से भी बातचीत करने की कोशिश की तो ये निकल कर आया कि कद्दू की सब्जी में ये जो खराब कद्दू था वो उसके ये कारण जो है सब्जी उनकी तबीयत खराब हुई, उल्टी दस्त जैसे तमाम ऐसी चीजें थी जो उन बच्चों में सिम्टम्स देखने को मिले। जी
Thanks, Rahul, for joining us and getting us the details in. Certainly, questions are now being raised and what comes out of this investigation. So keep tracking and we'll come back to you for more updates. Thanks so much. And now we are shifting focus. Russian President Vladimir Putin met External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar at the Kremlin on Monday. Now, during their exchange, the president made clear that Moscow was prepared to increase supplies to meet New Delhi's agricultural requirements. They both highlighted the expanding India-Russia partnership and the growing cooperation across trade, energy, fertilizers and other key sectors as well. While Jaishankar conveyed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's greetings to Putin and handed over a personal message from the Indian leader during the meeting. Take a look at his bilateral interaction and how this unfolded between the two leaders.
Ваш визит сегодняшний подчеркивает тот уровень отношений, который давно на протяжении десятилетий сложился между Россией и Индией. Мы работу продолжаем практически по всем направлениям, имеется в виду и правительственный уровень, и межпарламентские связи по линии участников экономической деятельности. Мне приятно отметить, что в этом году у нас подрос товарооборот. Если в прошлом году он немножко снизился, то в этом году подрастает. И это в том числе, а может быть прежде всего, заслуга господина премьер-министра, который уделяет развитию российско-индийских отношений личное пристальное внимание. И в начале нашей беседы хотел бы попросить вас передать господину Моди самые наилучшие пожелания. Надеюсь увидеться с ним в ближайшее время, как мы и планировали в рамках работы Шанхайской организации сотрудничества в ближайшее время. Ну и у нас график такой, что мы сможем, наверное, и еще раз увидеться в этом году. Мы очень рады вас видеть, уважаемый господин министр. Я знаю, что вы со своим российским коллегой господином Мантуровым, который возглавляет российскую часть межправкомиссии, уже поработали как следует. Наверняка обсудили наиболее важные вопросы. Их много. Один из этих вопросов, и это не только энергоносители, один из этих вопросов, конечно, это поставка удобрений. Мы делаем все для того, чтобы закрыть этот вопрос для индийских фермеров, для сельского хозяйства. Наращиваем эти поставки и готовы это делать дальше. Ну и все другие вопросы, связанные с атомной энергетикой, с сотрудничеством в высокотехнологичных сферах, в других областях, они все в повестке дня и все достаточно уверенно продвигаются. Добро пожаловать, господин министр.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me first of all begin by conveying the good wishes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you.
Excellency, he has given me a personal communication, which I would like to hand over to you. We have this morning had a meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission. I think overall we have a good report to give to you. I think our economic cooperation, trade, energy, fertilizers, nuclear, other dimensions as well. I'd be pleased to speak about it in detail, but overall I think our economic cooperation has grown very significantly. Prime Minister Modi looks forward to meeting you at the SCO summit, then welcoming you in India for the BRICS summit, and in due course, as per your mutual convenience, having the annual summit. So we have, Excellency, I think a very strong picture of cooperation to present, and I again thank you very much for the.
All right, viewers, now a very concerning incident is coming to light from Pune. This is where a resident has now alleged that a maggot was in fact found in a food item that he purchased from Paul Bakery. This has now raised fresh concerns over food safety, hygiene and quality standards which are being followed at such establishments. Now, the alleged incident has put the Pune outlet under scrutiny and sparked questions about the safety checks followed in food preparation and service as well. The complaint comes amid wider attention on similar allegations involving Paul outlets, adding to concerns about customers, about maintaining proper hygiene and food safety standards. Now remember, this is second such incident which has come to light. Earlier, there was a live worm which was found at inside a sandwich, in fact, at Paul's outlet in Gurugram, and now a similar such incident has unfolded in Pune. This is where a maggot, an insect, in fact, has now been found in a food item which was purchased from Paul Bakery. So questions are being raised over the kind of compliance there is to food safety standards. This is the visual that the resident concerned has now shared, showing that how there was a maggot which was found inside a food item which was purchased from Paul Bakery in Pune. Remember, coming after, there was a live worm which was found inside a sandwich as well, purchased from a Paul outlet again in Gurugram. So two such incidents have now come to light back-to-back, raising questions over food safety, hygiene as well as compliance standards as such establishments are concerned across metropolitan cities. So far, no statement, in fact, has come in from Paul Pune outlet on this kind of incident which was reported, yet no word coming in from the outlet. And now we are shifting focus. Following protests at Jantar Mantar in Delhi, the Delhi Police Commissioner has now issued several directives coming in. Now and this is to bolster the intelligence gathering mechanism. The Delhi police would now gather almost every necessary information regarding the protesters and the protest. This includes their demands and, of course, the kind of solution they are seeking at such a protest site. This comes in as several directions have now been given to bolster the intelligence mechanism, as the police will now be gathering detailed information prior to any major protest. The identities and the numbers of participants in the protest will now be ascertained. Information regarding the protest organizers and leaders will also be collected. Details concerning the protesters' demands and their reasons for the protest will be in fact obtained in advance, and information regarding the participants' arrival in Delhi, their accommodation, their departure plans will also be gathered by police. Now, the interrelationships between organizations which are involved in the protest and their local contacts will also be investigated. Information regarding the sources of funding as well as their logistical arrangements for protest will also be collected. This comes as police have now been instructed to assess the potential crowd size as well and the law and order situation before any protest takes place. Large crowds, remember, had recently gathered for protest by the CJP and the students at Jantar Mantar and Connaught Place. This has escalated. We had seen on July 28th, several violent incidents were reported across central Delhi. So keeping that in mind, we are now looking at this. Several directives are being issued by Delhi police. All right, in fact, Saurav also joining us with more details on this. Saurav, you had covered what unfolded on July 20th in central Delhi. How the protest site, there were several violent incidents which were reported by CJP goons. And now in the light of such incidents, there have been directions issued by Delhi police with regard to several protests which could come in the future. So, US details, what exactly are the directions now issued?
Yes, Shweta, you rightly mentioned now the new Delhi Police Commissioner, in fact, Arnab has issued directive to the intelligence department of the Delhi Police, which is a special branch, that before any such kind of protest take place in the national capital at Jantar Mantar, they will have to now gather 10 key inputs in this regard. And first, the major inputs which they have to now gather before these kind of protests are that how many people are coming to the protest site, and from which state they are coming, and what is the mode of the transport they are using to commute from their respective location to the protest site. And apart from this, they have also been directed to ascertain the funding sources of the protesters and who is the key figure who is organizing this protest and who are the leaders and where they are staying in the national capital. These are some directions which are being issued by the Delhi Police Commissioner Anurag Kumar after violent protest took place of the CJP on 20th July when the Delhi police has totally miscalculated the total number of gathering of the protesters at the protest site, and now in this regard only the new Delhi Police Commissioner Arnab has issued these directives, and he has also told the Delhi Police special branch that they also have to check their WhatsApp and how they are mobilizing all these protesters. This comes at a time when the CJP has also called for a march from the India Gate to the Delhi Police headquarters, as they are saying that their demands which were agreed by the center were not fulfilled till now. And this comes at a time when Delhi Police is already searching for their funding source of the Cockroach Janata Party, and these directions are very important, as now the intelligence department has to ascertain 10 key pointers of any kind of protest which is happening at Jantar Mantar from now on, Ishita.
All right, so Delhi police are there tightening their noose, as we had seen, how anti-social elements and criminals had infiltrated this protest crowd. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us and getting us the details on this. And now we are shifting focus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now hailed 10 years of the Unified Payments Interface, highlighting its unprecedented scale and reach as a major milestone in India's digital transformation. Prime Minister Modi said that every Indian now can be proud of UPI's remarkable journey and its role in reshaping the country's digital payments ecosystem, while also seeking public experience and views on how UPI has impacted their daily lives and made financial transactions more convenient and accessible. Take a look.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, 3 teenagers were killed and about 6 children were wounded when a drone debris hit a private children's center in Russia. This comes in as a nearby apartment building was also damaged and 4 other residents got injured. Russia's defense ministry now claims its air defenses destroyed about 351 Ukrainian drones overnight across multiple regions, while Ukraine reported Russian missile and drone strikes on Odessa and a drone attack on Chernihiv. This injured about 15 people, including 2 children as well. Here's the report. Take a look.
3 teenagers are dead and 6 other children are injured after a drone attack hit Russia's southern city of Krasnodar. Russian authorities say drone debris fell on a private children's center with children among those caught in the attack. 5-story apartment building was also damaged, injuring 4 residents. The Russian Defense Ministry claims its air defenses intercepted and destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight. Meanwhile, Ukraine's southern Odessa region also came under a large-scale Russian missile and drone attack. Ukrainian authorities say food and storage facilities as well as energy infrastructure were among the targets. In northern Ukraine, 15 people were reported injured in a Russian drone strike on Shin. With both sides reporting fresh attacks, the drone war continues to take a deadly toll on civilian lives.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gowda's daughter slapping temple cop in Srirangapatna over VIP entry. Getting all the details on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis powers. Bessent argued that history has now returned that very same choice to the Iranian capital. Bessent stated that preceding military actions under President Donald Trump have already dismantled Iran's conventional defense capabilities and severely weakened its nuclear ambitions. With kinetic operations taking a secondary role for now, Washington is shifting toward what he called the most aggressive, coordinated financial campaign ever deployed against a foreign state. Reporting on Iran's domestic crisis, Bessent noted that nearly 5 decades of corruption and proxy conflict have bankrupted the nation's economy, pushing the rial to historic lows while inflation continues to surge. He emphasized that the regime's remaining survival strategy relies almost entirely on third-party enablers willing to conduct illicit trade with Tehran. The Treasury Secretary highlighted specific channels, including foreign energy buyers, shadow banking networks, free trade exchange houses, and maritime registries that allow Iran to bypass restrictions. Citing 17th century philosopher Blaise Pascal, Bessent noted that uncertainty in geopolitical risk demands a far higher price for error, warning that foreign nations attempting to buy safety by maintaining economic ties to Tehran have crossed the limit of American tolerance. Looking at the broader global impact, Bessent outlined an explicit choice for international markets. Financial institutions and
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth, here on Republic. Now, viewers, join us as we celebrate a voice that's given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful medleys to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose sound can actually move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic, Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Speaking exclusively to Republic, Disha Salyan's father alleges political pressure from the Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gowda's daughter slapping temple cop in Sri Rangapatna over VIP entry. Anti-national slogans, graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. West Bengal CM Shovendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry. In a major crackdown, Maharashtra FDA suspends licenses of 9 food establishments, including 5 linked with the Mumbai Cricket Association. NSA and Ajit Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and the 3,488-kilometer line of actual control in focus. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from Prime Minister Modi to President Putin. Now, viewers, Chief Minister Shovendu Adhikari has now urged Jadavpur University authorities to conduct an inquiry into objectionable and anti-national wall graffiti and drawings inside the hostel premises. In a post on X, the Chief Minister shared a video of the graffiti and asserted campus premises must not be used as platforms for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. The Chief Minister's office has received concerning videos and photographs representing through the CM's grievance cell. Now, Shovendu said educational institutions are sacred spaces of learning, academic excellence and nation building, and under no circumstances would campus premises be permitted to be used for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. This comes on as on August 19th and 20th, clashes broke out between activists of Students' Federation of India, which is SFI, the student wing of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, and the APVP outside the Jadavpur University campus in South Kolkata. Now, this is after a protest broke out between ABVP and left-wing student activists. What has come to light through the Chief Minister's office's grievance cell is that there are certain graffiti and drawings on Jadavpur University campus walls. Specifically, the campus part which has been referred to is the Arts Hostel, where certain anti-national graffiti and word drawings have come into play. If you watch on your screens, viewers, on your right here, long live the martyrs of, we see certain posts about Palestine, we see certain posts glorifying a late Naxal leader, stating long live the leader. Now we've got, listen to this report filed by my colleague Indrashish from inside the Jadavpur University.
Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shovendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action. Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action.
Now, viewers, following the introduction of Maharashtra's anti-conversion law, churches and Christian congregations in the Mumbai region are reportedly asking worshippers to sign voluntarily attendance and self-declaration forms stating that they attended services willingly and were not subjected to any pressure, inducement or other form of coercion. Now, some of the forms also reported to seek personal details such as photographs and Aadhaar or PAN information. Now, this move reflects the impact of the new legal framework on religious congregations as churches seek to document the voluntary nature of worship and guard against allegations of forced or induced religious conversion. Now, this comes immediately on the back of Maharashtra introducing its anti-conversion law. We've got Revati joining us live from Mumbai on this. Revati, we hear that churches and pastors in Maharashtra are now seeking these self-declaratory forms. Tell us more on this. What exactly are they seeking? What kind of information are they asking for? And how do we see this kind of a change? What's exactly caused this?
Right. So recently, the state of Maharashtra has passed a law which is anti-conversion law or the freedom of religion law, which is passed, and it will be in force from 28th of August 2026. The effects of that law now can be seen as the pastors and the churchgoers are now being asked to fill the details. And in the declaration, actually, it's a self-declaration form which says that they are not being forcefully made to attend the church servings and the prayers which are held in the church. They are voluntarily attending the service. They are voluntarily doing the prayers, and along with that, Aadhaar card, PAN card number, Aadhaar card or PAN card number, and a photo is also attached to this self-declaration form. If we look at the freedom of religion law or the act which is passed by the state of Maharashtra, it says that if any forceful conversion is reported, it has serious punishment now in this particular law, and the person, the conversion can be reported by the person himself or any guardian of that person. So this particular law which will come into force on 28th of August, it holds a significant importance, as I mentioned, that there are many cases which came to light recently in Maharashtra of conversion, and now a self-declaration form is used by the churches in Mumbai, especially in Mira Bhayandar Road and in that section of Mumbai. Over to you.
All right, thanks, Revati. We'd want you to stay on for our next story as well. Viewers, another unfortunate news regarding food safety and hygiene standards coming in from Pune this time. A Pune resident has alleged that a maggot was found inside a food item purchased from Paul Bakery at Phoenix Market City, raising concerns over food safety, hygiene, quality standards at the establishment. Now, the alleged incident has put the Pune outlet under scrutiny and sparked questions about the safety checks followed in food preparation and service. The complaint comes amid wider attention on similar allegations involving Paul outlets, according to concerns among customers about maintaining proper hygiene and food safety standards. Now, this comes on the back of a similar complaint coming to the fold a couple of very recently, which was from Gurgaon, the One Horizon Center at Paul. Now, this time we've got this from Pune. Revati, is this currently only a social media incident, or has any official complaint been also made to the Food and Drug Administration or other relevant authorities against this?
So as of now, as you rightly mentioned, that the Paul bakery, which was under the radar after the Gurugram incident, now in Pune's bakery as well, a maggot is found, and this has raised serious concerns in the food safety regulations. Also, as of now, Tehran, who posted this on his social media account, saying that the food safety concerns are being raised at Paul Bakery in Pune, and as of now, there is no official statement either from the FDA or from the restaurant. But yes, there's a maggot found allegedly, and the video is posted by Tehran, a person named Tehran. He visited the Paul Bakery's franchisee in Pune, and that's where he found a maggot in his food, and he has took it to social media. So now it will be important to see that what cognizance is taken by the FDA and the restaurant. Over to you.
All right, thanks, Revti. Probably another incident that will require more of action from Mr. Tukaram Munde, given that it falls under Maharashtra. All right, viewers, moving on to our next story. 3 teenagers were killed and 6 children wounded when drone debris hit a private children's center in Russia's Krasnodar, with a nearby apartment building also damaged and 4 residents injured, according to local officials. Now, Russia's defense ministry claimed its air defenses destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight across multiple regions, while Ukraine reported Russian missile and drone attacks on Odessa and a drone attack on Chernihiv that injured 15 people, including 2 children. Independent verifications of the claims was not possible.
3 teenagers are dead and 6 other children are injured after a drone attack hit Russia's southern city of Krasnodar. Russian authorities say drone debris fell on a private children's center with children among those caught in the attack. 5-story apartment building was also damaged, injuring 4 residents. The Russian Defense Ministry claims its air defenses intercepted and destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight. Meanwhile, Ukraine's southern Odessa region also came under a large-scale Russian missile and drone attack. Ukrainian authorities say food and storage facilities as well as energy infrastructure were among the targets. In northern Ukraine, 15 people were reported injured in a Russian drone strike on Chernihiv. With both sides reporting fresh attacks, the drone war continues to take a deadly toll on civilian lives.
Because Russian President Vladimir Putin met External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar at the Kremlin on Monday. Now, during the exchange, the president made clear that Moscow was prepared to increase supplies to meet New Delhi's agricultural requirements. They highlighted the expanding India-Russia partnership and growing cooperation across trade, energy, fertilizers, and other key sectors. Jaishankar conveyed Prime Minister Modi's greetings to Putin and handed over a personal message from the Indian leadership during the meeting. Take a look at this bilateral interaction between the 2 leaders.
Ваш визит сегодняшний подчеркивает тот уровень отношений, который давно на протяжении десятилетий сложился между Россией и Индией. Мы работу продолжаем практически по всем направлениям, имеется в виду и правительственный уровень, и межпарламентские связи по линии участников экономической деятельности. Мне приятно отметить, что в этом году у нас подрос товарооборот. Если в прошлом году он немножко снизился, то в этом году подрастает. И это в том числе, а может быть прежде всего, заслуга господина премьер-министра, который уделяет развитию российско-индийских отношений личное пристальное внимание. И в начале нашей беседы хотел бы попросить вас передать господину Моди самые наилучшие пожелания. Надеюсь увидеться с ним в ближайшее время, как мы и планировали, в рамках работы Шанхайской организации сотрудничества в ближайшее время. Ну и у нас график такой, что мы сможем, наверное, и еще раз увидеться в этом году. Мы очень рады вас видеть, уважаемый господин министр. Я знаю, что вы со своим российским коллегой господином Мантуровым, который возглавляет российскую часть межправкомиссии, уже поработали как следует, наверняка обсудили наиболее важные вопросы. Их много. Один из этих вопросов, но это не только энергоносители, один из этих вопросов, конечно, это поставка удобрений. Мы делаем все для того, чтобы закрыть этот вопрос для индийских фермеров, для сельского хозяйства. Наращиваем эти поставки и готовы это делать дальше. Ну и все другие вопросы, связанные с атомной энергетикой, с сотрудничеством в высокотехнологичных сферах, в других областях, они все в повестке дня и все достаточно уверенно продвигаются. Добро пожаловать, господин министр.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me first of all begin by conveying the good wishes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you.
Excellency, he has given me a personal communication which I would like to hand over to you. We have this morning had a meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission. I think overall we have a good report to give to you. I think our economic cooperation, trade, energy, fertilizers, nuclear, other dimensions as well. I'd be pleased to speak about it in detail, but overall I think our economic cooperation has grown very significantly. Prime Minister Modi looks forward to meeting you at the SCO summit, then welcoming you in India for the BRICS summit, and in due course, as per your mutual convenience, having the annual summit. So we have, Excellency, I think a very strong picture of cooperation to present, and I again thank you very much for the
We've got a breaking news coming in of another case of VIP treatment, in this case of a Lokayukta accused at Mandya. Now, a Lokayukta accused at Mandya MIMS hospital, a Lokayukta accused allegedly received VIP treatment at Mandya MIMS hospital despite having no illness. Now, this comes in from Sri Rangapatna in Karnataka, where the Assistant Director for Land Records, Mohammed Hussain, who was arrested by Lokayukta police, was found staying in a special room instead of jail. During a surprise inspection, District Sessions Judge C. Chandrasekhar found that a young woman in the accused room was also present. Now, she reportedly claimed to be his girlfriend. The hospital authorities told the judge that Hussain had no illness requiring admission. Now, the judge reprimanded jail officials and directed the jail authorities and MIMS doctors to submit a report on this. He warned of strict legal action based on the findings. Now, shocking case. We've got Abhishek joining in as well on this from Bengaluru. Abhishek, surprisingly, he's a Lokayukta. Now, Lokayukta, for our viewers, is an ombudsman who's appointed for anti-corruption cases against state public officials. Now, not only has this Lokayukta, who's the ADLR first, been convicted of corruption himself, but goes on, found, give us more details. Where has he been found, with who? Very interesting story here.
Well, it was Mohammed Hussain, who was the ADLR in Sri Rangapatna. There was a season laid on him by the Lokayukta police, or how we call it as a Lokayukta trap. And he was supposed to be in the jail, but the issue is that he was found in Mandya's MIMS hospital having a VIP treatment. He was found in a special room along with his young-aged girlfriend when the district judge, C. Chandrasekhar, placed a surprise raid on the hospital. But when the hospital staff were questioned about who this particular person was, they mentioned the fact that he was the Lokayukta trapped ADLR Mohammed Hussain, and there has been some special arrangements made for him. This definitely has raised suspicion because in the last couple of days we've seen the VIP treatment which was provided to the former MP Prajwal Revana in Parapana Agrahara jail, where he was seen using a smartphone. There was a pen drive, there was a TV and a mobile phone charger which were found at his particular cell. Likewise, this is another setup where criminal accused or a Lokayukta trapped accused who was supposed to be in the jail was found in the MIMS hospital in a special room along with his girlfriend. So the question is that who gave all this VIP treatment, or based on whose direction was this VIP treatment extended to Mohammed Hussain? And at this point of time, we shouldn't forget the fact that the judge has very clearly ordered and mentioned that there will be a strict initiation against the hospital staff along with the jail staff who is responsible for this particular situation. And he has demanded a written reply from the jail officials and jail authorities along with the MIMS doctors as to why this particular person was found in the hospital.
All right, thanks Abhishek. Thanks Abhishek. We'll keep tracking the story. Unfortunate incident there. The Lokayukta himself enjoying unnecessary privileges. All right, viewers, breaking news coming in regarding the Air India Airbus incident and following actions by the Civil Aviation Ministry, where the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has given his first response to the reported Air India pilot doping incident, revealing that under the existing system, only around 10% of the pilot roster is currently subjected to dope testing. Now, following the incident, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, is reviewing the pilot dope testing norms and is considering expanding testing to 100% of pilots, potentially ensuring that every pilot is tested at least once a year. Now, Naidu said that the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which is the AIB, which is currently probing the incident, and added that the flight data recorder, which is FDR, and cockpit voice recorder, which is CVR, were found intact in case of this Air India aircraft. And this could further assist investigations in determining the circumstances surrounding the incident. Now, news coming in from the Civil Aviation Minister there, K.R. Naidu. They've said that, shockingly, under the current system, only 10% of the pilot roster is currently subjected to dope testing. But following this particular incident, obviously we're referring to the August 4 incident involving the Air India flight from Phuket to Delhi, where there was a 7,300-foot altitude lost midair, and following which one of the pilots, which was the pilot in command, specifically tested positive for marijuana. Now, the Civil Aviation Minister admitting that currently it's only 10% of the overall roster are tested. Now, all 100% will be tested. We've got the Civil Aviation Minister talking about this. Let's listen into what he had to say.
AIB is presently taking up the investigation, and because everything is intact, the data recorder and everything is intact, the plane has also been in their possession. So I believe that we can expect some preliminary report very early from now. But more importantly, in terms of the substance use and everything, so DGCA is also having stakeholder consultation right now on what the regulation says today and how do we ensure there is a strict policy around this in the future also. So this consultation is going on right now. AIB is presently taking up the investigation, and because everything is intact, the data recorder and everything is intact, the plane has also been in their possession. So I believe that we can expect some preliminary report very early from now. But more importantly, in terms of the substance use and everything, so DGCA is also having stakeholder consultation right now on what the regulation says today and how do we ensure there is a strict policy around this in the future also. So this consultation is going on right now.
Harsh, we've heard what the Civil Aviation Minister had to say. Now, we also hear that Air India is also internally screening all its pilots. Do we have any news of any more Air India pilots testing non-positive, testing negative for any of these dope tests?
Right, Karan. Now, earlier we had broken this news. In fact, it was a Republic Impact that Air India announced that it will start testing all its group captains. So this testing, 100% dope test that is applicable on all the group captains, also applies to the Air India Express flights. And earlier this week, we also brought in a news where Air India announced that at least 2 of its pilots, among the 350 total pilots who were tested, were tested positive in the dope test. These were in fact preliminary tests that were carried out on all the Air India group test pilots. So it was not a DGCA norm that makes it mandatory for any airline to carry out 100% dope tests, but it was surely a Republic impact because Republic was the only channel pursuing this story for 3 long days, and that's when we heard from Air India when it's announced that it will start testing all its pilots for dope tests, and now we are hearing it for the Civil Aviation Minister himself. He says that dope tests is something, the issue of substance abuse is something that has to be taken seriously, and the Directorate General of Civil Aviation in fact now is considering 100% dope testing on all commercial pilots across India. This will be applicable to all airlines, all pilots that operates in India, and this is something very huge, very big, because this surely is a Republic impact. We were pursuing the story for 3 long days after this Phuket-Delhi flight witnessed a massive altitude drop of 300 feet, and this is exactly when Air India decided to start testing all its group pilots, and now this is coming from the Minister of Civil Aviation himself, although he says that the investigation is in very early stage, but he says that dope testing, in fact, matter of substance abuse by pilots in command, in fact, pilots who are in charge of planes, has to be taken seriously, and DGCA, in fact, at this very moment is also considering 100% testing on all pilots that operates in India. Karan.
All right, thanks Harsh. Given that he stated that both the FDR and CVR are intact, it'll be interesting to see what initial findings AIB comes up with regarding this particular major altitude drop. All right, viewers, time to take a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. We've got lots more coming up for you on the other side. On the other side, coming up, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, India-China border peace, and the 3,488-kilometer line of actual control in focus.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now, viewers, Prime Minister Modi has hailed 10 years of the Unified Payments Interface, which is UPI, highlighting its unprecedented scale and reach as a major milestone in India's digital transformation. Prime Minister Modi said that every Indian can be proud of UPI's remarkable journey and its role in reshaping the country's digital payments ecosystem, while also seeking public experiences and views on how UPI has impacted their daily lives and made financial transactions more convenient and accessible. Now, viewers, UPI has emerged as the backbone of India's digital payments ecosystem. The UPI, which was launched on 25th August 2016, roughly about 10 years back from now, has surged almost 13,000-fold in transaction volume. UPI has also emerged as a global platform for cross-border digital payments and is currently operational in about 11 countries. These are the United Arab Emirates, which is the UAE, France, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Singapore, Mauritius, Qatar, Cambodia, Greece, and the Maldives. We leave you with the video released by Prime Minister Modi talking more about this.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic, Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV. Now let's have a look at the top headlines. All right, viewers, before the headlines, we have this big breaking news development. Live visuals coming in of students protesting in Patna, I'm being told. It's a developing story, and these are the fresh visuals that we are getting right now. These are visuals coming in from Bihar where the students are protesting. Let's listen into the audio if we have in this case. Let's listen in. All right, so this is the situation in Patna. Live visuals coming in from Patna where the students are protesting. And these are the visuals coming in from Patna, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, and on your television screens. And these are live visuals of, all right, you can see, and the police.
सरकार ने शिक्षा विभाग के जो बिंदु थे, शिक्षा विभाग के बिंदुओं पर वार्ता की है। हमारा कहना है कि शिक्षा विभाग के केवल सवाल नहीं थे, और उसमें भी शिक्षा विभाग के जो सवाल हैं, जिसमें हम साफ साफ कहना चाहते हैं कि TRE 4 में एकल परीक्षा हर हालत में लागू करनी चाहिए, निगेटिव मार्किंग को हटाना चाहिए, और भी तमाम जो सवाल हैं, BPSC का सवाल, BSSC का सवाल, दरोगा भर्ती का सवाल, ड्रेसर का सवाल, इन तमाम सवालों को लेकर, संविदा वेटेज का सवाल, इन तमाम सवालों पर सरकार ने कोई आश्वासन नहीं दिया है। हम लोगों ने सरकार से कहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी वार्ता करें, हमारे प्रतिनिधिमंडल को बुला के मुख्यमंत्री वार्ता करें। वार्ता क्यों नहीं कर सकते मुख्यमंत्री? और निश्चित ही वार्ता का रास्ता अख्तियार करें। विद्यार्थी निश्चित तौर पर शांत होंगे, विद्यार्थी निश्चित तौर पर सरकार का सहयोग करेंगे। हम तो 9 दिन से अनशन पर बैठे हुए हैं, हमारी बातों को सुनने के लिए कोई तैयार नहीं है। हमारे साथियों का लगातार तबीयत खराब है, हमारे साथी अमन साथी हमारे भूख हड़ताल बैठते हुए उनका पानी चढ़ रहा है, लेकिन बावजूद हमारे आंदोलन में आए हुए हैं। आप सोचिए कि वार्ता अगर सरकार करती तो इस तरह की स्थिति नहीं होती। निश्चित तौर पर सरकार वार्ता से बच रही है, इस कारण यह आंदोलन यह ज्यादा बढ़ते जा रहा है।
प्रतिबंधित क्षेत्र है, यहाँ पे किसी भी तरीके का प्रदर्शन करना सही नहीं है।
हम इस बात को कह रहे हैं कि लोकतंत्र में सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है कि हमारी अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता सुरक्षित रहे, हमारा डेमोक्रेटिक राइट सुरक्षित रहे, और हम लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से अपने आंदोलनों को जारी रखेंगे। सरकार बैरिकेड नहीं लगाए, मुख्यमंत्री आवास की तरफ हम जा रहे हैं, मुख्यमंत्री वार्ता करे, वहां से हमारा प्रतिनिधिमंडल जाएगा वार्ता के लिए। सुशील कुमार, कांग्रेस पार्टी से।
All right, viewers, so these are the protests which are happening in Patna in Bihar, and they are near Raj Bhavan. Latest set of visuals coming in. The students are holding march from Gandhi Maidan to the Governor House, that is Raj Bhavan, seeking cancellation of the 70th BPSC examination. Visuals on your television screen, and this is the student protest in Patna, where we have sought the cancellation of the 70th BPSC examination. The march is ongoing, and there is heavy deployment of security personnel to stop the march. And you can see clearly the situation is getting difficult for the security personnel to manage. A large number of students have gathered there, and they are trying to break the barricades and move ahead with the pamphlets, posters in their hand, protesting against the government, and especially their demand, which they are seeking the cancellation of the 70th BPSC examination. And the protests have also escalated, ladies and gentlemen, where after the Bihar Public Service Commission examination controller Rajesh Kumar made a controversial remark, after which there was a fresh row that was sparked amid ongoing protests by the job aspirants in the state, which has received support from the opposition parties. Now the opposition has jumped in. They want to benefit from the students' protest also, and now we are seeing these live visuals of the protests which are happening. These are visuals coming in from Patna, ladies and gentlemen, on your television screens. And candidates, hundreds and hundreds of candidates on your television screens, they have staged a protest right now. They are staging a protest right now on your television screen, and they are marching towards Raj Bhavan. As you can see, it's getting difficult for the police to control the situation, for the security personnel to control the situation, and heavy police deployment has been done to make sure that there is no untoward incident, to stop the march also. But this is the protest which is happening regarding the BPSC examination, and their students are seeking the cancellation of the 70th BPSC examination. All right, from that story from Patna protest, let's move on to another top national story. This is Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, who has given his first response to the reported Air India pilot doping incident, where the pilot failed the dope tests, revealing that under the existing system, only around 10% of the pilot roster, that is only 10% of the pilots, are currently subjected to dope testing. Now, following the incident, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, that is the DGCA, is reviewing the pilot dope testing norms and is considering, that is mulling, expanding the testing to 100% of the pilots. Now, potentially ensuring that every pilot is tested at least once a year, so that every pilot gets tested at least once a year. That should be one of the norms. So this is aviation safety push after the incident, what happened in the Phuket-Delhi flight, Air India 2379, that aircraft where there was a sudden 300 feet drop. However, there were also issues in the hydraulics and a lot more that was revealed by Airbus also. But parallelly, what the incident that happened was the pilot's behavior while he was the pilot in command. Even while he was the pilot in command, even then, he was not able to control himself. He was sitting on the cockpit floor, and that's the reason further investigation happened in this case. Let's listen into the aviation minister.
AIB is presently taking up the investigation, and because everything is intact, the data recorder and everything is intact. The plane has also been in their possession. So I believe that we can expect some preliminary report very early from now. But more importantly, in terms of the substance use and everything, so DGCA is also having stakeholder consultation right now on what the regulation says today and how do we ensure there is a strict policy around this in the future also. So this consultation is going on right now. AIB is presently taking up the investigation, and because everything is intact, the data recorder and everything is intact. The plane has also been in their possession. So I believe that we can expect some preliminary report very early from now. But more importantly, in terms of the substance use and everything, so DGCA is also having stakeholder consultation right now on what the regulation says today and how do we ensure there is a strict policy around this in the future also. So this consultation is going on right now.
All right, let's go across to Harsh, who's tracking all the developments in the story. Harsh, this is an aviation safety push after the incident in the Phuket-Delhi flight, and especially because there was a 300 feet plunge. However, there were also other arguments that were put forward regarding the issues when it comes to the aircraft by the Airbus. But what's happening right now? What has been decided by the DGCA and what the aviation minister has just said?
Right, Shivam. First of all, it's a big Republic impact because Republic was the only channel pursuing the story for 3 long days. First, we heard it from the Air India itself that they'll carry out 100% testing on all its group captains. Now, this also applies on Air India Express flights. We also broke this information that out of 350 pilots that were tested at that point of time, nearly 2 pilots turned out to be positive in the preliminary tests that were carried out. In fact, these were the toxicology tests that were carried out on approximately 350 of Air India's group captains. Now, this is after the 350 plunge, in fact, 350 feet drop in altitude that this Phuket-Delhi flight witnessed on the very day. And this is now coming in from Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu himself, where he clearly says that toxicology, in fact, substance abuse by captains in command is an issue that has to be dealt with seriously. And now the Directorate General of Civil Aviation is considering 100% testing on all pilots. Now, this will substantially mean that at least once a year, every pilot that operates in India, be it from Air India, be it from any other airline, will be tested for any kind of substance abuse. Now, these will be the dope tests that will be carried out. We also heard from multiple pilot organizations, multiple pilot groups that were pushing the need of mandatory 25% testing on all pilots that operate in India. But now this coming from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation itself, that they are looking out towards the prospect of testing 100% pilots at least once a year. So this will basically mean that every pilot that operates in India, that operates under any kind of commercial subsidy or any kind of airlines, will have to undergo at least one toxicology every year. So this is a big airline safety, air safety push that we are seeing. This is coming from the Union Civil Aviation Minister himself, and this in fact surely is a big Republic impact because earlier we heard it from Air India itself, and now this is coming from the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu himself. Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge in the story. Definitely a big aviation safety push. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking, a big breaking news development. A sad story that is coming in from Chennai, where a 59-year-old housekeeping staff member died after falling into an uncovered water-filled pit near Anna Nagar metro station in Chennai. Now, the police suspect that she may have been electrocuted also before falling into the pit, and the exact cause of the death will be confirmed after the post-mortem report. And this is yet another case of civic negligence and another case of civic apathy, where following the fatal incident, now a civic team has reached the spot and filled and covered the pit also. All right, so this is a very sad story coming in from Chennai, where housekeeping staff member died because of, as per what the police thinks, that there might have been electrocution, and we are waiting. The police is waiting for the post-mortem report also. Let's go across to Sharda for all the updates into the story. Sharda, a very sad story coming in, where this woman fell into the water-filled pit, and the police is also suspecting that she might have been electrocuted too.
Well, Shim, it's not yet confirmed by the police whether it was an electrocution or whether it was because she fell into the water pit, and whether it was even breathlessness that caused, because after she fell into the 1 feet water pit that was there on the road. The question now comes because the electricity department has made it clear that there are no loose wires around the area that could have caused the electrocution, whereas the police officials have also not confirmed, as per the post-mortem report, whether the woman died due to the electrocution or because after falling to the water, the people who were around us saw her struggling to breathe, and fearing that it might be electrocution, they only called the police and the fire engine for immediate service and couldn't help her on their own. And this is also the investigation that's been done by the police around.
No, but Sharda, the Chennai Corporation officials are saying that the civic body is not responsible. The electricity board officials say that they are not responsible. Then who is responsible, Sharda? That's the big question. A woman has lost her life because of this incident. Police says she might have been electrocuted and she fell into an open pit. So somebody has to be responsible. It's like everybody is passing the buck.
Well, Shivam, that's very true. The corporation says it's the civic people who are not responsible, whereas the EB says that it's not their problem that there was a pit on the road because there was no wires, loose wires that could have caused the electrocution. The important point comes in at a point because this is being made political, because the TVK, being the ruling party, is in charge of the TNEB, whereas the corporation, which is still under the DMK ruler, because it's only next year that the corporation will change under the DMK to a new local body poll election. So the corporation is against the current ruling government, the TVK. So now the fight between the TVK and DMK has now put in a question whether the civil workers are not responding to the current running government as well, whereas the TNEB is working, whereas the police officials saying that until the post-mortem report comes, they cannot verify what actually caused the death of the women. So now we can see that though a woman has lost her life, the civic workers and the corporation workers and the EB workers are in a turmoil, pointing hands at each other, saying that it was not their fault.
Definitely, but this needs to be investigated because everybody is shifting the blame on the other department, like they're shifting the blame on the electricity department and they are blaming it on the civic authorities. But thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge, because this story needs to be tracked further. All right, so the police suspect electrocution, but they are awaiting the post-mortem in this case. However, she was going to a church where she fell in an open pit, and the electricity board officials inspected the site and reported that there was no power leakage at the time. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, more details on Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim, currently who was lodged in Sunera jail in Rohtak and serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in the Dera Sacha Sauda rape cases, has been granted 21 days of furlough. Once again, 17.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis powers. Bessent argued that history has now returned that very same choice to the Iranian capital. Bessent stated that preceding military actions under President Donald Trump have already dismantled Iran's conventional defense capabilities and severely weakened its nuclear ambitions. With kinetic operations taking a secondary role for now, Washington is shifting toward what he called the most aggressive, coordinated financial campaign ever deployed against a foreign state. Reporting on Iran's domestic crisis, Bessent noted that nearly 5 decades of corruption and proxy conflict have bankrupted the nation's economy, pushing the rial to historic lows while inflation continues to surge. He emphasized that the regime's remaining survival strategy relies almost entirely on third-party enablers willing to conduct illicit trade with Tehran. The Treasury Secretary highlighted specific channels, including foreign energy buyers, shadow banking networks, free trade exchange houses, and maritime registries that allow Iran to bypass restrictions. Citing 17th century philosopher Blaise Pascal, Bessent noted that uncertainty in geopolitical risk demands a far higher price for error, warning that foreign nations attempting to buy safety by maintaining economic ties to Tehran have crossed the limit of American tolerance. Looking at the broader global impact, Bessent outlined an explicit choice for international markets. Financial institutions and foreign governments that sever ties with Tehran will protect.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. And now let's shift our focus to a big development from the world of business. And I have my colleague Rishita with all the latest updates. Rishita, coming to you for the latest update.
Thank you, Shivam. Now, there's a big breaking news that is coming in from the world of business. So, Indian tech giant TCS has taken a global leap and it has announced a strategic partnership with none other than Porsche AG. TCS is all set to acquire 100% of MHP management and IT Bertung GmbH. MHP, which is Porsche's Germany-based management and IT consulting subsidiary, for a value of $373 million. Now, in exchange, Porsche has awarded India's largest tech services firm a 5-year IT modernization on deal valued at $1.45 billion. Now, this marks TCS's second mega deal in less than 8 months. There are 3 core pillars to this partnership now. I'll explain them to you one by one. First would be the AI Mobility Center of Excellence, or the COE. That would be set up by TCS and would also foster a collaboration with Porsche to embed AI and further also encourage intelligent manufacturing and operations. Secondly, the tech giant and the Stuttgart-based sports car maker is also envisioning to make this partnership a long-term one. particularly a 5-year business strategic deal to scale AI transformation on a very global level. Further, the acquisition is also intended to strengthen TCS's presence in the German and European markets as well. As part of the IT deal, Mumbai-based TCS will also implement an AI layer across Porsche's engineering, manufacturing, operations, and also customer experience units, while also delivering automotive technology services and software development. So on average, this contract translates about $290 million in annual revenue for TCS. The proposed partnership and acquisition remains subject to regulatory approvals as well. For now, all eyes remain on the approvals and how swiftly this Mumbai-Stuttgart alliance moves from paper to practice. Back to you, Shivam, from now.
All right, Rishita, thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep a track of other developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge from the world of business. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is Russian President Vladimir Putin, who met External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar at Kremlin. And now, during their exchange, the president made clear that Moscow was prepared to increase supplies to meet New Delhi's agricultural requirements. Now, they highlighted the expanding India-Russia partnership and growing cooperation across trade, energy, fertilizers, and other key sectors. Now, Jaishankar conveyed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's greetings to Putin and handed over a personal message from the Indian leader during the meeting. Take a look at this bilateral interaction.
Ваш визит сегодняшний подчеркивает тот уровень отношений, который давно на протяжении десятилетий сложился между Россией и Индией. Мы работу продолжаем практически по всем направлениям, имеется в виду и правительственный уровень, и межпарламентские связи по линии участников экономической деятельности. Мне приятно отметить, что в этом году у нас подрос товарооборот. Если в прошлом году он немножко снизился, то в этом году подрастает. И это в том числе, а может быть прежде всего, заслуга господина премьер-министра, который уделяет развитию российско-индийских отношений личное пристальное внимание. И в начале нашей беседы хотел бы попросить вас передать господину Моди самые наилучшие пожелания. Надеюсь увидеться с ним в ближайшее время, как мы и планировали, в рамках работы Шанхайской организации сотрудничества в ближайшее время. Ну и у нас график такой, что мы сможем, наверное, и еще раз увидеться в этом году. Мы очень рады вас видеть, уважаемый господин министр. Я знаю, что вы со своим российским коллегой господином Мантуровым, который возглавляет российскую часть межправкомиссии, уже поработали как следует, наверняка обсудили наиболее важные вопросы. Их много. Один из этих вопросов, но это не только энергоносители, один из этих вопросов, конечно, это...
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Gaura's daughter slapping temple cop in Srirangapatna over VIP entry.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा और मसाला।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis powers. Bessent argued that history has now returned that very same choice to the Iranian capital. Bessent stated that preceding military actions under President Donald Trump have already dismantled Iran's conventional defense capabilities and severely weakened its nuclear ambitions. With kinetic operations taking a secondary role for now, Washington is shifting toward what he called the most aggressive, coordinated financial campaign ever deployed against a foreign state. Reporting on Iran's domestic crisis, Bessent noted that nearly 5 decades of corruption and proxy conflict have bankrupted the nation's economy, pushing the rial to historic lows while inflation continues to surge. He emphasized that the regime's remaining survival strategy relies almost entirely on third-party enablers willing to conduct illicit trade with Tehran. The Treasury Secretary highlighted specific channels, including foreign energy buyers, shadow banking networks, free trade exchange houses, and maritime registries that allow Iran to bypass restrictions. Citing 17th century philosopher Blaise Pascal, Bessent noted that uncertainty in geopolitical risk demands a far higher price for error, warning that foreign nations attempting to buy safety by maintaining economic ties to Tehran have crossed the limit of American tolerance. Looking at the broader global impact,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live Report on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now in this edition, in the next 30 minutes, we'll tell you 2 very important stories. First, the nationalism push coming in from Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari at Jadavpur University after several anti-national graffiti was flagged on its walls. And the second is about ED busting a conversion racket in Rajasthan. Now, in fact, Republic has accessed some exclusive details about the entire funding trail. We'll get you all those details, but first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hailed 10 years of unified payments interface, highlighting its unprecedented scale and reach as a major milestone in India's digital transformation. NSAG Doval on a 2-day visit to China meets the Chinese Vice President. Talk scheduled with his Chinese counterpart on Indo-China border peace and LAC in focus. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from Prime Minister Modi to President Putin. Rape convict and Sirsa Dera chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in Sonaira jail and now given 21 days of furlough for the 17th time. Speaking exclusively to Republic, Disha Salyan's father alleges political pressure from Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Goda's daughter slapping temple cop at Sri Rangapatna on VIP entry. Anti-national slogans, graffiti emerge at Jadavpur University. West Bengal CM Suvendu Adhikari urges university administration to initiate immediate inquiry, sends a clear message to students. In a major crackdown, Maharashtra FDA suspends licenses of 9 food establishments, including 5 linked with Mumbai Cricket Association. viewers, our top focus at this hour. The Enforcement Directorate has now probed a Rajasthan-based Protestant pastor, and this is for allegedly receiving over 2 crore rupees in foreign funds without FCRA registration, which it claims were used for proselytization and conversion activities among the most vulnerable among the SC and ST communities. Acting on intelligence inputs, the ED now searched the premises of Pastor Ravi Mohan Pahadia of Hope Ministry and his wife Gunjan Sharma, alleging that they received a total of around 2.34 to 2.88 crore rupees, and this is in donation primarily from US-based donor Thomas E. Lynch, who is the founder and president of the South Carolina nonprofit Give Back to Humanity. Now, the agency said that Pahadia remained in regular contact with foreign nationals and organized religious gatherings targeting the underprivileged and tribal groups in Jaipur and southern Rajasthan on their instructions. One project under scrutiny is now the Children of Hope School, also known as Niranjan Vidya Mandir in Jaipur. This is where Pahadia serves as the principal. So let us tell you what exactly we've now uncovered as we've accessed these exclusive documents by ED. Now, this is an ED document which talks about that how this case has entirely unfolded. Now, who is under scanner? It is a Rajasthan pastor who is under the scanner of Enforcement Directorate, as this conversion racket is now being busted by the agency. Now, the funds, which is somewhere between a 2.4 to 3.8 crores, have mainly come from a US donor, and these are for conversion activities. So these funds have been received without foreign registration. And who are the target groups? It is the Dalit, the tribal communities which have been targeted. So the entire foreign funding trail is now under investigation, and ED at the moment is now probing this man who's in focus, a pastor from Rajasthan, his wife, as well as the foreign nationals that he has been linked with. Now, remember, it's a US donor that has come out in the entire foreign funding trail investigation, who he has been in regular contact. Right, and let's also tell you more about what exactly is ED probing in the case and what we have now uncovered through this. Now, viewers, on your screen, more than 2 crore received without having FCRA registration. Again, importantly telling us why FCRA is now needed in India. And this is and other than declared purpose. Then you talk about who's in the focus in the investigation. So this is one pastor from Rajasthan, Ravi Mohan Pahadia, who is under investigation, and it's a US-based donor whose name has also been flagged in the investigation, Thomas E. Lynch. Now, what is the money coming from? It's for conversion activities, for proselytization, and who are the targets? It is the vulnerable, the SC Valmiki communities, the ST Bhil communities in Jaipur, and other tribal-dominated South Rajasthan, respectively. So it's a big story in terms of how the funding which is coming from foreign countries is now being used to target the most vulnerable section of society and to push forward for conversion across India. This case is under scanner by ED right now. The investigation is continuing, and you can see on your screen in the ED papers that how SC and ST communities have now been targeted in this entire case. All right, my colleague Shivam also joining us with more details on this. Shivam, you know, we have been talking about this, how FCRA is needed in India to push against such narratives of, you know, conversion and targeting of these vulnerable communities. Now, this case in particular has been flagged from Rajasthan. He's a pastor who's been receiving funding from a US-linked donor and pushing forward for conversion activities. So tell us more about the entire investigation, the details we have now gathered from the ED investigation.
Yes, it's very significant, and that's why FCRA is very important, and it needs to be highlighted that how some foreign players are trying to convert people in India, and they have a very large network. And this is ED uncovering foreign funding trail in Rajasthan conversion racket. And the ED probe found out that 2.2 crore rupees of foreign funds were transferred to Rajasthan pastor over alleged conversion activities. Now they have searched the premises of the Rajasthan-based pastor, who who allegedly received the foreign funding, and there was no FCRA registration. So that is why it's not easy to trace if you do not have an FCRA registration. So this is a sort of a money laundering or a Hawala network which might have been used for the fund transfer. So that needs to be investigated. And 2 crore rupees received without having FCRA, that is the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, that needs to be highlighted. And this happened after there was an intelligence report, an intelligence input that pastor, that is Ravi Mohan Pahadia, who's a Protestant missionary affiliated with the Hope Ministry, he illegally received, that is rupees 2 crore foreign funds, and that too from US, from a USA-based donor named Thomas Eugene Lynch for proselytization conversion activities among the SC community and ST community. So the SC community and ST community are the primary targets also for the conversion rackets when it comes to India, and that was also highlighted, especially if you look at the tribal states in India. This has become a very serious issue, and there needs to be some action regarding this. And also, we were the only channel who continuously reported, debated on this issue, the FCRA, and there has been an impact also in this case after that. Now, Pahadia, the person who came under scanner, was in regular touch with the foreign nationals and also engaged in organizing meetings, religious gatherings. So you can completely understand the modus operandi in this case. He's getting funds from abroad, he's organizing gatherings, and then he's converting those people. And this explains the sudden interest of US players. There was also a reaction from US when they were upset after we went on for the stricter norms when it comes to FCRA and the United States, because it serves their purpose. They want more conversions to happen in India. These are missionaries. They want what they want to do in India. And the person who he was in contact with, in touch with, was Thomas E. Lynch. Now, Lynch is the founder and president of Give Back to Humanity Incorporation, which is a US-based non-profit organization located in Bluffton, South Carolina. Now, publicly available US non-profit records confirm Lynch's role as the organization's president and founder and treasurer. And so it's completely clear that the money was being used to convert people, and that is why this ED probe which has happened, and that is why we need stricter reforms and more searches and more investigation and more scrutiny and more checks when it comes to foreign funding, and that needs to be investigated. That's why one of the main points in the FCRA with the re-amendment was majorly that the funds will not be used for proselytization, that is for conversion activities.
Right, Shim, you've highlighted very correctly that how the conversion lobby was rattled by the FCRA bill which was tabled in the Indian Parliament, and this incident also showing us why FCRAs are much needed. Thanks so much for joining us and getting us all the details. And now we are shifting focus. The Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has now asked Jadavpur University officials to conduct an inquiry into objectionable and anti-national wall graffiti and drawings which came to light from inside the hostel premises. In a post on X, the Chief Minister shared a video of the entire graffiti which had come to light and asserted that campus premises must not be used as platforms for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. The Chief Minister's office has now received concerning videos and photographic representations as well through the CM's grievance cell. Now, Suvendu Adhikari clearly highlighted that educational institutions are sacred spaces of learning, academic excellence and nation building, and under no circumstances would campus premises be permitted to be used for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. This also comes in as viewers on 19th and 20th August clashes broke out between the activists of Student Federation of India, that's SFI, and the student wing of Communist Party of India, Marxist, along with ABVP. So ABVP workers clashed with the SFI inside the campus, and now these videos have come out which are on your screen showing you what exactly has now been flagged by the CM himself. In fact, my colleague Indrashish also joining us from Kolkata. Now, Indrashish, you have been inside the campus as well at Jadavpur University. Tell our viewers what exactly are the imageries, are the graffiti which has now been flagged by the CM, into which the investigation is now underway.
Let's But see, the controversial posters and photos had surfaced on the wall of various places of Jadavpur University. It is the first place, and it has been written that freedom for Palestine, and this is the flag of Palestine. Other side, it has written Free Palestine. And photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of the Jadavpur University campus. Following allegation of international activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot.
All right, in
Vice
fact,
Chancellor of
Industries,
Jadavpur...
hold on to your thought. We're getting some breaking updates from the BJP. Let's cut across to the press conference.
तभी देश का भविष्य उज्जवल होता है। उदाहरण के तौर पे मुझे याद है, हम भी पढ़ा करते थे, टीवी पे देखा करते थे, द ग्रेट अमेरिकन ड्रीम, किस प्रकार से अमेरिका को महान बनाना है। मुझे लगता है कि प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस पुनः आरंभ करना पड़ेगा। मैं इंतजार करता हूं।
Let's go across to my colleague Industries, who's now present inside Jadavpur University campus. This is where the entire controversy has now escalated from. So Industries, coming back to you, help us understand what exactly are the kind of imageries, the kind of graffiti which has now been flagged by CM, and investigation is also underway as these anti-national elements have now been flagged inside the Jadavpur University campus. All right, we'll try and connect with my colleague there. But right now, viewers, let me show you what exactly has now been flagged from inside the campus. This is the video which has been shared by West Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari. You can see that how these are slogans which are inciting for violence against elected leaders. They are, in fact, eulogizing some left violent leaders, Maoists as well. All right, let's go across to the BJP conference.
पास जानी चाहिए, और जब सत्य और विकास सही पथ पर चलते हैं तो कुछ रुकावटें भी कभी-कभी आती हैं। प्रयास किया जाता है कि उसे रोका जाए, मगर सप्तधारा रुकेगी नहीं, सप्तधारा आगे बढ़ेगी। जो लक्ष्य और जो टारगेट दिया गया है वह टारगेट जरूर आगे बढ़ेगा। देखिए, यह प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस इसलिए गंभीर है, मैं आज दिल की गहराई से बता रहा हूं। वी हैव टू थिंक वेरी सीरियसली कि हमें देश को कहां लेके जाना है, देश किस दिशा में जा रहा है, क्या भारतवर्ष आज एक ग्लोबल चैलेंज बना है या नहीं बना है, और भारत का भविष्य क्या है। मुझे याद है जब हम टीनेजर थे, जब हम युवावस्था में थे, हम किसी बाहर के देश की चित्र को देखते थे या कभी किसी को सौभाग्य मिला। हमारे ज़माने में बहुत कम लोग अमेरिका जा पाते थे या बाहर जा पाते थे, आज लोग जा पाते हैं। तो कभी भी बाहर के कोई दृश्य को देखते थे, टीवी में देखते थे, कोई हॉलीवुड मूवी में देखते थे, तो हमें लगता था हम ऐसा क्यों नहीं हो सकते, इंडिया ऐसा क्यों नहीं हो सकता, ऐसी सड़कें इंडिया में क्यों नहीं हो सकती है, ऐसे पुल, ऐसे ट्रेन इंडिया में क्यों नहीं हो सकते हैं। Why is it that only the US dream has to be big? क्यों ऐसा हो सकता है कि ग्रेट अमेरिकन ड्रीम हो सकता है, मगर भारत का कोई लक्ष्य क्यों नहीं हो सकता। तो 15 अगस्त 2026 में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने वह लक्ष्य, वह टारगेट भारतवर्ष का देश के सामने लाल किले के प्राचीर से रखा। वो लक्ष्य क्या था, मैं बहुत छोटे में उस लक्ष्य को बताऊंगा, और एक 3, 4, 5 दिन में इस लक्ष्य को पूरे विवरण के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे लेकर आएगी, बिकॉज वी वांट द पीपल टू अंडरस्टैंड द फाइनल डिटेल्स। जो सप्तधारा है मतलब 7, ये एक रोड मैप है। क्या है ये रोड मैप? एक विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए। पहली धारा कौन सी है? पहली धारा है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पावर। किस प्रकार देश के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पावर को बढ़ाया जाए, किस प्रकार से एक रोबस्ट डोमेस्टिक वैल्यू चेन बनाया जाए, किस प्रकार से रॉ प्रोडक्ट से फिनिश प्रोडक्ट तक संपूर्ण रूप से भारतवर्ष में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, किस प्रकार जीरो डिफेक्ट प्रोडक्ट भारत में बनाए जाए, किस प्रकार प्रेसिशन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, एकदम प्रेसिशन के साथ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडिया में हो, और किस प्रकार हाईली कॉम्पिटिटिव फैक्ट्री भारतवर्ष में बने और सुपीरियर क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भारत में हो। कई देशों के प्रोडक्ट्स आते हैं, वो सुपीरियर क्वालिटी के नहीं होते। उस प्रोडक्ट को आप हाथ में लीजिएगा, एक दिवाली में वो लाइट जलेगी, अगले दिवाली में वो लाइट नहीं जलेगी, उनका गारंटी नहीं होता है। कई देशों के प्रोडक्ट वैसे होते हैं, बट वी वांट टू बी प्रिसाइज, वी वांट टू बी कॉम्पिटिटिव, वी वांट टू गिव यू ड्यूरेबल प्रोडक्ट्स। ये हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का स्वप्न है। और कुछ नेता भी वैसे होते हैं जिनकी गारंटी नहीं होती है, मगर हमारे वाले नेता की गारंटी है। तो हम गारंटी के साथ कहते हैं कि हम आपको गारंटी का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग देंगे। यह है पहला धारा। दूसरी धारा कौन सी है? दूसरी धारा हमारे अन्नदाताओं के लिए है, हमारे किसानों के लिए है, एग्रीकल्चर के लिए है, फार्मिंग के लिए है। एग्रीकल्चर एंड फूड प्रोडक्ट्स, दलहन तिलहन किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़े, किस प्रकार से प्रोडक्टिविटी आगे बढ़े एग्रीकल्चर में, किस प्रकार से केमिकल मुक्त ऑर्गेनिक एग्रीकल्चर आगे बढ़े, किस प्रकार से डीएपी और यूरिया सस्ते से सस्ते रेट में किसानों तक पहुंच सके। ग्लोबल क्राइसिस के बीच में भी प्रधानमंत्री ये काम कर रहे हैं। इसका विवरण आपको आने वाले दिनों में दिया जाएगा। पूरे अच्छे तरीके से आपके सामने इस विषय को रखेंगे। तीसरी धारा कौन सी है? इन धाराओं के विषय में मैं और थोड़ा बताऊंगा, मगर मैं टच कर रहा हूं पॉइंट को। तीसरी धारा है टेक्नोलॉजी की। कुछ लोग केवल टी शर्ट पहन के टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, मगर कुछ लोग गारंटी लेकर टेक्नोलॉजी को डिलीवर करते हैं। सप्तधारा की तीसरी धारा है टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इनोवेशन। आज अगर हम सोशल मीडिया में देखते हैं तो परसों नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो एक इंटरेक्शन हुआ था हमारे यूथ स्पेस के जो काम करने वाले युवकों के साथ, आप चिंता करके देखिए आज हम स्पेस सेक्टर में कहां पहुंचे हैं। अब जरा सोच के देखिए, जो भारत स्पेस के विषय में चिंता नहीं करता था, वहां आज स्पेस को लेकर इनोवेशन हो रहा है। क्वांटम टेक्नोलॉजी और एआई को लेकर आज भारतवर्ष आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज भारतवर्ष का सबसे बड़ा लक्ष्य है डाटा सेंटर। बहुत लोग समझ नहीं रहे होंगे ये डाटा सेंटर क्या होता है, मगर हमें इसे गांव-गांव तक समझाना है। हमारे डाटा को हमारे पास ही सुरक्षित रखना, अपने पास ही अपना डेटा रहे, अपना डेटा सेंटर हो, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। आज डेटा बाहर रहती है, अपना डेटा सेंटर होना, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन कम्युनिकेशन को स्थापित करना। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा 10 मिलियन 1 करोड़ युवाओं को एआई आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में किस प्रकार से हम ट्रेनिंग दे सके 1 वर्ष के अंदर। केवल उतना ही नहीं, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डीपीआई के माध्यम से हम फ्री ऑनलाइन कोचिंग बच्चों के लिए कैसे शुरू कर सके। आजकल कितना कंपटीशन है कोचिंग को लेकर, उसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने चिंता किया है। ये टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन। और आप देखिएगा, लोग हंसते थे यूपीआई को लेकर, यूपीआई नहीं हो पाएगा, 10 वर्ष पूर्ण हो गए। आज लोग हंस रहे हैं कि हाँ, ये डीपीआई से क्या आप कोचिंग कर सकते हैं? क्या ये संभव है कि कोचिंग हो पाएगा डीपीआई से? मैं आपको आज लिख के दे रहा हूँ, आप लिख के रखिए। आप देखिएगा, इट वुड बी अ सक्सेस स्टोरी ऑफ इंडिया जब डीपीआई से हमारे बच्चे, डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म से हमारे बच्चे कोचिंग सेंटर्स के द्वारा सबसे अच्छे टीचर्स के द्वारा घर बैठे कोचिंग ले रहे होंगे, ये होगा। जब 1 करोड़ बच्चे AI में शिक्षित होंगे 1 साल के अंदर, तब हमारी सप्तधारा की जो टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन की धारा है, ये पूर्ण होगी। हमारी दूसरी धारा है, मतलब सप्तधारा की अगली धारा है गति शक्ति। गति शक्ति का अर्थ है किस प्रकार से हम कनेक्टिविटी को गति दे। हाई स्पीड रेल, अल्ट्रा मॉडर्न हाईवेज, इनलैंड वाटरवेज। हमने कभी नहीं सोचा था कि इनलैंड वाटरवेज के माध्यम से भी हम कनेक्टिविटी को गति दे सकते हैं, मगर विगत 12 वर्षों में ये करके दिखाया है। एडवांस्ड एयरपोर्ट, मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कोऑर्डिनेटर हूं, कई वर्षों से नॉर्थ ईस्ट जा रहा हूं। पहले त्रिपुरा का एयरपोर्ट कैसा था, आज त्रिपुरा का एयरपोर्ट कैसा है। पहले गुवाहाटी का एयरपोर्ट कैसा था, आज गुवाहाटी के एयरपोर्ट में उतरता हूं तो आई गेट दैट इंटरनेशनल वाइब्रेशन। आप सबको भी वैसा लगता होगा। आप गुवाहाटी के एयरपोर्ट में उतरिए, बैम्बू से बना हुआ वो जो सुंदरता, वो जो मॉडर्निटी है, एवरीवेयर एवरी स्टेट हैज शोकेस्ड दैट कि संभव है कि हमारे एयरपोर्ट। और तो और, मैं पुरी का सांसद हूं, मैं रिव्यू करने जाता हूं पुरी के रेलवे स्टेशन को, तो मुझे विश्वास नहीं होता है कि इस प्रकार का रेलवे स्टेशन बन सकता है। देश भर में अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ रेलवे स्टेशन, ये जो कम्युनिकेशन, कनेक्टिविटी और स्पीड, गति शक्ति है, ये अपने आप में कितनी बड़ी बात है। आप चिंता करके देखिए, हाइड्रोजन पावर्ड ट्रेन्स, सपने में नहीं सोचा था हमने, आज हाइड्रोजन पावर्ड ट्रेन्स चलने वाली है, चल रही है, इसका इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ है। सीमलेस इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ क्लीन एनर्जी इनटू नेशनल ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम, ये गति शक्ति है। उसके बाद की जो धारा है वो एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण धारा है। भारतवर्ष ने चाहे एयर स्ट्राइक हो, चाहे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, उसके माध्यम से दिखाया है कि डिफेंस पावर की जो धारा है उसमें बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है।
रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, रंग 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 बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ,
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic, Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV. And with that, let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the 10 years of Unified Payments Interface, highlighting its unprecedented scale and reach as a major milestone in India's digital transformation. NSAG Doval on two-day visit to China meets the Chinese Vice President, talk scheduled with Chinese counterpart on border peace. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar meets Russian President Vladimir Putin, says handed over personal message from Prime Minister Modi to President Putin. Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in a Sunaria jail, now given 21 days of furlough for the 17th time. Speaking exclusively to the public, Disha Salan's father alleges political pressure from Thackeray camp, says post-mortem report delayed by 5 years. VIP mindset on full display. CCTV footage shows MLA Suresh Goda's daughter slapping temple cop at Srirangapatna over VIP entry. Anti-national slogans and graffiti emerge at Jadavpur University. West Bengal CM urges administration to initiate immediate inquiry and draws a red line. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now an FIR has been registered against a BJP MLA's daughter Aishwarya. The incident reportedly took place around 8:15 p.m. on August 12 when PSI Savita B, Police Patil of Mandya Women's Police Station was deployed for special security duty in view of Bhima Amavasya. And according to the complaint, Aishwarya, the daughter of Tumakuru rural MLA B. Suresh Goda and wife of ACP Gautam, allegedly abused the PSI and even slapped her and assaulted her. She obstructed her duty and issued threats following an argument over delay in allowing darshan. And now in this case, an FIR has been registered against Aishwarya at Kathya Nahalli police station under BNS section 132, 115-2, 352 and 351-2. In fact, the SP informs that a counter complaint has also been filed by Aishwarya claiming that a PSI abused her. Now, this is the video which has now gone viral. In fact, is showing the BJP MLA's daughter assaulting the cop on duty. Let's show you the entire sequence of how this folded. So this is where you can spot the two. They are engaged in intense argument, and this suddenly escalates as the daughter of MLA Suresh Goda, she slaps the cop on duty. The cop, in fact, strikes back, and this is why, of course, we're also looking at a counter complaint being filed. But viewers, you can see this was the daughter of the MLA who first hit the cop on duty, who was just there performing her duty, trying to maintain the crowd which had gathered there in large numbers on the occasion of Amavasya. But this soon escalated with the MLA's daughter first abusing and then assaulting the cop on duty. All right, in fact, my colleague Abhishek also joining us with more details on this. Abhishek, we understand that finally an FIR has been registered against the MLA's daughter, while a counter complaint has also been filed by her. So give us more details on this.
It was on August 12th, Wednesday, when Aishwarya Gowda, along with her children, visited the Aarti Ukkuda temple, which is located in Srirangapatna. Due to a severe queue on a special day, which was an Amavasya, Aishwarya Gowda had requested the support of the police personnel to let her take her children within the temple sanctum. And at this point of time, PSI Savita, who was deputed to control the crowd at the temple premises, is believed to have abused verbally Aishwarya Gowda, and this is one of the reasons as to why Aishwarya Gowda lost her cool, and she slapped the PSI on duty for her reply. Even the PSI slapped Aishwarya Gowda at the very same instance, and a couple of the police personnel who were deputed at that location tried to calm down the altercation between these two women, be it the PSI and the daughter of MLA Suresh Gowda. As soon as the incident happened, Savita, who is...
All right, in fact, hold on to your thought. Abhishek, we're also being joined by B. Suresh Gowda, the BJP MLA, whose daughter is in fact involved in this incident. Thank you, Mr. Suresh, for joining us on Republic TV. Sir, I want to ask you, how do you look at this entire incident which unfolded? Your daughter slapped a cop who was present on her duty at this temple.
No, actually, that is on Bhiman Amavasya, 1 week back. She had gone with the two children. One is 3 years old baby, another one is 4 years. She took the two children to the temple and requested to allow the inside the temple because they had got some disease happened in that both the kids, to pray for that, to remove that problems. So the cops refused to leave her inside the temple. Then after 1 second, one more person has come. She let him inside the temple. She asked, "You allowed him and you are not allowing me because I have two kids and they had health issues. For that, I requesting to allow inside." She abused her in the temple. That police cop has abused inside the temple both my daughter and both the children. She said, "Why you are abusing me in the temple? Not correct." Then the fight started. Then after that, what happened, I don't know. After that, I come to know that next day, I requested the media, told that whatever the happens, right, because the police also in the pressure on that day, because full rush was there on the temple. Right. So cops has done the thing, some abuse that my daughter would have been, say that, okay, fine, she would have told. And she has done the mistake. After that, they filed the FIR. Then I said, law will take into their own action. It's over. So why again it is carrying on the TV, I don't know. Whatever is happened, I am sorry for that. It should not happen. People will go for the temple for the peace, not to disturb the things.
Right, sir. So I just want to understand, I completely, understand what you said. And but such inconvenience is caused to anyone. Even if you go to a temple or I go to a temple on a day where there is an Amavasya and, you're expecting a large crowd to be there. So there can be some inconvenience that caused, in getting the darshan on time. But does that, it doesn't give the right to your daughter to go and slap a police officer who's just present there and performing her duty?
I feel that she abused in such a manner. See, because action and reaction will be there. She has made action on her to the kids. See, nobody will tolerate, the mother will not tolerate the kids when she talks about vulgar words. So she has vulgar my daughter also and in front of the children also. So in the temple it has happened. See, my daughter would have been a lot of patience to come and reported me. I would have taken action on the cops. But she has done the mistake, so I feel sorry for it.
Okay, so since you are admitting that there has been a mistake on your daughter's part and you're apologizing as well, when will the daughter come out and apologize? I want to ask you that.
Yes, I'm already apologized in the media also, in the press also. So I told my daughter also in the public place, we should not lose our patience. Whatever that says, you should have a lot of patience to listen and come and report to us, to the higher officers, not to take the manhandle, whatever it is happened. It's happened. Don't do that, I said already. And she also apologized to the cop also.
So she has apologized to the cop, is what you're saying?
In incident, she apologized to the cops also.
She has done, like she will be apologizing to the cop?
Yes, already it is over. That is, 1 week back only the incident has happened. And after that, she apologized the things also, cops, whatever, because my two kids were there. I'm very frustrated. They are not well, my two kids also. All this was, we requested the things. I also apologized the cop on that day. Whatever it has happened, don't bring it to the thing, all this, to the make it big, this issue.
All right, sir. Since you have also apologized and you're saying that daughter also has admitted that there was a mistake on her part, out of frustration, she took this step. Of course, that doesn't, give her the right to do the same. But as you mentioned, she's now apologized. I want to ask you, the kind of incident when such, when such similar incidents take place, they also sent out a message that how, people who come from a privileged section, who come from, who have people, in political circles can get away with anything. So what kind of message, you would want to send now?
No, in the temple, everybody goes for the peace, not to make the things. Because when VIP comes, a lot of disturbance will happen to the public. So in that, sometimes it happens. So in that, I request to the media also, this incident is whatever is happened. When we are a politician, when you go to the temples, we should have a lot of patience. We should not break the things, queues, and go to the VIPs in that. People will not accept that. So that's what we should have a common code. In front of the God, everybody is equal. Not with the thing we are a MLA or we are a minister or a chief minister. In front of the God, everybody is equal. Even common man is the same and the chief minister also same in front of the God. So that we should always have the ideology in the mind and go to the temple. Not to go that we are VIPs, we should leave immediately. All this, you should go in the temple. All these egoists should not be there,
Right.
whoever it is. That's
All right,
what my advice
Mr. Gora, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. And as you admitted, there has been a mistake and apology has also been tendered for the same. Thanks so much. Now we are shifting focus. Supreme Court has now sought the response of 20 rebel Trinamool Congress MPs on a plea filed by party's General Secretary and MP Abhishek Banerjee, challenging the delay in deciding the party's petitions, seeking their disqualification. Banerjee has now urged the Supreme Court to direct Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla to expeditiously decide the disqualification petitions pending before him. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta appeared before the Lok Sabha Speaker as well in this regard, and we understand that at the moment the Secretary General of the House, Supreme Court, has now asked the Solicitor General to obtain instructions from the Speaker on this matter. So, big update coming in as far as the Trinamool Congress rebel MPs are concerned, as the Supreme Court has now sought their response. All right, my colleague also joining us with more details on this. Sadak, do give us the details that the Supreme Court has now said with regards to 20 rebel Trinamool Congress MPs who have already joined NCPI now.
Well, absolutely, Ishita, but just to give a little background on the case, 20 rebel MPs had gone against the TMC faction and they were joining NCPI, against which Abhishek Banerjee had filed a petition before the Lok Sabha Speaker, because as per Article 102, Subclause 2, read with 10th schedule of the Constitution, the power lies with the Lok Sabha Speaker to decide on these anti-defection laws. And a petition was filed by Abhishek Banerjee regarding the same against these 20 rebel MPs. However, it was claimed by him that it was taking a lot of time for the Speaker Om Birla to decide the matter. There has been certainly a delay in the matter. Therefore, he filed another petition in the Supreme Court to intervene and to direct the Speaker to decide the matter as early as possible. And the Supreme Court has also mentioned that the power actually lies with the Speaker to decide these anti-defection laws. However, if there is an unreasonable delay, a judicial intervention can happen. On that ground, the Supreme Court has asked the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who was representing the Speaker Om Birla in this particular matter, to file a response on why there has been a delay in deciding the matter. So on the next date of hearing, it is expected that they would be filing a reply to decide whether there has been a delay, there has been a reasonable cause for the delay, or there has been a justified reason why there has been a delay in this matter. So on next date of hearing, that is something that we can expect to reply be filed by the Speaker Om Birla, and why there has been a delay in this particular matter. Ishita.
All right, thanks Sadak for joining us, and keep tracking all the updates which are coming to light in this case. Thanks so much. Now we are shifting focus. Pakistan's latest effort to mediate between Iran and the United States has now suffered another setback, with Tehran rejecting a US proposal conveyed during Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Muni's visit to Iran recently. Now, Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf reportedly stressed that Washington must first fulfill its commitments. All right, viewers, right now we're getting these live visuals coming to light from Patna, where students are now protesting, taking their march to Raj Bhavan and seeking cancellation of 78th BPSC examination. Right now, situation escalating on the ground. As you can see, police officers also deployed there, heavy security there to contain the crowd. At the moment, these are the live visuals coming in, showing you how the protest is now escalating in Patna over the cancellation of a BPSC. In fact, several students, as you can see, are also being detained by police.
कर रही है और यह सरकार डराना चाहती है। हम इस बात को कहना चाहते हैं कि दमनात्मक कार्रवाइयों से यह आंदोलन आगे बढ़ेगा, यह आंदोलन रुकेगा नहीं, यह आंदोलन बढ़ता जाएगा। पूरी जिम्मेदारी सरकार की होगी। हम इस बात को कहना चाहते हैं कि दमनात्मक कार्रवाइयों का रास्ता बंद करके सरकार को वार्ता का रास्ता तय करना चाहिए। वार्ता करना चाहिए, वही रास्ता हो सकता है इस आंदोलन का।
All right, viewers, as the visuals continue to show how the protests are now escalating. These are the students, protesters who have now gathered in Patna. They're taking their march towards Raj Bhavan while they are seeking cancellation of a BPSC examination. So something similar we've seen unfold in Jharkhand as well. We've seen in Delhi as well. And right now, over irregularities which have come to light, students taking to streets in Patna, holding a protest right now. And as you can see, police have also detained several students. And right now, barricading has been put in place to stop the students from marching towards Raj Bhavan at the moment. These are the visuals that we're getting in, showing you how the situation remains on the ground in Patna, as students have now taken to streets seeking cancellation of a BPSC examination. There were several clashes also that were reported between the cops and the student protesters. Right now, as you can see, situation seems under control at the moment, but certainly these students also pushing these barricades as they intend to continue their march towards Raj Bhavan, seeking cancellation of BPSC examination over alleged irregularities. Now, right now we can see more and more students also joining in this protest, which is now taking place in Patna. They are marching towards Raj Bhavan from Gandhi Maidan, seeking cancellation of the examination. In fact, at the moment, several students have also been detained right now, being taken by police, as you can see on your screen. Police there trying to control the situation, and several of the student protesters have now been detained as well in Patna. We are getting you live visuals on Republic TV, showing you the entire tension, the entire drama that's now unfolding right now in Patna. Several student protesters have now been detained over the protest, which is demanding the cancellation of a BPSC examination or alleged irregularities. And these are the visuals that are coming to light from Patna, showing you how the protests have now escalated on the ground. Police there, in fact, putting in multiple barricades to stop these protesters from marching. With that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll get you details how drama is now unfolding in Patna with student protesters hitting the streets seeking cancellation of a BPSC examination. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
सेनको से मेरा नाता सालों पुराना है। ये मेरे लिए बस एक ब्रांड नहीं है, ये है एक लेगेसी। मेरी शादी के कंगन सेनको से ही लिए थे, क्योंकि ऐसी बारीक कारीगरी और कहाँ। इसीलिए सेनको इंडिया का amongst most trusted jewelry brand as nominated by the TRA। अब मैं क्या ही बोलूं?
परिवार, अटूट भरोसा। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis powers. Bessent argued that history
Hello viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Time for some business updates. Over to my colleague Aishwarya for the latest.
Thank you, Ishita. There's a big breaking coming in from the world of business. The Donald Trump administration's decision to propose a hike in the H-1B visa fee has hit the Indian IT stocks as we speak. The Nifty IT index is down about 0.90% as we speak. And when we look at the components, Wipro is down about 1.40%, Infosys is down 0.62%, HCL is also down 2.04%. Tech Mahindra has been impacted as well. The stocks are down because this move could actually increase costs for the IT companies. They now have to pay more for the H-1B visas, and that could impact their costs. Now, there are two ways that this proposed H-1B visa fee hike could impact Indian IT companies. One is that they'll have to pay up an extra cost of up to about $1 lakh for every employee that they send from India to the US. Two, it could push them towards hiring local talent instead, and that comes at a higher cost too. And that is precisely what IT stocks are factoring in right now. Now, this comes against an important backdrop. The Indian IT stocks have been underperforming for over a year now. The last time that we saw the stock hitting an all-time high was in December 2024. It was trading somewhat around 45,000 rupees, while it's hovering around 30,400 rupees today. Remember, even when the global IT stocks, the global AI stocks were doing well, Indian IT stocks were actually falling. We were just starting to see some green shoots last month, and now this latest decision by the Trump administration could weigh on the Indian IT industry all over again. How long this holds, whether it survives the legal scrutiny, and whether it actually becomes implementable, that we'll have to wait and see. But as we speak right now, Indian IT stocks are reacting to Donald Trump's latest move.
Thanks so much, Shaurya, for giving us all the updates on how this big decision by Donald Trump could impact the IT stocks and the tech sector in India. Of course, more updates coming to light from the business world. Over to you for the continuation.
Right, Ishita. In yet another exclusive interaction, a top official currently employed by SpiceJet has confirmed to Republic Business that the salaries of the SpiceJet employees remain unpaid since 2026. Further, the employee told us that their 90% of the full and final settlements are due since the past 3 to 4 years. Addressing the major concerns of the employees, he noted that unpaid salaries is the biggest hurdle. Meanwhile, gratuity, PF, GST. While Ajay Singh has been giving assurances that SpiceJet is looking to raise funds, employees remain stranded by the airline looking at its doomsday. Notably, the final bankruptcy hearing on SpiceJet is likely to begin from September 16th. In the last hearing, the airline indicated that it would pay off certain aircraft, lessors. However, no such intent has been shown from the aircraft lessors. Listen in to our interview of a present-day SpiceJet employee who is voicing the pain, the anguish of thousands of his fellow employees.
Sir, I just wanted to know, sir, there are so many people, employees who are obviously off the record. They're so concerned because of this. Their salaries have not been paid since May 2026 is the claim that they're giving. So, sir, as a current employee, is this correct? Because so many of them are claiming, cabin crew and other people also, I think engineers as well, pilots. So,
correct. Absolutely.
Right, sir.
They are going through a major burnt
right.
or monetary issue.
Ex-employee saying that, sir, since, and we have proof for it.
Not done. Whenever there is some exclusive pressure on them,
right.
political pressure or some legal pressure,
right.
But 99% of the final settlements are due. 3 to 4 years they haven't, the company has not settled full and final.
The company has not settled?
Settlement might happen, but no. 90%.
90% it's still unsettled. So there must be a lot of panic among employees. I mean, you plan your EMIs accordingly and...
See, I tell you one thing. Jobs are not readily available in India market. And that is the reason why not only SpiceJet, the employees' interests are not being protected by the government. In my opinion, working for 35 years, I can tell you that.
As of date, what are the major concerns of the present employees working? You're one of them, so what are the major concerns that you think should be brought to the fore? Because your entire thing is that it's not being highlighted enough.
Salary.
Right, sir.
And at the same time, if it's a transport company, right? It's airlines.
Right, sir.
Airline means you are in such an industry which has a lot of implications. Now, the AGCA, knowing that the airline is reeling under so much of financial pressure,
right, sir.
Is this airline not cutting cost in terms of maintenance of the aircraft?
Exactly.
How are the aircraft being maintained when this company is not paying the basic salary, basic thing, which is salary, gratuity, PF, GST?
Right, sir.
How you are maintaining your aircraft? And remember, each aircraft having 189 seats, 189 passengers, and their life. The nation is at risk.
This was you hearing to the SpiceJet employee. Now going back to Ishita.
All right, thanks, Sharia, for joining us and getting us the latest from the world of business. With that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, NSAG Doval on two-day visit to China meets a Chinese vice president, talks on border peace, and LAC on the agenda.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifeline.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story today is that the Pakistani brokered US and Iran talks have failed again, because what else can you expect from a failed field marshal? We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
West Bengal Chief Minister Shuvendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders probe after anti-national slogans, graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. And this is big win for Republic. Bengal CM Shuvendu orders all fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. We spoke exclusively to BJP MLA B. Suresh Gowda, who says, I am sorry. Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in Sunera Jail in Rohtak, and he gets another furlough. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with top focus story. That is Pakistan's latest effort to mediate between Iran and the United States has suffered another setback, with Tehran rejecting a US proposal conveyed during Army Chief Failed Field Marshal Asim Munir's visit to Iran. Now, Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has reportedly stressed that Washington must first fulfill its commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding before negotiations can resume. Now, the development means Munir's Tehran visit has failed to restart, as usual, the stalled Iran-US dialogue, dealing another blow to Pakistan's mediation efforts in Pakistani drama. The rejection also highlights the deep mistrust between Tehran and Washington, with Iran seeking concrete guarantees and implementation of previous commitments before considering any fresh talks. All right, let's go across to Major General K.K. Sinha, who's joining us on the phone line for a comment on the recent developments. Nothing new, Major General K.K. Sinha. It's as usual, and what else can you expect from Pakistan? But it also needs to be highlighted that Donald Trump is adamant on including the Pakistani failed field marshal, that is Asim Munir, for having talks with Iran, and they have failed not once, not twice, but many a times, and they have failed once again.
Good afternoon, and absolutely, you are right. A failed marshal will be always a failed. He has failed in the battlefield. He has failed as a special envoy of Trump, to whom he says that, the field marshal is the most, he is the favorite field marshal of Trump. He is a total rejection of Trump's back peace deal conveyed, to him to Tehran. And they have also rejected, that restarting, negotiations. They say the MU is there, 14 points are there. This has been signed by Donald Trump himself. So they should abide with the provisions, what is given into the MOU. One thing was coming very clear, that, they have promised about $300 billion reconstruction cost, what they carried out the damage. I think, they were saying, and state of Hormuz, as per them, is open. But under the conditions, what has been laid down by Iran. So there is nothing like that, the state of Hormuz is closed. They are saying that as per our terms and conditions. So there are single digit, these shipment is being passing through, but under the terms and condition and control of Iran. So it is very loud and clear. They have also, conveyed through him that coercion and bullying is just can't, is accepted from, and Iran will go the way they have conceived the thing, and they are doing. So there is no talk. There is no peace deal. There is no starting of negotiation. It is as per the MU, abide with that, and you carry on. And the state of Hormuz is open under the terms and conditions of Iran. This is what has been conveyed.
All right, thanks a lot, Major General K.K. Sinha, for your comment and in-depth analysis on what's unfolding. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we're getting right now. This is the Madras High Court, which has imposed a cost of rupees 50,000 each on Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay and Minister Adhava Arjun after their council failed to file the required pleas or applications seeking rejection of election petitions challenging their victories. Now, the petitions relate to the Villivakkam and Perambur assembly constituencies, where Vijay and Adhava Arjuna were declared winners. Now, the court directed their side to file the necessary responses and warned that a failure to comply by Thursday would invite a cost, that is a fine of rupees 50,000 on each respondent, irrespective of their position. This needs to be highlighted. Now, the development comes as the court continues to hear the election-related challenges against the victories of the two TVK leaders. So this goes against Adhava Arjuna and also CM Vijay. All right, let's go across to Sharda for all the updates in the story. Sharda, we're getting to know that the court has imposed a fine of rupees 50,000 rupees on both CM Vijay and Arnab. And there was a prior warning also given by the court. If you can put that into perspective and share what exactly happened and what's the story about.
Well, Shivam, 2 months back, the DMK constituency, MLAs from the constituency of Vilivakam, which is Mohan, and also from the Perambur constituency, RDS, had filed a case in the Madras High Court saying that they cannot believe that both Chief Minister Vijay from the Perambur constituency and Minister Arnab from the TVK has won from the constituency of Vilivakam and asked for a recounting of votes in these two particular constituencies, and for which both the Chief Minister and Arnab's side has still not responded to the court's allegations and the papers that's been given by the DMK to the Madras High Court, for which a plea was asked by the court as well. So now today the judge reminded that both the parties, including the Chief Minister and the Minister, will be imposed a fine of rupees 50,000 if the reply is not done before Thursday, asking for a clear answer from both the Chief Minister and the Minister of Public Works Department to respond to the allegation that was made against them for the case that was filed against them by the DMK leaders Kartik Mohan and RDS. So now the answer lies within the TVK Ministry of Arnab and Vijay. If they respond to the court before Thursday, the fine will not be imposed. If not, the court will impose a fine on both of them for not replying to the court proceedings.
All right, stay with us, Sharda. We have another big breaking news development that is coming in, and it also relates to DMK versus TVK. Now, a fresh political confrontation has erupted in Tamil Nadu over the proposed Parandur Greenfield International Airport, with the DMK and TVK trading sharp allegations inside the assembly. Now, the DMK has criticized the TVK government and Chief Minister Vijay over the decision to scrap the project, that is the Parandur Airport project, alleging that the move to appease farmers could undermine Tamil Nadu's industrial growth and development plans. Now, TVK, however, hits back by questioning the DMK's strong support for the Parandur project and raising allegations over whether close associates of DMK leaders had acquired land in the surrounding area. So this is serious, ladies and gentlemen. Now, TVK Industries Minister Kirthana claimed that TVK we will build second airport, but they will first look at the expansion of the existing airport that will get more business and industrial development. All right, let's go across to Sharda for all the developments in the story. Sharda, because we know how this plan was cancelled and the argument given by the TVK that yes, we are going to build more runways, more tarmacs when it comes to the Chennai airport, and this plan needs to be scrapped. But the allegations are very serious, or are they baseless, or they have some solid ground? Because TVK is questioning whether there are DMK ministers involved who have owned lands also. What's the ruckus? What kind of chaos was seen today in the assembly?
Well, if you remember, under Rule 110 yesterday, the Chief Minister Vijay had announced that the Parandur Airport plan, which was introduced by the DMK, will be scrapped. While Parandur has been in talks for almost the last 15 years by both the DMK and the AIADMK, it was only in the last 5 years the DMK sought approval from all the officials, including the Airport Authority of India and also the Centre from the Ministry of Aviation to build the Parandur Airport, whereas now the TVK government, the current ruling government, has decided to scrap the project, saying that 1,500 water bodies, 1,000 families will be displaced, and also the number of farmers will be distracted because of the agricultural land there, has decided to scrap the entire Parandur project. So today in the assembly, both the DMK and the TVK had serious conversations, debate to be in specific, that the Parandur airport cancellation is not agreeable by the DMK. Yesterday, former Minister Tangam Tenarasu and TRB Raja, the former industries ministers from the DMK, pointed out that multiple industrial development for the state of Tamil Nadu has been scrapped, and that Chennai alone cannot be benefited with the expansion of the Terminal 3 and Terminal 5, and that a new airport, a bigger commercial airport, is required for the state of Tamil Nadu. So now, with the Parandur project being cancelled, the TVK questions the DMK, why are they so invested in the area of Parandur? Is it because the land is being purchased by a particular company which is closer to the DMK? And now the DMK questions the TVK as to why would the Parandur project be cancelled, and a new development has been looking for in a new area clear where the current ruling government wants, because the DMK points out that it is not just a political fight, but an industrial growth being stopped by the ruling TVK, and also pointed out that in the past multiple times that Tamil Nadu is lost with Andhra in the industrial sector, and that to develop it, Paranur Airport is important, for which TVK Minister Kirtana did explain that the DMK failed to develop the Chennai airport in the last 5 years, and that bringing in a new airport will take more time than that was estimated.
Yeah, Shraddha. Shraddha, stay with us because we have many developments coming in from Tamil Nadu. Yet another case of DMK versus TVK, and a sharp political exchange over the Muslim community erupted in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, with TVK MLAs, that is Mustafa, accusing the DMK of having in the past labelled his party Tamil Nadu Muslim League as terrorist. Now they say that we are being called terrorists by the DMK. The TVK legislatures said that the community had not forgotten such remarks and questioned the DMK claims of being a champion of minority rights. Responding to the allegations, the DMK whip E.V. Vellu defended the party, saying that the DMK had consistently fought for the rights and safety of minorities, particularly Muslims. Now, he also pointed to the party's alliance with Muslim leaders such as Tamimum Ansari as evidence that the DMK has worked to safeguard the interests of the community. The exchange added another flashpoint to the ongoing political sparring between the DMK and TVK inside the assembly. Now, let's go across to Shraddha once again. Shraddha, it was the chaos, the showdown between the DMK and the TVK. It's coming from the TVK MLAs, one from Tahira, who says that today I'm not saying, but DMK government, that is DMK people, told that we Muslims are terrorists. So it was quite serious in the assembly today. What kind of arguments and counter-arguments were given by both the sides, Shraddha?
Well, Shivam, let me first put out that the Speaker has expunged the word terrorist used by the TVK MLAs Tahira and Mustafa in the Assembly today. So the word terrorist will be removed from the speech that was made by the TVK MLAs. The initial conversation started with the Madurai Central MLA, Mustafa, pointing out that the DMK in the past had particularly targeted his religion and have called them out as extremists as well in that case, and provided proof to the Speaker that in the past that the DMK leaders have pointed to his political party, which was called the Tamil Nadu Muslim League in 1999, was called and referred to as extremist by the DMK. Whereas the DMK allied parties, which are now supporting the DMK, saying that the DMK in the recent past have been helping the minorities and safeguarding the rights of the Muslims against the centre's ideologies, as well as the other implementations that are being made in the centre. So now the fight was between the TVK, two MLAs, Tahira and Mustafa, along with the DMK, pointing out that the DMK in the past did speak bad about the minority, and that now with the minority appeasement ideology that the DMK had won votes, but in the past they did call them extremists. So now the Speaker has put this conversation on hold for a detailed talk later after the assembly sessions are over, and also pointed out that this particular part where the word terrorist is used will be expunged from the state assembly. But what we have to notice here is DMK, which always shows them as a minority appeasement party, a party that stands up for the rights of the Muslims, now in the past is also made claims against one particular religion, one particular political party that was based on that religion as well, Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Shraddha. Thanks a lot. Keep a track of all the developments. Many updates coming in from the assembly. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to the top story that we are tracking. A major H-1B visa shock for skilled foreign workers, and especially for Indian professionals. The Trump administration has proposed an additional $103,265 fee on the H-1B application, subject to the annual cap. Now, the move comes after a previous $100,000, that is $1 lakh H-1B fee, was struck down by a U.S. court. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance has now made the administration's position clear. American companies that need workers should hire and train Americans first. Watch this report.
A fresh H-1B shock from the Trump administration. $103,265. That's the additional fees the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has proposed for the H-1B cap subject petitions. This isn't just for the applicants coming from abroad. The proposed fee would apply to all H-1B petitions subject to the annual cap, including applications eligible under the U.S. master's degree exemption. The H-1B program allows American employers to hire foreign workers in specialized occupations, particularly across technology, engineering, research, and other highly skilled sectors. Under the congressional cap, the United States currently allows 65,000 H-1B visas every year under the regular quota, with another 20,000 slots reserved for foreign workers holding a master's degree or higher education from the US institutions. That means the proposed fee would potentially apply across the 85,000 visa cap subject pool, and the financial impact could be enormous. Department of Homeland Security estimates the proposed fee could generate approximately $8.8 billion annually. This is based on the 85,000 cap subject petitions. But there is an important distinction. This is a proposed additional fee, not a final rule, which brings the spotlight firmly onto India. Because when it comes to H-1B visa program, India is by far the largest beneficiary. USCIS data shows that in fiscal year 2024, Indian nationals accounted for 283,755 approved H-1B petitions, which is around 71% of all approved H-1B petitions. China was a distant second, with about 11.7%. The Trump administration says the objective is not to shut the doors on foreign talent. It says the objective is to make American employers think twice before replacing or bypassing American workers. And hence, Vice President J.D. Vance has now delivered that message in an unmistakable term. But for American technology companies and other employers, it depends on global talent and means a dramatic increase in the cost of recruitment. For India, the stakes are particularly high. Indian professionals dominate the H-1B program. Now, this proposed $1,03,265 fees has put the future of the H-1B program firmly back on the center of the US-India talent debate.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break now, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, NSA Ajit Doval is on a two-day visit to China, meets Chinese Vice President, talks scheduled with his Chinese counterpart, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and 3,488 kilometers line of actual control in focus.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now let's go across to a big story that we are tracking. 3 teenagers were killed and 6 children wounded when drone debris hit a private children's center in Russia's Krasnodar. Now, with a nearby apartment building also damaged and 4 residents injured, according to local officials. Now, Russia's defense ministry claimed that its air defenses destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight across multiple regions, while the Ukraine reported Russian missile and drone strikes on Odisha and a drone attack on Chernihiv that injured 15 people, including 2 children. Independent verification of the claims was not possible. Watch this report.
3 teenagers are dead and 6 other children are injured after a drone attack hit Russia's southern city of Krasnodar. Russian authorities say drone debris fell on a private children's center with children among those caught in the attack. 5-story apartment building was also damaged, injuring 4 residents. The Russian Defense Ministry claims its air defenses intercepted and destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight. Meanwhile, Ukraine's southern Odessa region also came under a large-scale Russian missile and drone attack. Ukrainian authorities say food and storage facilities as well as energy infrastructure were among the targets. In northern Ukraine, 15 people were reported injured in a Russian drone strike on Shin. With both sides reporting fresh attacks, the drone war continues to take a deadly toll on civilian lives.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you coming up after the break. Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim, currently lodged in Sunera jail in Rohtak and serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in the Dera Sacha Sauda rape cases, has been granted 21 days of furlough.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हीरे के लिए मुझे भरोसा है सिर्फ सेनको गोल्डन डायमंड्स पर, क्योंकि सिर्फ सेनको देता है सर्टिफाइड डायमंड्स, बायबैक फैसिलिटी और 100% एक्सचेंज वैल्यू, साथ में लाइफ टाइम मेंटेनेंस, फ्री इंश्योरेंस। तो अब डायमंड्स खरीदने से पहले सेनको में जरूर आना।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now, a shocking video has surfaced from Ramgarh in Jharkhand. JMM District President Vinod Kisku was seen threatening students with violence after they burnt an effigy. Now, the JMM leader was also accused of assaulting students the following day. Here's a quick report.
In a disturbing incident from Jharkhand, a video has gone viral showing JMM District President Vinod Kisku issuing open threats of violence against students. The confrontation began after the students announced a program to burn an effigy of the CM Hemant Soren. In the clip, Kisku is heard threatening the students, saying he would tear them apart. According to reports, the JMM leader did not stop at verbal threats. The very next day, he was allegedly seen assaulting the students, further escalating the situation. The video has triggered strong reactions, with many calling the behavior unruly and accusing him of acting like a goon. Opposition leaders and local residents have condemned the intimidation and demanded strict action against the individual. Authorities are yet to issue an official statement on the incident.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, West Bengal CM Shubhendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders probe after anti-national slogans graffiti emerge in Jadavpur University.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary music, Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV. With that, let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. West Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders probe after anti-national slogans like graffiti emerge at Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic Bangla as CM Shubhendu Adhikari withdraws all 31 false cases, declares that Republic was the worst sufferer of political vendetta. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA Suresh Kora now says sorry. Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in a Suneria jail, now out for the 17th time on 21 days furlough. ED flags funds without FCRA registration, about over 2 crore foreign funds under ED scanner in Rajasthan. NSA Ajit Doval on 2-day visit to China meets a vice president, talks with his Chinese counterpart, scheduled border peace in focus. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, Enforcement Directorate has probed a Rajasthan-based Protestant pastor, and this is for allegedly receiving over 2 crore rupees in foreign funding without FCRA registration, again highlighting why India needs FCRA. Now, which it claims were used for proselytization and conversion activities among the most vulnerable, the SC and ST communities. So, acting on intelligent inputs, the ED has now searched the premises of Pastor Ravi Mohan Paharia of Hope Ministry and his wife Gunjan Sharma, alleging that they received a total of about 2.88 crore rupees in donations, primarily coming from a US-based donor, Thomas E. Lynch, who's the founder and president of the South Carolina non-profit Give Back to Humanity Incorporation. Now, the agency said that Paharia remained in regular contact with foreign nationals and organized religious gatherings, targeting even underprivileged and tribal groups in Jaipur and southern Rajasthan on their instructions. One such project which has in fact come under scrutiny is Children of Hope School. It's also called as Niranjan Vidya Mandir. It's located in Jaipur, and this is where Paharia even serves as a principal. So this school has come under scanner for it's also being used to push forward religious agenda. All right, my colleague Rahul also joining us with more details on this. Rahul, it's a big conversion racket that's now been busted, and ED is right now looking at this financial trail which is traced back to this pastor in Rajasthan. Give us more details about this pastor. What do we know about him and the kind of activities that he was involved in?
बिल्कुल देखिए, ये पूरा मामला शुक्रवार का है, जब शुक्रवार को राजस्थान की राजधानी जयपुर में 2 ऐसे परिसर थे जहां पर ईडी ने छापेमारी की और रवि मोहन पहाड़िया को कहीं ना कहीं बताया ये गया है कि विदेशी फंड के तौर पर इस पर कथित आरोप लगाए गए थे, जिन पर ये पूरा मामला दर्ज किया गया है। और ये भी निकल कर आया कि लगभग 2 करोड़ रुपए की लगभग की राशि थी, जहां पर इसके ऊपर तमाम प्रकार के आरोप लगाए गए थे। सबसे बड़ी बात ये निकल कर आई कि गरीब और जो बेसहारे लोग हैं उन्हें कंटिन्यूसली ये लालच देकर कहीं ना कहीं पादरी ही इसका नाम था, तो ये लगातार कंटिन्यूसली उन्हें बरगलाने की कोशिश कर रहा था। और जयपुर में एससी, वाल्मीकि और दक्षिण राजस्थान के आदिवासी बाहुल्य इलाके से कंटिन्यूसली धर्मांतरण और धार्मिक गतिविधियों के लिए लगातार कंटिन्यूसली काम कर रहा था। तो ऐसे में राजधानी जयपुर में ये कार्रवाई की गई है। और हमने राजस्थान में पहले भी देखा है, उदयपुर की अगर बात की जाए तो उदयपुर के तमाम ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां पर कंटिन्यूसली जो पादरी है वो कंटिन्यूसली इस तरह का काम करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। पहले भी 11 की गिरफ्तारी उदयपुर से हुई थी और अब बड़ा नाम जयपुर से रवि मोहन पहाड़िया का निकल कर आ रहा है, जिस पर ये पूरे आरोप लगाए गए हैं। फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मैनेजमेंट एक्ट के तहत ये पूरा जो कार्रवाई है वो की गई है। आप देखना होगा कि आने वाले दिनों में इसमें क्या कुछ निकल कर आता है। लगभग 2.20 ऐसी करोड़ की रकम है जो इसके पास से मिली है, जो विदेश से आई थी और यहाँ पर धार्मिक गतिविधियों में लिप्त होने की बात निकल कर आ रही है, जिसमें कन्वर्जन का बड़ा मामला निकल कर आ रहा है। एसटी एससी के साथ ही वाल्मीकि समाज के तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्हें कन्वर्जन के लिए कहीं ना कहीं बरगलाने की कोशिश की ओर से की गई है, ऐसा निकल कर फिलहाल आ रहा है। जी,
and I think that's the most concerning part out of this entire episode which has come to light. It is the most vulnerable, the SC and the ST community, which has now been targeted in this conversion racket. Thanks so much, Rahul, for joining us and getting us the latest. And now you're shifting focus. The Chief Minister Suvedu Adhikari has now asked Jadavpur University officials to conduct an inquiry into the kind of objectionable and anti-national wall graffiti and drawings inside the hostel premises. In a post shared on X, the Chief Minister shared a video of the graffiti and asserted that campus premises must not be used as platforms for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. The Chief Minister's office has now received concerning videos and photographic representations through CM's grievance cell. Suvedu Adhikari also said that educational institutions are sacred spaces of learning, academic excellence and nation building, and under no circumstances would campus premises be permitted to be used for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. This also comes in as on August 19th and 20th, several clashes were reported between the activists of SFI and ABVP. So, in the light of those tensions and the kind of graffiti which has come to light from inside the campus, Suvedu Adhikari has now drawn the red line going for a nationalist push at Jadavpur University. In fact, we also have a ground report filed by my colleague Indrashish from inside the campus. Let's take a look.
Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action. Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action.
All right, here's now shifting focus. A major H-1B visa shock for skilled foreign workers and especially for Indian professionals. The Trump administration has now proposed an additional $100,000 fee hike on H-1B visa application, and this is subject to the annual cap. Now, the move comes after a previous $100,000 order on H-1B visa was struck down by a U.S. court. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance has also made the administration's position very clear on this. He asserted American companies that need workers should hire and train Americans first. Now, India stands to be among the countries most affected, with Indian nationals accounting for about 71% of H-1B visa beneficiaries. Here's the report. Take a look.
A fresh H-1B shock from the Trump administration. $103,265. That's the additional fees the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has proposed for the H-1B cap subject petitions. This isn't just for the applicants coming from abroad. The proposed fee would apply to all H-1B petitions subject to the annual cap, including applications eligible under the U.S. master's degree exemption. The H-1B program allows American employers to hire foreign workers in specialized occupations, particularly across technology, engineering, research, and other highly skilled sectors. Under the congressional cap, the United States currently allows 65,000 H-1B visas every year under the regular quota, with another 20,000 slots reserved for foreign workers holding a master's degree or higher education from the U.S. institutions. That means the proposed fee would potentially apply across the 85,000 visa cap subject pool, and the financial impact could be enormous. Department of Homeland Security estimates the proposed fee could generate approximately $8.8 billion annually. This is based on the 85,000 cap subject petitions. But there is an important distinction. This is a proposed additional fee, not a final rule, which brings the spotlight firmly onto India. Because when it comes to H-1B visa program, India is by far the largest beneficiary. USCIS data shows that in fiscal year 2024, Indian nationals accounted for 283,755 approved H-1B petitions, which is around 71% of all approved H-1B petitions. China was a distant second, with about 11.7%. The Trump administration says the objective is not to shut the doors on foreign talent. It says the objective is to make American employers think twice before replacing or bypassing American workers. And hence, Vice President J.D. Vance has now delivered that message in an unmistakable term. But for American technology companies and other employers, it depends on global talent and means a dramatic increase in the cost of recruitment. For India, the stakes are particularly high. Indian professionals dominate the H-1B program. Now, this proposed $1,03,265 fees has put the future of the H-1B program firmly back on the center of the US-India talent debate.
All right, here's now External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met Russian President Vladimir Putin at Kremlin. Now, during the exchange, the president made clear that Moscow was prepared to increase supplies to meet New Delhi's agricultural requirements. They both highlighted the expanding India-Russia partnership and growing cooperation across the key sectors, including trade, energy and fertilizers. Jaishankar also conveyed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's greetings to Putin and handed over a personal message from the Indian leader during the meeting. Here's a look at how this bilateral interaction unfolded between the two leaders.
Ваш визит сегодняшний подчеркивает тот уровень отношений, который давно на протяжении десятилетий сложился между Россией и Индией. Мы работу продолжаем практически по всем направлениям, имеется в виду и правительственный уровень, и межпарламентские связи по линии участников экономической деятельности. Мне приятно отметить, что в этом году у нас подрос товарооборот. Если в прошлом году он немножко снизился, то в этом году подрастает. И это в том числе, а может быть прежде всего, заслуга господина премьер-министра, который уделяет развитию российско-индийских отношений личное пристальное внимание. И в начале нашей беседы хотел бы попросить вас передать господину Моди самые наилучшие пожелания. Надеюсь увидеться с ним в ближайшее время, как мы и планировали, в рамках работы Шанхайской организации сотрудничества в ближайшее время. Ну и у нас график такой, что мы сможем, наверное, и еще раз увидеться в этом году. Мы очень рады вас видеть, уважаемый господин министр. Я знаю, что вы со своим российским коллегой господином Мантуровым, который возглавляет российскую часть межправкомиссии, уже поработали как следует, наверняка обсудили наиболее важные вопросы. Их много. Один из этих вопросов, но это не только энергоносители, один из этих вопросов, конечно, это поставка удобрений. Мы делаем все для того, чтобы закрыть этот вопрос для индийских фермеров, для сельского хозяйства. Наращиваем эти поставки и готовы это делать дальше. Ну и все другие вопросы, связанные с атомной энергетикой, с сотрудничеством в высокотехнологичных сферах, в других областях, они все в повестке дня и все достаточно уверенно продвигаются. Добро пожаловать, господин министр.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me first of all begin by conveying the good wishes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you.
Excellency, he has given me a personal communication, which I would like to hand over to you. We have this morning had a meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission. I think overall we have a good report to give to you. I think our economic cooperation, trade, energy, fertilizers, nuclear, other dimensions as well. I'd be pleased to speak about it in detail, but overall I think our economic cooperation has grown very significantly. Prime Minister Modi looks forward to meeting you at the SCO summit, then welcoming you in India for the BRICS summit, and in due course, as per your mutual convenience, having the annual summit. So we have, Excellency, I think a very strong picture of cooperation to present, and I again thank you very much for the
All right, here's now a rape convict and Dera Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who's currently lodged in Rohtak's Sunaria jail and serving two separate 10-year sentences in high-profile rape cases, has once again walked out on a 21-day furlough, marking his 17th release from prison since he was convicted. Having already been granted a temporary freedom 16 times earlier, viewers, and previously even dispatched to Barnawa Ashram in Bagpat, Uttar Pradesh, the convicted rapist will this time return directly to his Sirsa Dera headquarters for a third consecutive stay, underscoring the repeated leniency that continues to define his incarceration. So it is a mockery of justice, essentially, which we can call this. 17 times a rape convict has now been released. Either it's on furlough or sometimes it's on a parole as well. Right now we're showing you on different days he's been given parole. Sometimes it goes for 30 days, 40 days, and this time he's now been released for the 17th time. An entire mockery of justice, viewers, as he's now out on 21 days furlough again. Now, take a listen to what the victim's son has said after Ram Rahim got this 17th furlough.
देखिए, पैरोल और फरलो का जो सवाल हर बार आता है, मेरे सामने आता है, तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि ये सवाल मेरी बजाय बेहतर होगा कि ये सरकारी तंत्र से, सरकारी सिस्टम से किया जाए। मीडिया पूछे जा कर के, सूबे के मुखिया से पूछे, उस सरकारी सिस्टम से पूछे जिसके मुंह पर हर बार तमाचा मारा जाता है गुरमीत राम रहीम द्वारा, जो एक आदतन अपराधी मैं कहूँगा, जिसने जो रेप के मामलों में, जिसके खिलाफ मर्डर के जो मामले अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में विचाराधीन हैं, और जो साधुओं को नपुंसक बनाए जाने का मामला सीबीआई की अदालत में विचाराधीन है। अगर ऐसा व्यक्ति भी जो है वो बार बार पैरोल और फरलो का हकदार है, जो कि हैबिचुअल ऑफेंडर है, जिसने कई ऑफेंस किए हैं, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारे सिस्टम के लिए बड़ा मजाक है और शर्म की बात है। क्यों जो रेप का मामला है जिसमें गुरमीत राम रहीम सज़ा काट रहा है, उससे पहले जो मर्डर के जो मामले थे जिनमें एक भी दिन की कस्टडी नहीं थी गुरमीत राम रहीम की, उन मामलों को इतना अर्ली हियरिंग की एप्लीकेशंस लगा करके लिस्टेड किया गया और फटाफट अपील सुन करके और उनको निपटा दिया गया। जबकि रेप के मामले में उसके बिल्कुल उल्ट है। रेप के मामले में गुरमीत राम रहीम द्वारा भी अपील की सुनवाई की जल्दबाजी नहीं है। अदालत में सस्पेंशन ऑफ सेंटेंस की जल्दबाजी है कि हमारी सेंटेंस सस्पेंड कर दीजिए, और पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट में सस्पेंशन ऑफ सेंटेंस की याचिका जो है वो विचाराधीन है और हाई कोर्ट उसे सुन भी रहा है।
All right, in fact, so this is the reaction coming in from the victim's son also, who is calling the entire episode as a mockery of justice. We now see this man who's been convicted for raping two women disciples, but he's been out 17 times since he was convicted in the year 2017. The case has been dragging on for about a decade. 2020, I think, is when the conviction came in, and since then the man has been out on either parole or furlough for 17 times. 17 times it is the justice which has been hampered in this case. And as the victim's son also called it, that, you know, it is about time that questions will be asked from judiciary as well, that why is this a rape convict continuously given these temporary releases? For the 17th time, he's now been given 21 days furlough. Remember, it first happened, it happened on 28th January, April 9th, August 5th, and has also now been continuing. In fact, my colleague Lalit also joining us with more details on this. Lalit, you know, it is absolute mockery of justice is what we're looking at. The man who's been convicted for raping two women disciples, he's not an accused, he's a convict, and still he's been freed 17 times, again given 21 days furlough today.
Hello?
Right, Lalit, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
If you talk about this furlough which has been given to Dera Sacha Sauda convict Ram Rahim, this time it's for the 17th time, the furlough has been given by the jail authority. And if you talk about in the month of June also, he got a parole, and this is for the 17th time that the convict has been given this furlough. Apart from that, if you talk about in 2017, 2017, CBI has convicted him for the rape victim of the two disciples, in which he has got the sentence for 10 years separately. So after completing the one sentence, then the second sentence would be started. But if we talk about the way he has been given the furlough this time, it's not for the first time. As from the past 6 to 7 years after he has been convicted in this rape case, this is for the 17th time that the Ram Rahim, the Dera Sacha Sauda, has been given this furlough. Now, on this whole issue, a lot of criticism of the state government of Haryana has been done. If you talk about the opposition, especially the SGPC or the Congress party from the Punjab, have raised very serious questions about his from the temporary release from the jail, in which
right.
he
In
has
fact,
got
thanks Lalit for joining us. We're getting some more breaking news at this hour now. Rapist Tarun Tejwal's plea has been rejected by the top court. The top court has now, in fact, asked him to surrender within 2 weeks. The top court has now rejected rapist Tarun Tejwal's plea seeking exemption from surrender. This comes in as he was declared a convict in 2013 rape case, and now, in fact, we're looking at a big order coming in this case. Our Supreme Court has now rejected rapist Tarun Tejwal's plea seeking exemption from surrender. In fact, he's now been asked to surrender within the coming 2 weeks. So this comes in as the court has now directed Tejwal to surrender within 2 weeks following his conviction by Bombay High Court Goa bench. So big verdict by the top court in Tarun Tejwal sexual assault case, as the rapist Tarun Tejwal, who is the former editor of Tehran magazine, has now been asked to surrender within the next 2 weeks. So big order coming in from the top court in this. In fact, we'll try and get you more details, as it was, we understand that court proceedings, it was a couple, Sybil, who was arguing for Tarun Tejwal in the Supreme Court, and while court was hearing his plea, it has directed him to surrender within the next 2 weeks. We'll try to get more details on how exactly the proceedings went. The court had asked how much time do you need to surrender, while Sybil, who was arguing for Tarun Tejwal, had said 2 weeks, and the order came in that the appellant shall surrender within a period of 2 weeks and file his surrender certificate. So that's the period that's now been given to rapist Tarun Tejwal to surrender and to file his certificate in the court. 2 weeks' time has now been given by the top court. It was Kapil Sibal who was arguing on the behalf of rapist Tarun Tejwal in the court, and now the court has said when you can file a surrender certificate, we'll fix a date. In fact, that's the big verdict coming in right now. In fact, our legal editor Rhythm Bhadwaj also joining us with more details on this. Rhythm, big order coming in from the top court, as rapist Tarun Tejwal has now been asked to surrender within the next 2 weeks. So what are you fetching, the more details coming in on this?
News coming in, and this is a blow for Tarun Tejwal. He has to surrender within 2 weeks, and he also has to file a surrender certificate for the court to hear his appeal on merits. Remember, Tarun Tejwal had challenged the Bombay High Court order that had given him a 10-year sentence for rape in the 2013 case. As we have been telling you at Republic TV, we have been closely monitoring the case since 2013. This matter was heard by Justice Aradhe, and senior advocate Sybil appeared for Tejwal, who's been appearing for him from quite some time now. He's been advising him earlier. He tried to tell the court he need not surrender for his appeal to be heard, as he was granted 4 weeks' time to surrender. But this is a big, big blow for Tarun Tejwal coming, because the court has rejected this now, which now means that he will have to surrender within 2 weeks to hear appeal against his conviction. Now, also, I want to tell you, there was a Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, the country's top law officer, present in the courtroom, and he argued against Tarun Tejwal. He argued that Tejwal's appeal cannot be heard unless he has surrendered or has obtained an application seeking exemption from surrender. Viewers, let's tell you this becomes so serious because the Goa government moved the Supreme Court even before Tarun Tejpal's application, saying the 10-year sentence given to him in the rape case by the Bombay High Court was not enough. That sentence needed to be the maximum punishment for rape. So today also the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, appeared for the state of Goa, and he argued that unless he has surrendered or has obtained an application, therefore this appeal of Tarun Tejpal will not be heard. Remember, the Bombay High Court bench comprising of Justice Neela Gokhale on 6th of August this month had overturned Tarun Tejpal's acquittal by the trial court. And this is also important to understand. They noted that even though the incident took place 13 years ago, there was no report of, they've said that they declined there was this big assault which happened in 2013. The case arose from the allegation that Tejpal had sexually assaulted his junior colleague inside the elevator at the luxury hotel in Goa during the event organized by him in 2013. The Goa Sessions Court acquitted him in 2021, following which the state challenged the acquittal before the Bombay High Court. We've been seeing the country's top law officer, Tushar Mehta, appear for Tarun Tejpal. And meanwhile, as I'm speaking, I want to also go across to Sarthak, who's joining us live, as I'm going to try and get a live on the story. Sarthak, give us more details.
Right, in fact, viewers, that is the breaking news that we're getting on Republic TV at this hour, that Tarun Tejpal's plea in the top court seeking exemption from surrender has now been rejected. It was Kapil Sibal which was arguing on behalf of rapist Tarun Tejpal. He said respondent Tarun Tejpal here is a senior citizen with a family and 2 daughters and no report of any misconduct. So that was a defense provided, which has now been rejected by the top court, and a big setback for the rapist in this case, who has now been sentenced for 10 years by the Bombay High Court in sexual assault case. And now we understand that he has been asked to surrender within the next 2 weeks by the top court. So that's the big breaking news that we're covering on Republic TV at this hour. In fact, our legal editor, Rhythm Bharadwaj, continues to stay with me on this as well. Rhythm, if you could take our viewers through the details of this legal proceedings. We understand that it was Kapil Sibal who was arguing on behalf of rapist Tejpal. So if you could get us more details on this.
Yes. So whatever the arguments, I think the one thing we need to put forward is this is a big blow for Tarun Tejpal. I've also sent a picture about what happened inside the courtroom and how they were all sitting. On the one side, we have seen Tarun Tejpal there. He argued for the court has directed Tarun Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks following his conviction, which means Tarun Tejpal will now have to face the law. He will have to surrender. He will have to be in prison no matter what he's tried to do in this case. I also want to tell our viewers that the Goa government had moved the Supreme Court and stated the maximum punishment has to be given to Tarun Tejpal. They had in fact stated, remember, no means more. The Goa government had said 10 years is not enough. They wanted tougher punishment for him. They said 10 years is grossly disproportionate. The Goa government said he was in a position of dominance, control, trust, and authority. I want to go across to Sarthak, who's joining us live. Sarthak, give us what happened in the courtroom today.
Well, Rhythm, a plea was filed in the Supreme Court by Tarun Tejpal. Our senior advocate Kapil Sibal was representing Tarun Tejpal in this particular matter, where he was expecting the court to set aside to exempt him from the 4 weeks period that was given by Bombay High Court to surrender to the police. However, the breaking news that we are getting for our viewers, and it's a big blow for Tarun Tejpal, that the exemption that he was expecting from the Supreme Court has been set aside. It has been completely rejected by the Supreme Court, which means he has to surrender before the police within 2 weeks' time. And for the conviction, the suspension of the conviction that was given by the Bombay High Court, a 10-year imprisonment was declared by the Bombay High Court for Tarun Tejpal. He has filed a plea against that as well. So for that conviction, for the suspension of that conviction, he'll have to fight that case from the jail. He has to surrender within 2 weeks. It was also pointed out in the last date of hearing by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who was representing the Goa government in this case, that there are 2 options for Tarun Tejpal. First, he has to surrender or produce a certificate confirming his surrender, because he was asked to surrender before police within 4 weeks, and the second option was to file an application seeking exemption from this surrender. He did neither of the two. On the contrary, senior advocate Kapil Sibal argued that he is a senior citizen, and there was the same sorry arguments that were made during the trial before the Bombay High Court. The same arguments were made by Kapil Sibal. However, the big blow for Tarun Tejpal, Supreme Court has not heard any of those arguments and not taken consideration of any of those arguments. And this time he has been expected to surrender before the police within 2 weeks' time. So the fight against his conviction that was made by the Bombay High Court before the Supreme Court, that plea that he has filed before the Supreme Court, he'll have to fight that conviction from the jail itself. On the other hand, what we know of another plea has been filed by the Goa government where they're expecting to extend the imprisonment, the sentence that has been given by the Bombay High Court, the 10-year sentence that has been declared by the Bombay High Court. What they're expecting is to extend that sentence for life imprisonment, and that is another plea that has been filed in the Supreme Court. So what will happen on the next date of hearing in that particular regard as well, this is something that we're constantly tracking. Rhythm.
Okay, I want to now explain to our viewers the seriousness of this case. In 2013, when this case came and Republic TV had been tracking it, viewers, even back then, we had told our viewers from the very start the murky details that were coming, the character assassination of the victim that had taken place. And I want to explain to our viewers why this becomes so relevant. It is this victim who had told spoken before the trial court in 1,000 pages when she had been cross-examined, the Bombay High Court said, and had clearly stated that she had gone through a character assassination. There were questions raised on her character by the lawyers who were appearing there for Tarun Tejpal. Whether it was the battery of lawyers that came to the trial court in Mapusa, whether it was Tarun Tejpal himself, there was a lot that was said about the victim. Now, this is something very extremely important to understand, viewers, because she faced a lot of insults and humiliation, something that the Goa government had told the Bombay High Court when this case came before them. I have to also tell our viewers the Goa government has vehemently gone against Tarun Tejpal in this case, saying that this case does not give him any right to ask for any mercy plea. What has happened today? The Supreme Court has said Tarun Tejpal has to surrender within 2 weeks, which means Tarun Tejpal will be in prison, which means he will go to jail for the 2013 rape case. He had tried to say a lot of things about the victim before the lower court, but the court had now stated this is not true. Justice Neela Gokhale's bench had given a thumping order in which they clearly pointed out that no means no, and this was rape. This was also clearly shown when on 7th of November the incident took place when he had assaulted the victim in the lift of the Grand Hyatt Hotel where they were staying. He had done this on the pretext of going to Robert De Niro's room. The court also said it's not only stopped on the 7th of November, but also on the 8th of November, the same incident had taken place of sexual assault. A lot of things were said about the victim in 2013 in the trial that started after. He was in prison for 6 months, after which he was released. He was out on bail. There was a lot of mocking that was done. In fact, I'd also like our director in this case. We had the Goa government, the Advocate General speaking in this case. So all of them had told us about what happened. I also want to tell our viewers that we also have to I want to tell our directors to dial the Goa government lawyers in this case. It was the Advocate General also who had present earlier, and Mr. Tavora who had taken the arguments when he had clearly stated that Tarun Tejpal had tried their best to ensure in this case that he gets away. There was a lot of humiliation and insult that the victim had also gone through.
Right, in fact, so that was our legal editor giving us the details of how heinous the crime was in this case, in the assault which took place in 2013. My colleague Sathak is also with us. Sathak, give us details of what are the kind of arguments that are put forward by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, because he clearly stated it is a case of aggravated rape and therefore it's a 10-year conviction which must be followed. He was very assertive when he was arguing this case.
Well, absolutely, Ishita, as a legal editor, Rhythm clearly pointed out that a 10-year imprisonment was given by the Bombay High Court to Tarun Tejpal in this particular case, and he was given 4 weeks' time to surrender. However, to the utter dismay and surprise of our viewers, he filed a plea in the Supreme Court where he was expecting an exemption to be given by a Supreme Court for this surrender. However, a big shock